Chapter 15 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American by Henry James. Chapter 15. Valentin de Bellegardes' announcement of the secession of Mademoiselle Nioche from her father's domicile, and his irreverent reflections upon the attitude of this anxious parent in so grave a catastrophe, received a practical commentary in the fact that M. Nioche was slow to seek another interview with his late pupil. It had cost Newman some disgust to be forced to assent to Valentin's somewhat cynical interpretation of the old man's philosophy, and, though circumstances seemed to indicate that he had not given himself up to a noble despair, Newman thought it very possible he might be suffering more keenly than was apparent. M. Nioche had been in the habit of paying him a respectful little visit every 2 or 3 weeks, and his absence might be a proof, quite as much of extreme depression as of a desire to conceal the success with which he had patched up his sorrow. Newman presently learned from Valentin several details touching this new phase of Mademoiselle Noémie's career. "I told you she was remarkable," this unshrinking observer declared, "and the way she has managed this performance proves it. She has had other chances, but she was resolved to take none but the best. She did you the honor to think for a while that you might be such a chance. You were not, so she gathered up her patience and waited a little while longer. At last her occasion came along, and she made her move with her eyes wide open. I am very sure she had no innocence to lose, but she had all her respectability. Dubious little damsel as you thought her, she had kept a firm hold of that. Nothing could be proved against her, and she was determined not to let her reputation go till she had got her equivalent. About her equivalent she had high ideas. Apparently her ideal has been satisfied. It is 50 years old, bald-headed and deaf, but it is very easy about money." "And where in the world," asked Newman, "did you pick up this valuable information?" "In conversation. Remember my frivolous habits. In conversation with a young woman engaged in the humble trade of a glove cleaner, who keeps a small shop in the Rue St. Roch. M. Nioche lives in the same house, up 6 pairs of stairs, across the court, in and out of whose ill-swept doorway Miss Noémie has been flitting for the last 5 years. The little glove cleaner was an old acquaintance. She used to be the friend of a friend of mine, who has married and dropped such friends. I often saw her in his society. As soon as I espied her behind her clear little window pane, I recollected her. I had on a spotlessly fresh pair of gloves, but I went in and held up my hands and said to her, 'Dear mademoiselle, what will you ask me for cleaning these?' 'Dear count,' she answered immediately, 'I will clean them for you for nothing.' She had instantly recognized me, and I had to hear her history for the last 6 years. But after that I put her upon that of her neighbors. She knows and admires Noémie, and she told me what I have just repeated." A month elapsed without M. Nioche reappearing, and Newman, who every morning read 2 or 3 suicides in the Figaro, began to suspect that, mortification proving stubborn, he had sought a balm for his wounded pride in the waters of the Seine. He had a note of M. Nioche's address in his pocket-book, and finding himself one day in the Quartier, he determined in so far as he might to clear up his doubts. He repaired to the house in the Rue St. Roch, which bore the recorded number, and observed in a neighboring basement, behind a dangling row of neatly inflated gloves, the attentive physiognomy of Bellegardes' informant, a sallow person in a dressing-gown, peering into the streets as if she were expecting that amiable nobleman to pass again. But it was not to her that Newman applied. He simply asked of the portress if M. Nioche were at home. The portress replied, as the portress invariably replies, that her lodger had gone out barely 3 minutes before. But then, through the little square hole of her lodge window, taking the measure of Newman's fortunes, and seeing them, by an unspecified process, refresh the dry places of servitude to the occupants of fifth floors on courts, she added that M. Nioche would have had just time to reach the Café de la Patrie round the second corner to the left, at which establishment he regularly spent his afternoons. Newman thanked her for the information, took the second turning to the left, and arrived at the Café de la Patrie. He felt a momentary hesitation to go in. Was it not rather mean to follow up poor old Nioche at that rate? But there passed across his vision an image of a haggard little septuagenarian taking measured sips of a glass of sugar and water, and finding them quite impotent to sweeten his desolation. He opened the door and entered, perceiving nothing at first but a dense cloud of tobacco smoke. Across this, however, in a corner, he presently descried the figure of M. Nioche, stirring the contents of a deep glass, with a lady seated in front of him. The lady's back was turned to Newman, but M. Nioche very soon perceived and recognized his visitor. Newman had gone toward him, and the old man rose slowly, gazing at him with a more blighted expression even than usual. "If you are drinking hot punch," said Newman, "I suppose you are not dead. That's all right. Don't move." M. Nioche stood staring, with a fallen jaw, not daring to put out his hand. The lady, who sat facing him, turned round in her place and glanced upward with a spirited toss of her head, displaying the agreeable features of his daughter. She looked at Newman sharply, to see how he was looking at her, then—I don't know what she discovered—she said graciously, "How do you do, monsieur? Won't you come into our little corner?" Did you come after me?" asked M. Nioche very softly. "I went to your house to see what had become of you. I thought you might be sick," said Newman. "It is very good of you, as always," said the old man. "No, I am not well. Yes, I am sick." "Ask monsieur to sit down," said Mademoiselle Nioche. "Garçon, bring a chair." "Will you do us the honor to seat?" said M. Nioche timorously, and with a double foreignness of accent. Newman said to himself that he had better see the thing out, and he took a chair at the end of the table, with Mademoiselle Nioche on his left and her father on the other side. "You will take something, of course," said Miss Noémie, who was sipping a glass of Madeira. Newman said that he believed not, and then she turned to her papa with a smile. "What an honor, eh? He has come only for us." M. Nioche drained his pungent glass at a long draught, and looked out from eyes more lachrymose in consequence. "But you didn't come for me, eh?" Mademoiselle Noémie went on. "You didn't expect to find me here." Newman observed the change in her appearance. She was very elegant, and prettier than before. She looked a year or two older, and it was noticeable that, to the eye, she had only gained in respectability. She looked ladylike. She was dressed in quiet colors, and wore her expensively unobtrusive toilet with a grace that might have come from years of practice. Her present self-possession and aplomb struck Newman as really infernal, and he inclined to agree with Valentin de Bellegardes that the young lady was very remarkable. "No, to tell the truth, I didn't come for you," he said, "and I didn't expect to find you. I was told," he added in a moment, "that you had left your father." "Quelle horreur!" cried Mademoiselle Nioche with a smile. "Does one leave one's father? You have the proof to the contrary." "Yes, convincing proof," said Newman, glancing at M. Nioche. The old man caught his glance obliquely, with his faded, deprecating eye, and then, lifting his empty glass, pretended to drink again. "Who told you that?" Noémie demanded. "I know very well. It was M. de Bellegardes. Why don't you say yes? You are not polite." "I am embarrassed," said Newman. "I set you a better example. I know M. de Bellegardes told you. He knows a great deal about me, or he thinks he does. He has taken a great deal of trouble to find out, but half of it isn't true. In the first place, I haven't left my father. I am much too fond of him. Isn't it so, little father? M. de Bellegardes is a charming young man. It is impossible to be cleverer. I know a good deal about him, too. You can tell him that when you next see him." "No," said Newman, with a sturdy grin. "I won't carry any messages for you." "Just as you please," said Mademoiselle Nioche. "I don't depend upon you, nor does Monsieur de Bellegarde either. He is very much interested in me. He can be left to his own devices. He is a contrast to you." "Oh, he is a great contrast to me, I have no doubt," said Newman. "But I don't exactly know how you mean it." "I mean it in this way. First of all, he never offered to help me to a dot and a husband." And Mademoiselle Nioche paused, smiling. "I won't say that is in his favor, for I do you justice. What led you, by the way, to make me such a queer offer? You didn't care for me." "Oh yes, I did," said Newman. "How so?" "It would have given me real pleasure to see you married to a respectable young fellow." "With 6,000 francs of income!" cried Mademoiselle Nioche. "Do you call that caring for me? I'm afraid you know little about women. You were not galant, you were not what you might have been." Newman flushed a trifle fiercely. "Come," he exclaimed, "that's rather strong. I had no idea I had been so shabby." Mademoiselle Nioche smiled as she took up her muff. "It is something, at any rate, to have made you angry." Her father had leaned both his elbows on the table, and his head, bent forward, was supported in his hands, the thin white fingers of which were pressed over his ears. In his position he was staring fixedly at the bottom of his empty glass, and Newman supposed that he was not hearing. Mademoiselle Noémie buttoned her furred jacket and pushed back her chair, casting a glance charged with the consciousness of an expensive appearance first down over her flounces and then up at Newman. "You had better have remained an honest girl," Newman said quietly. M. Nioche continued to stare at the bottom of his glass, and his daughter got up, still bravely smiling. "You mean that I look so much like one? That's more than most women do nowadays. Don't judge me yet awhile," she added. "I mean to succeed; that's what I mean to do. I leave you. I don't mean to be seen in cafés, for one thing. I can't think what you want of my poor father. He's very comfortable now. It isn't his fault either. Au revoir, little father." And she tapped the old man on the head with her muff. Then she stopped a minute, looking at Newman. "Tell Monsieur de Bellegarde, when he wants news of me, to come and get it from me." And she turned and departed, the white-aproned waiter, with a bow, holding the door wide open for her. M. Nioche sat motionless, and Newman hardly knew what to say to him. The old man looked dismally foolish. "So you determined not to shoot her, after all," Newman said presently. M. Nioche, without moving, raised his eyes and gave him a long, peculiar look. It seemed to confess everything, and yet not to ask for pity, nor to pretend, on the other hand, to a rugged ability to do without it. It might have expressed the state of mind of an innocuous insect, flat in shape and conscious of the impending pressure of a boot sole, and reflecting that he was perhaps too flat to be crushed. M. Nioche's gaze was a profession of moral flatness. "You despise me terribly," he said in the weakest possible voice. "Oh no," said Newman, "it is none of my business. It's a good plan to take things easily." "I made you too many fine speeches," M. Nioche added. "I meant them at the time." "I am sure I am very glad you didn't shoot her," said Newman. "I was afraid you might have shot yourself. That is why I came to look you up." And he began to button his coat. "Neither," said M. Nioche. "You despise me, and I can't explain to you. I hoped I shouldn't see you again." "Why, that's rather shabby," said Newman. "You shouldn't drop your friends that way. Besides, the last time you came to see me I thought you particularly jolly." "Yes, I remember," said M. Nioche musingly. "I was in a fever. I didn't know what I said, what I did. It was delirium." "Ah, well, you are quieter now." M. Nioche was silent a moment. "As quiet as the grave," he whispered softly. "Are you very unhappy?" Monsieur Nioche rubbed his forehead slowly, and even pushed back his wig a little, looking askance at his empty glass. "Yes, yes. But that's an old story. I have always been unhappy. My daughter does what she will with me. I take what she gives me, good or bad. I have no spirit, and when you have no spirit you must keep quiet. I shan't trouble you any more." "Well," said Newman, rather disgusted at the smooth operation of the old man's philosophy, "that's as you please." Monsieur Nioche seemed to have been prepared to be despised, but nevertheless he made a feeble movement of appeal from Newman's faint praise. "After all," he said, "she is my daughter, and I can still look after her. If she will do wrong, why she will. But there are many different paths. There are degrees. I can give her the benefit—give her the benefit—" and Monsieur Nioche paused, staring vaguely at Newman, who began to suspect that his brain had softened. "The benefit of my experience," Monsieur Nioche added. "Your experience?" inquired Newman, both amused and amazed. "My experience of business," said Monsieur Nioche gravely. "Ah, yes," said Newman, laughing. "That will be a great advantage to her." And then he said good-bye and offered the poor, foolish old man his hand. Monsieur Nioche took it and leaned back against the wall, holding it a moment and looking up at him. "I suppose you think my wits are going," he said. "Very likely. I have always a pain in my head. That's why I can't explain. I can't tell you. And she's so strong, she makes me walk as she will, anywhere. But there's this." And he stopped, still staring up at Newman. His little white eyes expanded and glittered for a moment like those of a cat in the dark. "It's not as it seems. I haven't forgiven her. Oh, no." "That's right. Don't," said Newman. "She's a bad case." "It's horrible, it's horrible," said Monsieur Nioche. "But you want to know the truth? I hate her. I take what she gives me, and I hate her more. To-day she brought me 300 francs. They are here in my waistcoat pocket. Now I hate her almost cruelly. No, I haven't forgiven her." "Why did you accept the money?" Newman asked. "If I hadn't," said Monsieur Nioche, "I should have hated her still more. That's what misery is. No, I haven't forgiven her." "Take care you don't hurt her," said Newman, laughing again. And with this he took his leave. As he passed along the glazed side of the café, on reaching the street he saw the old man motioning the waiter with a melancholy gesture to replenish his glass. One day, a week after his visit to the Café de la Patrie, he called upon Valentin de Bellegardes, and by good fortune found him at home. Newman spoke of his interview with Monsieur Nioche and his daughter, and said he was afraid Valentin had judged the old man correctly. He had found the couple hobnobbing together in all amity. The old gentleman's rigor was purely theoretic. Newman confessed that he was disappointed. He should have expected to see Monsieur Nioche take high ground. "High ground, my dear fellow," said Valentin, laughing. "There is no high ground for him to take. The only perceptible eminence in Monsieur Nioche's horizon is Montmartre, which is not an edifying quarter. You can't go mountaineering in a flat country." "He remarked, indeed," said Newman, "that he has not forgiven her, but she'll never find it out." "We must do him the justice to suppose he doesn't like the thing," Valentin rejoined. "Mademoiselle Nioche is like the great artists whose biographies we read, who at the beginning of their career have suffered opposition in the domestic circle. Their vocation has not been recognized by their families, but the world has done it justice. Mademoiselle Nioche has a vocation." "Oh, come," said Newman impatiently. "You take the little baggage too seriously." "I know I do, but when one has nothing to think about, one must think of little baggages. I suppose it is better to be serious about light things than not to be serious at all. This little baggage entertains me." "Oh, she has discovered that. She knows you have been hunting her up and asking questions about her. She is very much tickled by it. That's rather annoying." "Annoying, my dear fellow," laughed Valentin. "Not in the least." Hanged if I should want to have a greedy little adventuress like that know I was giving myself such pains about her," said Newman. "A pretty woman is always worth one's pains," objected Valentin. "Mademoiselle Nioche is welcome to be tickled by my curiosity, and to know that I am tickled that she is tickled. She is not so much tickled, by the way." "You had better go and tell her," Newman rejoined. "She gave me a message for you of some such drift." "Bless your quiet imagination," said Valentin. "I have been to see her, 3 times in 5 days. She is a charming hostess. We talk of Shakespeare and the musical glasses. She is extremely clever and a very curious type, not at all coarse or wanting to be coarse, determined not to be. She means to take very good care of herself. She is extremely perfect. She is as hard and clear cut as some little figure of a sea nymph in an antique intaglio, and I will warrant that she has not a grain more of sentiment or heart than if she was scooped out of a big amethyst. You can't scratch her even with a diamond. Extremely pretty, really, when you know her, she is wonderfully pretty. Intelligent, determined, ambitious, unscrupulous, capable of looking at a man strangled without changing color. She is, upon my honor, extremely entertaining." "It's a fine list of attractions," said Newman. "They would serve as a police detective's description of a favorite criminal. I should sum them up by another word than entertaining." "Why, that is just the word to use. I don't say she is laudable or lovable. I don't want her as my wife or my sister. But she is a very curious and ingenious piece of machinery. I like to see it in operation." "Well, I have seen some very curious machines too," said Newman. "And once, in a needle factory, I saw a gentleman from the city, who had stopped too near one of them, picked up as neatly as if he had been prodded by a fork, swallowed down straight, and ground into small pieces." Re-entering his domicile late in the evening, 3 days after Madame de Bellegardes had made her bargain with him, the expression is sufficiently correct, touching the entertainment at which she was to present him to the world, he found on his table a card of goodly dimensions bearing an announcement that this lady would be at home on the 27th of the month at 10 o'clock in the evening. He stuck it into the frame of his mirror and eyed it with some complacency. It seemed an agreeable emblem of triumph, documentary evidence that his prize was gained. Stretched out in a chair, he was looking at it lovingly when Valentin de Bellegardes was shown into the room. Valentin's glance presently followed the direction of Newman's, and he perceived his mother's invitation. "And what have they put into the corner?" he asked. "Not the customary music, dancing, or tableaux vivants. They ought at least to put 'an American.'" "Oh, there are to be several of us," said Newman. "Mrs. Tristram told me to day that she had received a card and sent an acceptance." "Ah, then, with Mrs. Tristram and her husband you will have support. My mother might have put on her card 3 Americans. But I suspect you will not lack amusement. You will see a great many of the best people in France. I mean the long pedigrees and the high noses and all that. Some of them are awful idiots. I advise you to take them up cautiously." "Oh, I guess I shall like them," said Newman. "I am prepared to like everyone and everything in these days. I am in high good humor." Valentin looked at him for a moment in silence, then dropped himself into a chair with an unwonted air of weariness. "Happy the man," he said with a sigh. "Take care you don't become offensive." "If anyone chooses to take offense, he may. I have a good conscience," said Newman. "So you are really in love with my sister?" "Yes, sir," said Newman, after a pause. "And she also?" "I guess she likes me," said Newman. "What is the witchcraft you have used?" Valentin asked. "How do you make love?" "Oh, I haven't any general rules," said Newman. "In any way that seems acceptable." "I suspect that, if one knew it," said Valentin, laughing, "you are a terrible customer. You walk in 7-league boots." "There is something the matter with you to-night," Newman said in response to this. "You are vicious. Spare me all discordant sounds till after my marriage. Then, when I have settled down for life, I shall be better able to take things as they come." "And when does your marriage take place?" "About 6 weeks hence." Valentin was silent a while, and then he said, "And you feel very confident about the future?" "Confident. I knew what I wanted, exactly, and I know what I have got." "You are sure you are going to be happy?" "Sure!" said Newman. "So foolish a question deserves a foolish answer. Yes." "You are not afraid of anything?" "What should I be afraid of? You can't hurt me unless you kill me by some violent means. That I should indeed consider a tremendous sell. I want to live, and I mean to live. I can't die of illness, I am too ridiculously tough, and the time for dying of old age won't come round yet awhile. I can't lose my wife, I shall take too good care of her. I may lose my money, or a large part of it, but that won't matter, for I shall make twice as much again. So what have I to be afraid of?" "You are not afraid it may be rather a mistake for an American man of business to marry a French countess?" "For the countess, possibly, but not for the man of business, if you mean me. But my countess shall not be disappointed. I answer for her happiness." And as if he felt the impulse to celebrate his happy certitude by a bonfire, he got up to throw a couple of logs upon the already blazing hearth. Valentin watched for a few moments the quickened flame, and then, with his head leaning on his hand, gave a melancholy sigh. "Got a headache?" Newman asked. "Je suis triste," said Valentin, with Gallic simplicity. "You are sad, eh? It is about the lady you said the other night that you adored and that you couldn't marry?" "Did I really say that? It seemed to me afterwards that the words had escaped me. Before Claire it was bad taste. But I felt gloomy as I spoke, and I feel gloomy still. Why did you ever introduce me to that girl?" "Oh, it's Noémie, is it? Lord deliver us! You don't mean to say you're lovesick about her?" "Lovesick, no, it's not a grand passion. But the cold-blooded little demon sticks in my thoughts. She has bitten me with those even little teeth of hers. I feel as if I might turn rabid and do something crazy in consequence. It's very low, it's disgustingly low. She's the most mercenary little jade in Europe. Yet she really affects my peace of mind. She is always running in my head. It's a striking contrast to your noble and virtuous attachment, a vile contrast. It is rather pitiful that it should be the best I am able to do for myself at my present respectable age. I am a nice young man, eh, en somme? You can't warrant my future as you do your own." "Drop that girl short," said Newman. "Don't go near her again, and your future will do. Come over to America, and I will get you a place in a bank." "It is easy to say drop her," said Valentin, with a light laugh. "You can't drop a pretty woman like that. One must be polite, even with Noémie. Besides, I'll not have her suppose that I am afraid of her." "So, between politeness and vanity, you will get deeper into the mud? Keep them both for something better. Remember, too, that I didn't want to introduce you to her. You insisted. I had a sort of uneasy feeling about it." "Oh, I don't reproach you," said Valentin. "Heaven forbid! I wouldn't for the world have missed knowing her. She is really extraordinary. The way she has already spread her wings is amazing. I don't know when a woman has amused me more. But excuse me," he added in an instant, "she doesn't amuse you at second hand, and the subject is an impure one. Let us talk of something else." Valentin introduced another topic, but within 5 minutes Newman observed that by a bold transition he had reverted to Mademoiselle Nioche, and was giving pictures of her manners and quoting specimens of her mots. These were very witty, and for a young woman who 6 months before had been painting the most artless Madonnas, startlingly cynical. But at last, abruptly, he stopped, became thoughtful, and for some time afterwards said nothing. When he rose to go it was evident that his thoughts were still running upon Mademoiselle Nioche. "Yes, she's a frightful little monster," he said. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American by Henry James. Chapter 16. The next 10 days were the happiest that Newman had ever known. He saw Madame de Cintre every day, and never saw either old Madame de Bellegardes or the elder of his prospective brothers-in-law. Madame de Cintre at last seemed to think it becoming to apologize for their never being present. "They are much taken up," she said, "with doing the honors of Paris to Lord Deepmere." There was a smile in her gravity as she made this declaration, and it deepened as she added, "He is our seventh cousin, you know, and blood is thicker than water. And then he is so interesting." And with this she laughed. Newman met young Madame de Bellegardes 2 or 3 times, always roaming about with graceful vagueness, as if in search of an unattainable ideal of amusement. She always reminded him of a painted perfume bottle with a crack in it, but he had grown to have a kindly feeling for her, based on the fact of her owing conjugal allegiance to Urbain de Bellegardes. He pitied M. de Bellegarde's wife, especially since she was a silly, thirstily smiling little brunette, with a suggestion of an unregulated heart. The small marquise sometimes looked at him with an intensity too marked not to be innocent, for coquetry is more finely shaded. She apparently wanted to ask him something or tell him something. He wondered what it was. But he was shy of giving her an opportunity, because, if her communication bore upon the aridity of her matrimonial lot, he was at a loss to see how he could help her. He had a fancy, however, of her coming up to him some day and saying, after looking around behind her, with a little passionate hiss, "I know you detest my husband. Let me have the pleasure of assuring you for once that you are right. Pity a poor woman who is married to a clock image in papier-mâché." Possessing, however, in default of a competent knowledge of the principles of etiquette, a very downright sense of the meanness of certain actions, it seemed to him to belong to his position to keep on his guard. He was not going to put it into the power of these people to say that in their house he had done anything unpleasant. As it was, Madame de Bellegardes used to give him news of the dress she meant to wear at his wedding, and which had not yet, in her creative imagination, in spite of many interviews with the tailor, resolved itself into its composite totality. "I told you pale blue bows on the sleeves, at the elbows," she said, "but to-day I don't see my blue bows at all. I don't know what has become of them. To-day I see pink, a tender pink. And then I pass through strange, dull phases in which neither blue nor pink says anything to me. And yet I must have the bows." "Have them green or yellow," said Newman. "Malheureux!" the little marquise would cry. "Green bows would break your marriage. Your children would be illegitimate." Madame de Cintre was calmly happy before the world, and Newman had the felicity of fancying that before him, when the world was absent, she was almost agitatedly happy. She said very tender things. "I take no pleasure in you. You never give me a chance to scold you, to correct you. I bargained for that. I expected to enjoy it. But you won't do anything dreadful. You are dismally inoffensive. It is very stupid. There is no excitement for me. I might as well be marrying someone else." "I am afraid it's the worst I can do," Newman would say in answer to this. "Kindly overlook the deficiency." He assured her that he at least would never scold her. She was perfectly satisfactory. "If you only knew," he said, "how exactly you are what I coveted. And I am beginning to understand why I coveted it. The having it makes all the difference that I expected. Never was a man so pleased with his good fortune. You have been holding your head for a week past just as I wanted my wife to hold hers. You say the things I want her to say. You walk about the room just as I want her to walk. You have just the taste in dress that I want her to have. In short, you come up to the mark, and I can tell you my mark was high." These observations seemed to make Madame de Cintre rather grave. At last she said, Depend upon it, I don't come up to the mark. Your mark is too high. I am not all that you suppose. I am a much smaller affair. She is a magnificent woman, your ideal. Pray, how did she come to such perfection?" "She was never anything else," Newman said. "I really believe," Madame de Cintre went on, "that she is better than my own ideal. Do you know that is a very handsome compliment? Well, sir, I will make her my own." Mrs. Tristram came to see her dear Claire after Newman had announced his engagement, and she told our hero the next day his good fortune was simply absurd. "For the ridiculous part of it is," she said, "that you are evidently going to be as happy as if you were marrying Miss Smith or Miss Thompson. I call it a brilliant match for you, but you get brilliancy without paying any tax upon it. Those things are usually a compromise, but here you have everything, and nothing crowds anything else out. You will be brilliantly happy as well." Newman thanked her for her pleasant, encouraging way of saying things. No woman could encourage or discourage better. Tristram's way of saying things was different. He had been taken by his wife to call upon Madame de Cintre, and he gave an account of the expedition. "You don't catch me giving an opinion on your countess this time," he said. "I put my foot in at once. That's a underhand thing to do, by the way. Coming round to sound a fellow upon the woman you are going to marry. You deserve anything you get. Then of course you rush and tell her, and she takes care to make it pleasant for the poor spiteful wretch the first time he calls. I will do you the justice to say, however, that you don't seem to have told Madame de Cintre, or if you have, she's uncommonly magnanimous. She was very nice, she was tremendously polite. She and Lizzie sat on the sofa, pressing each other's hands and calling each other chère belle, and Madame de Cintre sent me with every third word a magnificent smile, as if to give me to understand that I too was a handsome dear. She quite made up for past neglect, I assure you. She was very pleasant and sociable. Only in an evil hour it came into her head to say that she must present us to her mother. Her mother wished to know your friends. I didn't want to know her mother, and I was on the point of telling Lizzie to go in alone and let me wait for her outside. But Lizzie, with her usual infernal ingenuity, guessed my purpose and reduced me by a glance of her eye. So they marched off arm in arm, and I followed as I could. We found the old lady in her armchair, twiddling her aristocratic thumbs. She looked at Lizzie from head to foot, but at that game Lizzie, to do her justice, was a match for her. My wife told her we were great friends of Mr. Newman. The marquise started a moment and then said, "Oh, Mr. Newman, my daughter has made up her mind to marry a Mr. Newman." Then Madame de Cintre began to fondle Lizzie again, and said it was this dear lady that had planned the match and brought them together. "Oh, 'tis you I have to thank for my American son-in-law," the old lady said to Mrs. Tristram. "It was a very clever thought of yours. Be sure of my gratitude." And then she began to look at me, and presently said, "Pray, are you engaged in some species of manufacture?" I wanted to say that I manufactured broomsticks for old witches to ride on, but Lizzie got in ahead of me. "My husband, Madame la Marquise," she said, "belongs to that unfortunate class of persons who have no profession and no business and do very little good in the world." To get her poke at the old woman, she didn't care where she shoved me. "Dear me," said the marquise, "we all have our duties." "I am sorry mine compel me to take leave of you," said Lizzie, and we bundled out again. "But you have a mother-in-law in all the force of the term." "Oh," said Newman, "my mother-in-law desires nothing better than to let me alone." Betimes, on the evening of the 27th, he went to Madame de Bellegardes' ball. The old house in the Rue de l'Université looked strangely brilliant. In the circle of light projected from the outer gate, a detachment of the populace stood watching the carriages roll in. The court was illumined with flaring torches, and the portico carpeted with crimson. When Newman arrived, there were but a few people present. The marquise and her two daughters were at the top of the staircase, where the sallow old nymph in the angle peeped out from a bower of plants. Madame de Bellegardes, in purple and fine laces, looked like an old lady painted by Van Dyck. Madame de Cintre was dressed in white. The old lady greeted Newman with majestic formality, and looking round her, called several of the persons who were standing near. They were elderly gentlemen, of what Valentin de Bellegardes had designated as the high-nosed category. 2 or 3 of them wore cordons and stars. They approached with measured alertness, and the marquise said she wished to present them to Mr. Newman, who was going to marry her daughter. Then she introduced successively 3 dukes, 3 counts, and a baron. These gentlemen bowed and smiled most agreeably, and Newman indulged in a series of impartial handshakes, accompanied by a "Happy to make your acquaintance, sir." He looked at Madame de Cintre, but she was not looking at him. If his personal self-consciousness had been of a nature to make him constantly refer to her, as the critic before whom in company he played his part, he might have found it a flattering proof of her confidence that he never caught her eyes resting upon him. It is a reflection Newman did not make, but we nevertheless risk it, that in spite of this circumstance she probably saw every movement of his little finger. Young Madame de Bellegardes was dressed in an audacious toilet of crimson crape, bestrewn with huge silver moons, thin crescent and full discs. "You don't say anything about my dress," she said to Newman. "I feel," he answered, "as if I were looking at you through a telescope. It is very strange." "If it is strange, it matches the occasion. But I am not a heavenly body." "I never saw the sky at midnight that particular shade of crimson," said Newman. "That is my originality. Anyone could have chosen blue. My sister-in-law would have chosen a lovely shade of blue, with a dozen little delicate moons. But I think crimson is much more amusing. And I give my idea, which is moonshine." "Moonshine and bloodshed," said Newman. "A murder by moonlight," laughed Madame de Bellegardes. "What a delicious idea for a toilet! To make it complete, there is the silver dagger, you see, stuck into my hair. But here comes Lord Deepmere," she added in a moment. "I must find out what he thinks of it." Lord Deepmere came up, looking very red in the face, and laughing. "Lord Deepmere can't decide which he prefers, my sister-in-law or me," said Madame de Bellegardes. "He likes Claire because she is his cousin, and me because I am not. But he has no right to make love to Claire, whereas I am perfectly disponible. It is very wrong to make love to a woman who is engaged, but it is very wrong not to make love to a woman who is married." "Oh, it's very jolly making love to married women," said Lord Deepmere, "because they can't ask you to marry them." "Is that what the others do, the spinsters?" Newman inquired. "Oh dear, yes," said Lord Deepmere. "In England all the girls ask a fellow to marry them." "And a fellow brutally refuses," said Madame de Bellegardes. "Why, really, you know, a fellow can't marry any girl that asks him," said his lordship. "Your cousin won't ask you. She is going to marry Mr. Newman." "Oh, that's a very different thing," laughed Lord Deepmere. "You would have accepted her, I suppose. That makes me hope that after all you prefer me." "Oh, when things are nice I never prefer one to the other," said the young Englishman. "I take them all." "Ah, what a horror! I won't be taken in that way. I must be kept apart," cried Madame de Bellegardes. "Mr. Newman is much better. He knows how to choose. Oh, he chooses as if he were threading a needle. He prefers Madame de Cintre to any conceivable creature or thing." "Well, you can't help my being her cousin," said Lord Deepmere to Newman, with candid hilarity. "Oh no, I can't help that," said Newman, laughing back. "Neither can she." "And you can't help my dancing with her," said Lord Deepmere, with sturdy simplicity. "I could prevent that only by dancing with her myself," said Newman. "But unfortunately I don't know how to dance." "Oh, you may dance without knowing how. May you not, milord?" said Madame de Bellegardes. But to this Lord Deepmere replied that a fellow ought to know how to dance if he didn't want to make an ass of himself; and at this moment Urbain de Bellegardes joined the group, slow stepping and with his hands behind him. "This is a very splendid entertainment," said Newman cheerfully. "The old house looks very bright." "If you are pleased, we are content," said the Marquis, lifting his shoulders and bending them forward. "Oh, I suspect everyone is pleased," said Newman. "How can they help being pleased when the first thing they see as they come in is your sister, standing there as beautiful as an angel?" "Yes, she is very beautiful," rejoined the Marquis solemnly. "But that is not so great a source of satisfaction to other people, naturally, as to you." "Yes, I am satisfied, Marquis, I am satisfied," said Newman, with his protracted enunciation. "And now tell me," he added, looking around, "who some of your friends are." M. de Bellegardes looked about him in silence, with his head bent and his hand raised to his lower lip, which he slowly rubbed. A stream of people had been pouring into the salon in which Newman stood with his host. The rooms were filling up, and the spectacle had become brilliant. It borrowed its splendor chiefly from the shining shoulders and profuse jewels of the women, and from the voluminous elegance of their dresses. There were no uniforms, as Madame de Bellegarde's door was inexorably closed against the myrmidons of the upstart power who then ruled the fortunes of France, and the great company of smiling and chattering faces was not graced by any very frequent suggestions of harmonious beauty. It is a pity, nevertheless, that Newman had not been a physiognomist, for a great many of the faces were irregularly agreeable, expressive, and suggestive. If the occasion had been different, they would hardly have pleased him. He would have thought the women not pretty enough, and the men too smirking; but he was now in a humor to receive none but agreeable impressions, and he looked no more narrowly than to perceive that every one was brilliant, and to feel that the sun of their brilliancy was a part of his credit. "I will present you to some people," said M. de Bellegardes after a while. "I will make a point of it, in fact. You will allow me?" "Oh, I will shake hands with any one you want," said Newman. "Your mother just introduced me to half a dozen old gentlemen. Take care you don't pick up the same parties again." "Who are the gentlemen to whom my mother presented you?" "Upon my word, I forgot them," said Newman, laughing. "The people here look very much alike." "I suspect they have not forgotten you," said the Marquis. And he began to walk through the rooms. Newman, to keep near him in the crowd, took his arm; after which, for some time, the Marquis walked straight along in silence. At last, reaching the farther end of the suite of reception rooms, Newman found himself in the presence of a lady of monstrous proportions, seated in a very capacious armchair, with several persons standing in a semicircle round her. This little group had divided as the Marquis came up, and M. de Bellegardes stepped forward and stood for an instant silent and obsequious, with his hat raised to his lips, as Newman had seen some gentlemen stand in churches as soon as they entered their pews. The lady, indeed, bore a very fair likeness to a reverend effigy in some idolatrous shrine. She was monumentally stout and imperturbably serene. Her aspect was to Newman almost formidable. He had a troubled consciousness of a triple chin, a small piercing eye, a vast expanse of uncovered bosom, a nodding and twinkling tiara of plumes and gems, and an immense circumference of satin petticoat. With her little circle of beholders, this remarkable woman reminded him of the fat lady at a fair. She fixed her small unwinking eyes at the newcomers. "Dear Duchess," said the Marquis, "let me present you our good friend Mr. Newman, of whom you have heard us speak. Wishing to make Mr. Newman known to those who are dear to us, I could not possibly fail to begin with you." "Charmed, dear friend, charmed, monsieur," said the Duchess, in a voice which, though small and shrill, was not disagreeable, while Newman executed his obeisance. "I came on purpose to see monsieur. I hope he appreciates the compliment. You have only to look at me to do so, sir," she continued, sweeping her person with a much encompassing glance. Newman hardly knew what to say, though it seemed that to a duchess who joked about her corpulence one might say almost anything. On hearing that the duchess had come on purpose to see Newman, the gentlemen who surrounded her turned a little and looked at him with sympathetic curiosity. The marquis, with supernatural gravity, mentioned to him the name of each, while the gentlemen who bore it bowed. They were all what are called in France beaux noms. "I wanted extremely to see you," the duchess went on. "C'est positif. In the first place, I am very fond of the person you are going to marry. She is the most charming creature in France. Mind you treat her well, or you shall hear some news of me. But you look as if you were good. I am told you are very remarkable. I have heard all sorts of extraordinary things about you. Voyons, are they true?" "I don't know what you have heard," said Newman. "Oh, you have your légendes. We have heard that you have had a career the most checkered, the most bizarre. What is that about your having founded a city some 10 years ago in the great West, a city which contains today 500,000 of inhabitants? Isn't it 500,000, messieurs? You are exclusive proprietor of this flourishing settlement. You are consequently fabulously rich, and you would be richer still if you didn't grant lands free and houses free of rent to all newcomers who will pledge themselves never to smoke cigars. At this game, in 3 years, we are told, you are going to be made President of America." The Duchess recited this amazing legend with a smooth self-possession which gave the speech to Newman's mind the air of being a bit of amusing dialogue in a play, delivered by a veteran comic actress. Before she had ceased speaking, he had burst into loud, irrepressible laughter. "Dear Duchess, dear Duchess," the Marquis began to murmur, soothingly. 2 or 3 persons came to the door of the room to see who was laughing at the Duchess. But the lady continued with the soft, serene assurance of a person who, as a duchess, was certain of being listened to, and, as a garrulous woman, was independent of the pulse of her auditors. "But I know you are very remarkable. You must be to have endeared yourself to this good marquis and to his admirable world. They are very exacting. I myself am not very sure at this hour of really possessing it. Eh, Bellegardes? To please you, I see, one must be an American millionaire. But your real triumph, my dear sir, is pleasing the Countess. She is as difficult as a princess in a fairy tale. Your success is a miracle. What is your secret? I don't ask you to reveal it before all these gentlemen, but come and see me some day and give me a specimen of your talents." "The secret is with Madame de Cintre," said Newman. "You must ask her for it. It consists in her having a great deal of charity." "Very pretty," said the Duchess. "That's a very nice specimen to begin with. What, Bellegardes, are you already taking monsieur away?" "I have a duty to perform, dear friend," said the Marquis, pointing to the other groups. "Ah, for you I know what that means. Well, I have seen monsieur. That is what I wanted. He can't persuade me that he isn't very clever. Farewell." As Newman passed on with his host, he asked who the Duchess was. "The greatest lady in France," said the Marquis. M. de Bellegardes then presented his prospective brother-in-law to some 20 other persons of both sexes, selected apparently for their typically august character. In some cases this character was written in good round hand upon the countenance of the wearer; in others Newman was thankful for such help as his companion's impressively brief intimation contributed to the discovery of it. There were large, majestic men and small, demonstrative men. There were ugly ladies in yellow lace and quaint jewels, and pretty ladies with white shoulders from which jewels and everything else were absent. Everyone gave Newman extreme attention, everyone smiled, everyone was charmed to make his acquaintance, everyone looked at him with that soft hardness of good society which puts out its hand but keeps its fingers closed over the coin. If the Marquis was going about as the bear leader, if the fiction of Beauty and the Beast was supposed to have found its companion piece, The general impression appeared to be that the bear was a very fair imitation of humanity. Newman found his reception among the marquis's friends very pleasant. He could not have said more for it. It was pleasant to be treated with so much explicit politeness. It was pleasant to hear neatly turned civilities with a flavor of wit uttered from beneath carefully shaped moustaches. It was pleasant to see clever Frenchwomen—they all seemed clever—turn their backs on their partners to get a good look at the strange American whom Claire de Cintre was to marry, and reward the object of the exhibition with a charming smile. At last, as he turned away from a battery of smiles and other amenities, Newman caught the eye of the Marquis looking at him heavily. Thereupon, for a single instant, he checked himself. "Am I behaving like a fool?" he asked himself. "Am I stepping about like a terrier on his hind legs?" At this moment he perceived Mrs. Tristram at the other side of the room, and he waved his hand in farewell to M. de Bellegardes and made his way toward her. "Am I holding my head too high?" he asked. "Do I look as if I had the lower end of a pulley fastened to my chin?" "You look, like all happy men, very ridiculous," said Mrs. Tristram. "It's the usual thing, neither better nor worse. I have been watching you for the last 10 minutes, and I have been watching M. de Bellegardes. He doesn't like it." "The more credit to him for putting it through," replied Newman. "But I shall be generous. I shan't trouble him any more. But I am very happy. I can't stand still here. Please to take my arm, and we will go for a walk." He led Mrs. Tristram through all the rooms. There were a great many of them, and, decorated for the occasion and filled with a stately crowd, their somewhat tarnished nobleness recovered its luster. Mrs. Tristram, looking about her, dropped a series of softly incisive comments upon her fellow guests, but Newman made vague answers. He hardly heard her; his thoughts were elsewhere. They were lost in a cheerful sense of success, of attainment and victory. His momentary care as to whether he looked like a fool passed away, leaving him simply with a rich contentment. He had got what he wanted. The savor of success had always been highly agreeable to him, and it had been his fortune to know it often; but it had never before been so sweet, been associated with so much that was brilliant and suggestive and entertaining. The lights, the flowers, the music, the crowd, the splendid women, the jewels, the strangeness even of the universal murmur of a clever foreign tongue, were all a vivid symbol and assurance of his having grasped his purpose and forced along his groove. If Newman's smile was larger than usual, it was not tickled vanity that pulled the strings. He had no wish to be shown with the finger or to achieve a personal success. If he could have looked down at the scene, invisible, from a hole in the roof, he would have enjoyed it quite as much. It would have spoken to him about his own prosperity and deepened that easy feeling about life to which, sooner or later, he made all experience contribute. Just now the cup seemed full. "It is a very pretty party," said Mrs. Tristram after they had walked a while. "I have seen nothing objectionable, except my husband leaning against the wall and talking to an individual whom I suppose he takes for a duke, but whom I more than suspect to be the functionary who attends to the lamps. Do you think you could separate them? Knock over a lamp." I doubt whether Newman, who saw no harm in Tristram's conversing with an ingenious mechanic, would have complied with this request, but at this moment Valentin de Bellegardes drew near. Newman, some weeks previously, had presented Madame de Cintré's youngest brother to Mrs. Tristram, for whose merits Valentin professed a discriminating relish, and to whom he had paid several visits. "Did you ever read Keats's Belles Dames sans Merci?" asked Mrs. Tristram. "You remind me of the hero of the ballad. 'Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, alone and palely loitering?' If I am alone, it is because I have been deprived of your society," said Valentin. "Besides, it is good manners for no man except Newman to look happy. This is all to his address. It is not for you and me to go before the curtain." "You promised me last spring," said Newman to Mrs. Tristram, "that 6 months from that time I should get into a monstrous rage. It seems to me the time's up, and yet the nearest I can come to doing anything rough now is to offer you a café glacé." "I told you we should do things grandly," said Valentin. "I don't allude to the café glacé. But everyone is here, and my sister told me just now that Urbain had been adorable." "He's a good fellow, he's a good fellow," said Newman. "I love him as a brother. That reminds me that I ought to go and say something polite to your mother." "Let it be something very polite indeed," said Valentin. "It may be the last time you will feel so much like it." Newman walked away, almost disposed to clasp old Madame de Bellegardes round the waist. He passed through several rooms, and at last found the old marquise in the first salon, seated on a sofa with her young kinsman, Lord Deepmere, beside her. The young man looked somewhat bored. His hands were thrust into his pockets, and his eyes were fixed upon the toes of his shoes, his feet being thrust out in front of him. Madame de Bellegardes appeared to have been talking to him with some intensity, and to be waiting for an answer to what she had said, or for some sign of the effect of her words. Her hands were folded in her lap, and she was looking at his lordship's simple physiognomy with an air of politely suppressed irritation. Lord Deepmere looked up as Newman approached, met his eyes, and changed color. "I am afraid I disturb an interesting interview," said Newman. Madame de Bellegardes rose, and her companion rising at the same time, she put her hand into his arm. She answered nothing for an instant, and then, as he remained silent, she said with a smile, "It would be polite for Lord Deepmere to say it was very interesting." "Oh, I'm not polite," cried his lordship, "but it was interesting." "Madame de Bellegardes was giving you some good advice, eh?" said Newman. "Toning you down a little?" "I was giving him some excellent advice," said the marquise, finding her fresh, cold eyes upon our hero. "It is for him to take it." "Take it, sir, take it!" Newman exclaimed. "Any advice the marquise gives you tonight must be good. For tonight, marquise, you must speak from a cheerful, comfortable spirit, and that makes good advice. You see everything going on so brightly and successfully round you. Your party is magnificent. It was a very happy thought. It is much better than that thing of mine would have been." "If you are pleased, I am satisfied," said Madame de Bellegardes. "My desire was to please you." "Do you want to please me a little more?" said Newman. "Just drop our lordly friend. I am sure he wants to be off and shake his heels a little. Then take my arm and walk through the rooms." "My desire was to please you," the old lady repeated. And she liberated Lord Deepmere, Newman rather wondering at her docility. "If this young man is wise," she added, "he will go and find my daughter and ask her to dance." "I have been endorsing your advice," said Newman, bending over her and laughing. "I suppose I must swallow that." Lord Deepmere wiped his forehead and departed, and Madame de Bellegardes took Newman's arm. "Yes, it's a very pleasant, sociable entertainment," the latter declared, as they proceeded on their circuit. "Everyone seems to know everyone and to be glad to see everyone. The marquis has made me acquainted with ever so many people, and I feel quite like one of the family. It's an occasion," Newman continued, wanting to say something thoroughly kind and comfortable, "that I shall always remember, and remember very pleasantly." "I think it is an occasion that we shall none of us forget," said the marquise, with her pure, neat enunciation. People made way for her as she passed, others turned round and looked at her, and she received a great many greetings and pressings of the hand, all of which she accepted with the most delicate dignity. But though she smiled upon everyone, she said nothing until she reached the last of the rooms, where she found her elder son. Then, "This is enough, sir," she declared with measured softness to Newman, and turned to the marquis. He put out both his hands and took both hers, drawing her to a seat with an air of the tenderest veneration. It was a most harmonious family group, and Newman discreetly retired. He moved through the rooms for some time longer, circulating freely, overtopping most people by his great height, renewing acquaintance with some of the groups to which Urbain de Bellegardes had presented him, and expending generally the surplus of his equanimity. He continued to find it all extremely agreeable, but the most agreeable things have an end, and the revelry on this occasion began to deepen to a close. The music was sounding its ultimate strains, and people were looking for the marquise to make their farewells. There seemed to be some difficulty in finding her, and Newman heard a report that she had left the ball feeling faint. "She has succumbed to the emotions of the evening," he heard a lady say. "Poor dear marquise! I can imagine all that they may have been for her." But he learned immediately afterwards that she had recovered herself and was seated in an armchair near the doorway, receiving parting compliments from great ladies who insisted upon her not rising. He himself set out in quest of Madame de Cintre. He had seen her move past him many times in the rapid circles of a waltz, but in accordance with her explicit instructions he had exchanged no words with her since the beginning of the evening. The whole house having been thrown open, the apartments of the rez-de-chaussée were also accessible, though a smaller number of persons had gathered there. Newman wandered through them, observing a few scattered couples to whom this comparative seclusion appeared grateful, and reached a small conservatory which opened into the garden. The end of the conservatory was formed by a clear sheet of glass, unmasked by plants, and admitting the winter starlight so directly that a person standing there would seem to have passed into the open air. Two persons stood there now, a lady and a gentleman. The lady Newman, from within the room, and although she had turned her back to it, immediately recognized as Madame de Cintre. He hesitated as to whether he would advance, but as he did so she looked round, feeling apparently that he was there. She rested her eyes on him a moment, and then turned again to her companion. "It is almost a pity not to tell Mr. Newman," she said softly, but in a tone that Newman could hear. "Tell him if you like," the gentleman answered, in the voice of Lord Deepmere. "Oh, tell me by all means," said Newman, advancing. Lord Deepmere, he observed, was very red in the face, and he had twisted his gloves into a tight cord, as if he had been squeezing them dry. These, presumably, were tokens of violent emotion, and it seemed to Newman that the traces of the corresponding agitation were visible in Madame de Cintré's face. The two had been talking with much vivacity. "What I should tell you is only to my lord's credit," said Madame de Cintre, smiling frankly enough. "He wouldn't like it any better for that," said my lord, with his awkward laugh. "Come, what's the mystery?" Newman demanded. "Clear it up. I don't like mysteries." "We must have some things we don't like, and go without some we do," said the ruddy young nobleman, laughing still. "It's to Lord Deepmere's credit, but it is not to every one," said Madame de Cintre. "So I shall say nothing about it. You may be sure," she added, and she put out her hand to the Englishman, who took it half shyly, half impetuously. "And now go and dance," she said. "Oh yes, I feel awfully like dancing," he answered. "I shall go and get tipsy." And he walked away with a gloomy guffaw. "What has happened between you?" Newman asked. "I can't tell you now," said Madame de Cintre. "Nothing that need make you unhappy." "Has the little Englishman been trying to make love to you?" She hesitated, and then she uttered a grave "No. He's a very honest little fellow." "But you are agitated. Something is the matter." "Nothing, I repeat, that need make you unhappy. My agitation is over. Some day I will tell you what it was. Not now. I can't now." "Well, I confess," remarked Newman, "I don't want to hear anything unpleasant. I am satisfied with everything, most of all with you. I have seen all the ladies and talked with a great many of them, but I am satisfied with you." Madame de Cintre covered him for a moment with her large, soft glance, and then turned her eyes away into the starry night. So they stood still for a moment, side by side. "Say you are satisfied with me," said Newman. He had to wait a moment for the answer, but it came at last, low and distinct. "I am very happy." It was presently followed by a few words from another source, which made them both turn round. "I am sadly afraid Madame de Cintre will take a chill. I have ventured to bring a shawl." Mrs. Bread stood there, softly solicitous, holding a white drapery in her hand. "Thank you," said Madame de Cintre. "The sight of those cold stars gives one a sense of frost. I won't take your shawl, but we will go back into the house." She passed back, and Newman followed her, Mrs. Bread standing respectfully aside to make way for them. Newman paused an instant before the old woman, and she glanced up at him with a silent greeting. "Oh yes," he said, "you must come and live with us." "Well then, sir, if you will," she answered, "you have not seen the last of me." Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American, by Henry James. Chapter 17. Newman was fond of music and went often to the opera. A couple of evenings after Madame de Bellegardes' ball, he sat listening to Don Giovanni, having in honor of this work, which he had never yet seen represented, come to occupy his orchestra chair before the rising of the curtain. Frequently he took a large box and invited a party of his compatriots. This was a mode of recreation to which he was much addicted. He liked making up parties of his friends, and conducting them to the theater, and taking them to drive on high drags, or to dine at remote restaurants. He liked doing things which involved his paying for people. The vulgar truth is that he enjoyed treating them. This was not because he was what is called purse-proud. Handling money in public was on the contrary positively disagreeable to him. He had a sort of personal modesty about it, akin to what he would have felt about making a toilet before spectators. But just as it was a gratification to him to be handsomely dressed, just so it was a private satisfaction to him—he enjoyed it very clandestinely—to have interposed, pecuniarily, in a scheme of pleasure. To set a large group of people in motion, and transport them to a distance, to have special conveyances, to charter railway carriages and steamboats, harmonized with his relish for bold processes, and made hospitality seem more active and more open to the purpose. A few evenings before the occasion of which I speak, he had invited several ladies and gentlemen to the opera to listen to Madame Alboni, a party which included Miss Dora Finch. It befell, however, that Miss Dora Finch, sitting near Newman in the box, discoursed brilliantly, not only during the entr'actes, but during many of the finest portions of the performance, so that Newman had really come away with an irritated sense that Madame Alboni had a thin, shrill voice, and that her musical phrase was much garnished with a laugh of the giggling order. After this he promised himself to go for a while to the opera alone. When the curtain had fallen upon the first act of Don Giovanni, he turned round in his place to observe the house. Presently, in one of the boxes, he perceived Urbain de Bellegardes and his wife. The little marquise was sweeping the house very busily with a glass, and Newman, supposing that she saw him, determined to go and bid her good evening. Monsieur de Bellegardes was leaning against a column, motionless, looking straight in front of him, with one hand in the breast of his white waistcoat and the other resting his hat on his thigh. Newman was about to leave his place when he noticed in that obscure region devoted to the small boxes which in France are called, not inaptly, bathing tubs, a face which even the dim light and the distance could not make wholly indistinct. It was the face of a young and pretty woman, and it was surmounted with a coiffure of pink roses and diamonds. This person was looking round the house, and her fan was moving to and fro with the most practised grace. When she lowered it, Newman perceived a pair of plump white shoulders and the edge of a rose-colored dress. Beside her, very close to the shoulders and talking, apparently with an earnestness which it pleased her scantily to heed, sat a young man with a red face and a very low shirt-collar. A moment's gazing left Newman with no doubts. The pretty young woman was Noémie Nioche. He looked hard into the depths of the box, thinking her father might perhaps be in attendance, but from what he could see the young man's eloquence had no other auditor. Newman at last made his way out, and in doing so he passed beneath the baignoire of Mademoiselle Noémie. She saw him as he approached and gave him a nod and smile, which seemed meant as an assurance that she was still a good-natured girl, in spite of her enviable rise in the world. Newman passed into the foyer and walked through it. Suddenly he paused in front of a gentleman seated on one of the divans. The gentleman's elbows were on his knees. He was leaning forward and staring at the pavement, lost apparently in meditations of a somewhat gloomy cast. But in spite of his bent head, Newman recognized him, and in a moment sat down beside him. Then the gentleman looked up and displayed the expressive countenance of Valentin de Bellegardes. "What in the world are you thinking of so hard?" asked Newman. "A subject that requires hard thinking to do it justice," said Valentin. "My immeasurable idiocy." "What is the matter now?" "The matter now is that I am a man again, and no more a fool than usual. But I came within an inch of taking that girl au sérieux." "You mean the young lady below stairs, in a baignoire, in a pink dress?" said Newman. "Did you notice what a brilliant kind of pink it was?" Valentin inquired by way of answer. "It makes her look as white as new milk." "White or black, as you please. But you have stopped going to see her." "Oh, bless you, no. Why should I stop? I have changed, but she hasn't," said Valentin. "I see she is a vulgar little wretch, after all, but she is as amusing as ever, and one must be amused." "Well, I am glad she strikes you so unpleasantly," Newman rejoiced. "I suppose you have swallowed all those fine words you used about her the other night? You compared her to a sapphire or a topaz or an amethyst, some precious stone. What was it?" "I don't remember," said Valentin. "It may have been to a carbuncle. But she won't make a fool of me now. She has no real charm. It's an awfully low thing to make a mistake about a person of that sort." "I congratulate you," Newman declared, "upon the scales having fallen from your eyes. It's a great triumph. It ought to make you feel better." "Yes, it makes me feel better," said Valentin gaily. Then checking himself, he looked askance at Newman. "I rather think you are laughing at me. If you were not one of the family, I would take it up." "Oh, no, I'm not laughing any more than I am one of the family." "You make me feel badly. You are too clever a fellow, you are made of too good stuff, to spend your time in ups and downs over that class of goods. The idea of splitting hairs about Miss Nioche! It seems to me awfully foolish. You say you have given up taking her seriously, but you take her seriously so long as you take her at all." Valentin turned round in his place and looked a while at Newman, wrinkling his forehead and rubbing his knees. "Vous parlez d'or. But she has wonderfully pretty arms. Would you believe I didn't know it until this evening?" "But she is a vulgar little wretch, remember, all the same," said Newman. "Yes, the other day she had the bad taste to begin to abuse her father to his face in my presence. I shouldn't have expected it of her. It was a disappointment. Heigh-ho!" "Why, she cares no more for her father than for her doormat," said Newman. "I discovered that the first time I saw her." "Oh, that's another affair. She may think of the poor old beggar what she pleases. But it was low in her to call him bad names. It quite threw me off. It was about a frilled petticoat that he was to have fetched from the washerwoman's. He appeared to have neglected this graceful duty. She almost boxed his ears. He stood there staring at her with his little blank eyes and smoothing his old hat with his coat tail. At last he turned round and went out without a word. Then I told her it was in very bad taste to speak so to one's papa. She said she should be so thankful to me if I would mention it to her whenever her taste was at fault. She had immense confidence in mine. I told her I couldn't have the bother of forming her manners. I had had an idea that they were already formed, after the best models. She had disappointed me. But I shall get over it," said Valentin gaily. "Oh, time's a great consoler," Newman answered with humorous sobriety. He was silent a moment, and then he added, in another tone, "I wish you would think of what I said to you the other day. Come over to America with us, and I will put you in the way of doing some business. You have a very good head, if you will only use it." Valentin made a genial grimace. "My head is much obliged to you. Do you mean the place in a bank?" "There are several places, but I suppose you would consider the bank the most aristocratic." Valentin burst into a laugh. "My dear fellow, at night all cats are gray. When one derogates, there are no degrees." Newman answered nothing for a minute. Then, "I think you will find there are degrees in success," he said with a certain dryness. Valentin had leaned forward again, with his elbows on his knees, and he was scratching the pavement with his stick. At last he said, looking up, "Do you really think I ought to do something?" Newman laid his hand on his companion's arm and looked at him a moment through sagaciously narrowed eyelids. "Try it and see. You are not good enough for it, but we will stretch a point." "Do you really think I can make some money? I should like to see how it feels to have a little." "Do what I tell you, and you shall be rich," said Newman. "Think of it." And he looked at his watch and prepared to resume his way to Madame de Bellegarde's box. "Upon my word, I will think of it," said Valentin. "I will go and listen to Mozart another half hour. I can always think better to music, and profoundly meditate upon it." The Marquis was with his wife when Newman entered their box. He was bland, remote, and correct as usual, or, as it seemed to Newman, even more than usual. "What do you think of the opera?" asked our hero. "What do you think of the Don?" "We all know what Mozart is," said the Marquis. "Our impressions don't date from this evening. Mozart is youth, freshness, brilliancy, facility. A little too great facility, perhaps. But the execution is here and there deplorably rough." "I am very curious to see how it ends," said Newman. "You speak as if it were a feuilleton in the Figaro," observed the Marquis. "You have surely seen the opera before." "Never," said Newman. "I am sure I should have remembered it. Donna Elvira reminds me of Madame de Cintre. I don't mean in her circumstances, but in the music she sings." "It is a very nice distinction," laughed the Marquis lightly. "There is no great possibility, I imagine, of Madame de Cintre being forsaken." "Not much," said Newman. "But what becomes of the Don?" "The devil comes down, or comes up," said Madame de Bellegarde, "and carries him off. I suppose Zerlina reminds you of me." "I will go to the foyer for a few moments," said the Marquis, "and give you a chance to say that the commander, the man of stone, resembles me." And he passed out of the box. The little marquise stared an instant at the velvet ledge of the balcony, and then murmured, "Not a man of stone, a man of wood." Newman had taken her husband's empty chair. She made no protest, and then she turned suddenly and laid her closed fan upon his arm. "I am very glad you came in," she said. "I want to ask you a favor. I wanted to do so on Thursday at my mother-in-law's ball, but you would give me no chance. You were in such very good spirits that I thought you might grant my little favor then. Not that you look particularly doleful now. It is something you must promise me. Now is the time to take you. After you are married you will be good for nothing. Come, promise." "I never sign a paper without reading it first," said Newman. "Show me your document." "No, you must sign it with your eyes shut. I will hold your hand. Come, before you put your head into the noose. You ought to be thankful to me for giving you a chance to do something amusing." "If it is so amusing," said Newman, "it will be in even better season after I am married." "In other words," cried Madame de Bellegarde, "you will not do it at all. You will be afraid of your wife." "Oh, if the thing is intrinsically improper," said Newman, "I won't go into it. If it is not, I will do it after my marriage." "You talk like a treatise on logic, and English logic into the bargain," exclaimed Madame de Bellegarde. "Promise, then, after you are married. After all, I shall enjoy keeping you to it." "Well, then, after I am married," said Newman, serenely. The little marquise hesitated a moment, looking at him, and he wondered what was coming. "I suppose you know what my life is," she presently said. "I have no pleasure, I see nothing, I do nothing. I live in Paris as I might live at Poitiers. My mother-in-law calls me—what is the pretty word?—a gadabout, accuses me of going to unheard of places, and thinks it ought to be joy enough for me to sit at home and count over my ancestors on my fingers. But why should I bother about my ancestors? I am sure they never bothered about me. I don't propose to live with a green shade on my eyes. I hold that things were made to look at. My husband, you know, has principles, and the first on the list is that the Tuileries are dreadfully vulgar. If the Tuileries are vulgar, his principles are tiresome. If I chose, I might have principles quite as well as he. If they grew on one's family tree, I should only have to give mine a shake to bring down a shower of the finest. At any rate, I prefer clever Bonapartes to stupid Bourbons." "Oh, I see you want to go to court," said Newman, vaguely conjecturing that she might wish him to appeal to the United States legation to smooth her way to the imperial balls. The marquise gave a sharp little laugh. "You are 1,000 miles away. I will take care of the Tuileries myself. The day I decide to go, they will be very glad to have me. Sooner or later I shall dance in an imperial quadrille. I know what you're going to say. How will you dare? But I shall dare. I am afraid of my husband. He is soft, smooth, irreproachable, everything that you know, but I am afraid of him, horribly afraid of him. And yet I shall arrive at the Tuileries, but that will not be this winter, nor perhaps next, and in the meantime I must live. For the moment I want to go somewhere else. It's my dream. I want to go to the Bal Bullier." "To the Bal Bullier?" repeated Newman, for whom the words at first meant nothing. "The ball in the Latin Quarter, where the students dance with their mistresses. Don't tell me you have not heard of it." "Oh yes," said Newman, "I have heard of it. I remember now. I have even been there. And you want to go there?" "It is silly, it is low, it is anything you please, but I want to go. Some of my friends have been, and they say it is awfully drôle. My friends go everywhere. It is only I who sit moping at home." "It seems to me you are not at home now," said Newman, "and I shouldn't exactly say you were moping." "I am bored to death. I have been to the opera twice a week for the last 8 years. Whenever I ask for anything, my mouth is stopped with that. Pray, madam, haven't you an opera box? Could a woman of taste want more? In the first place, my opera box was down in my contrat. They had to give it to me. Tonight, for instance, I should have preferred 1,000 times to go to the Palais Royal. But my husband won't go to the Palais Royal because the ladies of the court go there so much. You may imagine, then, whether he would take me to Bullier's. He says it is a mere imitation, and a bad one, of what they do at the Princess Kleinfuss's. But as I don't go to the Princess Kleinfuss's, the next best thing is to go to Bullier's. It is my dream, at any rate. It's a fixed idea. All I ask of you is to give me your arm. You are less compromising than anyone else. I don't know why, but you are. I can arrange it. I shall risk something, but that is my own affair. Besides, fortune favors the bold. Don't refuse me. It is my dream." Newman gave a loud laugh. It seemed to him hardly worth while to be the wife of the Marquis de Bellegarde, a daughter of the Crusaders, heiress of 6 centuries of glories and traditions, to have centered one's aspirations upon the sight of a couple of hundred young ladies kicking off young men's hats. It struck him as a theme for the moralist, but he had no time to moralize upon it. The curtain rose again, M. de Bellegarde returned, and Newman went back to his seat. He observed that Valentin de Bellegarde had taken his place in the baignoire of Mademoiselle Nioche, behind this young lady and her companion, where he was visible only if one carefully looked for him. In the next act Newman met him in the lobby, and asked him if he had reflected upon possible emigration. "If you really meant to meditate," he said, "you might have chosen a better place for it." "Oh, the place was not bad," said Valentin. "I was not thinking of that girl. I listened to the music, and without thinking of the play or looking at the stage, I turned over your proposal. At first it seemed quite fantastic. And then a certain fiddle in the orchestra—I could distinguish it—began to say as it scraped away, 'Why not, why not?' And then in that rapid movement all the fiddles took it up, and the conductor's stick seemed to beat it in the air. 'Why not, why not?' I'm sure I can't say. I don't see why not. I don't see why I shouldn't do something. It appears to me really a very bright idea. This sort of thing is certainly very stale. And then I could come back with a trunk full of dollars. Besides, I might possibly find it amusing. They call me a raffiné. Who knows but that I might discover an unsuspected charm in shopkeeping? It really would have a certain romantic, picturesque side. It would look well in my biography. It would look as if I were a strong man, a first-rate man, a man who dominated circumstances." "Never mind how it would look," said Newman. "It always looks well to have $500,000. There is no reason why you shouldn't have them if you will mind what I tell you. I alone, and not talk to other parties." He passed his arm into that of his companion, and the two walked for some time up and down one of the less frequented corridors. Newman's imagination began to glow with the idea of converting his bright, impracticable friend into a first-class man of business. He felt for the moment a sort of spiritual zeal, the zeal of the propagandist. Its ardor was in part the result of that general discomfort which the sight of all uninvested capital produced in him. So fine an intelligence as Bellegardes ought to be dedicated to high uses. The highest uses known to Newman's experience were certain transcendent sagacities in the handling of railway stock. And then his zeal was quickened by his personal kindness for Valentin. He had a sort of pity for him, which he was well aware he could never have made the Comte de Bellegarde understand. He never lost a sense of its being pitiable that Valentin should think it a large life to revolve in varnished boots between the Rue d'Anjou and the Rue de l'Université, taking the Boulevard des Italiens on the way, when over there in America one's promenade was a continent and one's boulevard stretched from New York to San Francisco. It mortified him, moreover, to think that Valentin lacked money. There was a painful grotesqueness in it. It affected him as the ignorance of a companion, otherwise without reproach, touching some rudimentary branch of learning would have done. There were things that one knew about as a matter of course, he would have said in such a case. Just so, if one pretended to be easy in the world, one had money as a matter of course, one had made it. There was something almost ridiculously anomalous to Newman in the sight of lively pretensions unaccompanied by large investments in railroads, though I may add that he would not have maintained that such investments were in themselves a proper ground for pretensions. "I will make you do something," he said to Valentin. "I will put you through. I know half a dozen things in which we can make a place for you. You will see some lively work. It will take you a little while to get used to the life, but you will work in before long, and at the end of 6 months, after you have done a thing or two on your own account, you will like it. And then it will be very pleasant for you, having your sister over there. It will be pleasant for her to have you, too. Yes, Valentin," continued Newman, pressing his friend's arm genially, "I think I see just the opening for you. Keep quiet, and I'll push you right in." Newman pursued this favoring strain for some time longer. The two men strolled about for a quarter of an hour. Valentin listened and questioned, many of his questions making Newman laugh loud at the naivete of his ignorance of the vulgar processes of money-getting; smiling himself, too, half ironical and half curious. And yet he was serious. He was fascinated by Newman's plain prose version of the legend of El Dorado. It is true, however, that though to accept an "opening" in an American mercantile house might be a bold, original, and in its consequences extremely agreeable thing to do, he did not quite see himself objectively doing it; so that when the bell rang to indicate the close of the entr'acte, there was a certain mock heroism in his saying, with his brilliant smile, "Well then, put me through, push me in, I make myself over to you, dip me into the pot and turn me into gold." They had passed into the corridor which encircled the row of baignoires, and Valentin stopped in front of the dusky little box in which Mademoiselle Nioche had bestowed herself, laying his hand on the door-knob. "Oh, come, are you going back there?" asked Newman. "Mon Dieu, oui," said Valentin. "Haven't you another place?" "Yes, I have my usual place in the stalls." "You had better go and occupy it, then." "I see her very well from there, too," added Valentin serenely, "and to-night she is worth seeing. But," he added in a moment, "I have a particular reason for going back just now." "Oh, I give you up," said Newman. "You are infatuated." "No, it is only this. There is a young man in the box whom I shall annoy by going in, and I want to annoy him." "I am sorry to hear it," said Newman. "Can't you leave the poor fellow alone?" "No, he has given me cause. The box is not his. Noémie came in alone and installed herself. I went and spoke to her, and in a few moments she asked me to go and get her fan from the pocket of her cloak, which the ouvreuse had carried off. In my absence this gentleman came in and took the chair beside Noémie in which I had been sitting. My reappearance disgusted him, and he had the grossness to show it. He came within an ace of being impertinent. I don't know who he is; he is some vulgar wretch. I can't think where she picks up such acquaintances. He has been drinking too, but he knows what he is about. Just now, in the second act, he was unmannerly again. I shall put in another appearance for 10 minutes, time enough to give him an opportunity to commit himself if he feels inclined. I really can't let the brute suppose that he is keeping me out of the box." "My dear fellow," said Newman, remonstrantly, "what child's play! You are not going to pick a quarrel about that girl, I hope." "That girl has nothing to do with it, and I have no intention of picking a quarrel. I am not a bully nor a fire-eater. I simply wish to make a point that a gentleman must." "Oh, damn your point," said Newman. "That is the trouble with you Frenchmen; you must always be making points. Well," he added, "be short. But if you are going in for this kind of thing, we must ship you off to America in advance." "Very good," Valentin answered, "whenever you please. But if I go to America I must not let this gentleman suppose that it is to run away from him." And they separated. At the end of the act Newman observed that Valentin was still in the baignoire. He strolled into the corridor again, expecting to meet him, and when he was within a few yards of Mademoiselle Nioche's box, saw his friend pass out, accompanied by the young man who had been seated beside its fair occupant. The two gentlemen walked with some quickness of step to a distant part of the lobby, where Newman perceived them stop and stand talking. The manner of each was perfectly quiet, but the stranger, who looked flushed, had begun to wipe his face very emphatically with his pocket-handkerchief. By this time Newman was abreast of the baignoire; the door had been left ajar, and he could see a pink dress inside. He immediately went in. Mademoiselle Nioche turned and greeted him with a brilliant smile. "Ah, you have at last decided to come and see me!" she exclaimed. "You just save your politeness. You find me in a fine moment. Sit down." There was a very becoming little flush in her cheek, and her eye had a noticeable spark. You would have said that she had received some very good news. "Something has happened here," said Newman, without sitting down. "You find me in a very fine moment," she repeated. "Two gentlemen, one of them is Monsieur de Bellegardes, the pleasure of whose acquaintance I owe to you, have just had words about your humble servant. Very big words, too. They can't come off without crossing swords. A duel! That will give me a push!" cried Mademoiselle Noémie, clapping her little hands. "C'est ça qui pose une femme." "You don't mean to say that Bellegardes is going to fight about you?" exclaimed Newman disgustedly. "Nothing else." And she looked at him with a hard little smile. "No, no, you are not galant, and if you prevent this affair I shall owe you a grudge and pay my debt." Newman uttered an imprecation which, though brief—it consisted simply of the interjection "oh," followed by a geographical, or more correctly, perhaps, a theological noun in 4 letters—had better not be transferred to these pages. He turned his back without more ceremony upon the pink dress and went out of the box. In the corridor he found Valentin and his companion walking towards him. The latter was thrusting a card into his waistcoat pocket. Mademoiselle Noémie's jealous votary was a tall, robust young man with a thick nose, a prominent blue eye, a Germanic physiognomy, and a massive watch chain. When they reached the box, Valentin, with an emphasized bow, made way for him to pass in first. Newman touched Valentin's arm as a sign that he wished to speak with him, and Bellegardes answered that he would be with him in an instant. Valentin entered the box after the robust young man, but a couple of minutes afterwards he reappeared, largely smiling. "She is immensely tickled," he said. "She says we will make her fortune. I don't want to be fatuous, but I think it very possible." "So you are going to fight?" said Newman. "My dear fellow, don't look so mortally disgusted. It was not my choice. The thing is all arranged." "I told you so," groaned Newman. "I told him so," said Valentin, smiling. "What did he do to you?" "My good friend, it doesn't matter what. He used an expression. I took it up." "But I insist upon knowing. I can't, as your elder brother, have you rushing into this sort of nonsense." "I am very much obliged to you," said Valentin. "I have nothing to conceal, but I can't go into particulars now and here." "We will leave this place, then. You can tell me outside." "Oh, no, I can't leave this place. Why should I hurry away? I will go to my orchestra stall and sit out the opera." "You will not enjoy it. You will be preoccupied." Valentin looked at him for a moment, colored a little, smiled, and patted him on the arm. "You are delightfully simple. Before an affair a man is quiet. The quietest thing I can do is to go straight to my place." "Ah," said Newman, "you want her to see you there. You and your quietness. I am not so simple. It is a poor business." Valentin remained, and the two men in their respective places sat out the rest of the performance, which was also enjoyed by Mademoiselle Nioche and her truculent admirer. At the end Newman joined Valentin again, and they went into the street together. Valentin shook his head at his friend's proposal that he should get into Newman's own vehicle, and stopped on the edge of the pavement. "I must go off alone," he said. "I must look up a couple of friends who will take charge of this matter." "I will take charge of it," Newman declared. "Put it into my hands." "You are very kind, but that is hardly possible. In the first place, you are, as you said just now, almost my brother. You are about to marry my sister. That alone disqualifies you; it casts doubt on your impartiality. And if it didn't, it would be enough for me that I strongly suspect you of disapproving of the affair. You would try to prevent a meeting." "Of course I should," said Newman. "Whoever your friends are, I hope they will do that." "Unquestionably they will. They will urge that excuses be made, proper excuses. But you would be too good-natured. You won't do it." Newman was silent a moment. He was keenly annoyed, but he saw it was useless to attempt interference. "When is this precious performance to come off?" he asked. "The sooner the better," said Valentin. "The day after tomorrow, I hope." "Well," said Newman, "I have certainly a claim to know the facts. I can't consent to shut my eyes to the matter." "I shall be most happy to tell you the facts," said Valentin. "They are very simple, and it will be quickly done. But now everything depends on my putting my hands on my friends without delay. I will jump into a cab. You had better drive to my room and wait for me there. I will turn up at the end of an hour." Newman assented protestingly, let his friend go, and then betook himself to the picturesque little apartment in the Rue d'Anjou. It was more than an hour before Valentin returned, but when he did so he was able to announce that he had found one of his desired friends, and that this gentleman had taken upon himself the care of securing an associate. Newman had been sitting without lights by Valentin's faded fire, upon which he had thrown a log. The blaze played over the richly encumbered little sitting-room and produced fantastic gleams and shadows. He listened in silence to Valentin's account of what had passed between him and the gentleman whose card he had in his pocket, Monsieur Stanislas Kapp of Strasbourg, after his return to Mademoiselle Nioche's box. This hospitable young lady had espied an acquaintance on the other side of the house, and had expressed her displeasure at his not having the civility to come and pay her a visit. "Oh, let him alone, Monsieur Stanislas Kapp," had therefore exclaimed. "There are too many people in the box already," and he had fixed his eyes with a demonstrative stare upon Monsieur de Bellegardes. Valentin had promptly retorted that if there were too many people in the box it was easy for Monsieur Kapp to diminish the number. "I shall be most happy to open the door for you," Monsieur Kapp exclaimed. "I shall be delighted to fling you into the pit," Valentin had answered. "Oh, do make a rumpus and get into the papers!" Miss Noémie had gleefully ejaculated. "Monsieur Kapp, turn him out; or, Monsieur de Bellegarde, pitch him into the pit, into the orchestra, anywhere. I don't care who does which, so long as you make a scene." Valentin answered that they would make no scene, but that the gentleman would be so good as to step into the corridor with him. In the corridor, after a brief further exchange of words, there had been an exchange of cards. Monsieur Stanislas Kapp was very stiff. He evidently meant to force his offense home. "The man, no doubt, was insolent," Newman said, "but if you hadn't gone back into the box the thing wouldn't have happened." "Why, don't you see," Valentin replied, "that the event proves the extreme propriety of my going back into the box? Monsieur Kapp wished to provoke me; he was awaiting his chance. In such a case, that is, when he has been, so to speak, notified, a man must be on hand to receive the provocation. My not returning would simply have been tantamount to my saying to Monsieur Stanislas Kapp, 'Oh, if you are going to be disagreeable—'" "You must manage it by yourself, damned if I'll help you." That would have been a thoroughly sensible thing to say. "The only attraction for you seems to have been the prospect of Monsieur Kapp's impertinence," Newman went on. "You told me you were not going back to that girl." "Oh, don't mention that girl any more," murmured Valentin. "She's a bore." "With all my heart. But if that is the way you feel about her, why couldn't you let her alone?" Valentin shook his head with a fine smile. "I don't think you quite understand, and I don't believe I can make you. She understood the situation. She knew what was in the air. She was watching us." "A cat may look at a king. What difference does that make?" "Why, a man can't back down before a woman." "I don't call her a woman. You said yourself she was a stone," cried Newman. "Well," Valentin rejoined, "there is no disputing about tastes. It's a matter of feeling; it's measured by one's sense of honor." "Oh, confound your sense of honor!" cried Newman. "It is vain talking," said Valentin. "Words have passed, and the thing is settled." Newman turned away, taking his hat; then pausing with his hand on the door. "What are you going to use?" he asked. "That is for Monsieur Stanislas Kapp, as the challenged party, to decide. My own choice would be a short, light sword. I handle it well. I'm an indifferent shot." Newman had put on his hat. He pushed it back, gently scratching his forehead high up. "I wish it were pistols," he said. "I could show you how to lodge a bullet." Valentin broke into a laugh. "What is it some English poet says about consistency? It's a flower or a star or a jewel. Yours has the beauty of all three." But he agreed to see Newman again on the morrow, after the details of his meeting with Monsieur Stanislas Kapp should have been arranged. In the course of the day Newman received 3 lines from him, saying that it had been decided that he should cross the frontier with his adversary, and that he was to take the night express to Geneva. He should have time, however, to dine with Newman. In the afternoon Newman called upon Madame de Cintre, but his visit was brief. She was as gracious and sympathetic as he had ever found her, but she was sad, and she confessed, on Newman's charging her with her red eyes, that she had been crying. Valentin had been with her a couple of hours before, and his visit had left her with a painful impression. He had laughed and gossiped, he had brought her no bad news, he had only been, in his manner, rather more affectionate than usual. His fraternal tenderness had touched her, and on his departure she had burst into tears. She felt as if something strange and sad were going to happen. She tried to reason away the fancy, and the effort had only given her a headache. Newman, of course, was perforce tongue-tied about Valentin's projected duel, and his dramatic talent was not equal to satirizing Madame de Cintré's presentiment as pointedly as perfect security demanded. Before he went away he asked Madame de Cintre whether Valentin had seen his mother. Yes, she said, but he didn't make her cry. It was in Newman's own apartment that Valentin dined, having brought his portmanteau so that he might adjourn directly to the railway. Monsieur Stanislas Kapp had positively declined to make excuses, and he, on his side, obviously had none to offer. Valentin had found out with whom he was dealing. Monsieur Stanislas Kapp was the son of and heir of a rich brewer of Strasbourg, a youth of a sanguineous and sanguinary temperament. He was making ducks and drakes of the paternal brewery, and although he passed in a general way for a good fellow, he had already been observed to be quarrelsome after dinner. "Que voulez-vous?" said Valentin. "Brought up on beer. He can't stand champagne." He had chosen pistols. Valentin at dinner had an excellent appetite. He made a point, in view of his long journey, of eating more than usual. He took the liberty of suggesting to Newman a slight modification in the composition of a certain fish sauce. He thought it would be worth mentioning to the cook. But Newman had no thoughts for fish sauce. He felt thoroughly discontented. As he sat and watched his amiable and clever companion going through his excellent repast with the delicate deliberation of hereditary epicurism, the folly of so charming a fellow traveling off to expose his agreeable young life for the sake of Monsieur Stanislas and Mademoiselle Noémie struck him with intolerable force. He had grown fond of Valentin, he felt now how fond, and his sense of helplessness only increased his irritation. "Well, this sort of thing may be all very well," he cried at last, "but I declare I don't see it. I can't stop you, perhaps, but at least I can protest. I do protest, violently." "My dear fellow, don't make a scene," said Valentin. "Scenes in these cases are in very bad taste." "Your duel itself is a scene," said Newman. "That's all it is. It's a wretched theatrical affair. Why don't you take a band of music with you outright? It's barbarous and it's corrupt, both." "Oh, I can't begin at this time of day to defend the theory of dueling," said Valentin. "It is our custom, and I think it is a good thing. Quite apart from the goodness of the cause in which a duel may be fought, it has a kind of picturesque charm which in this age of vile prose seems to me greatly to recommend it. It's a remnant of a higher tempered time, one ought to cling to it. Depend upon it, a duel is never amiss." "I don't know what you mean by a higher tempered time," said Newman. "Because your great-grandfather was an ass, is that any reason why you should be? For my part, I think we had better let our temper take care of itself. It generally seems to me quite high enough. I am not afraid of being too meek. If your great-grandfather were to make himself unpleasant to me, I think I could manage him yet." "My dear friend," said Valentin, smiling, "you can't invent anything that will take the pleasure of satisfaction for an insult. To demand it and to give it are equally excellent arrangements." "Do you call this sort of thing satisfaction?" Newman asked. "Does it satisfy you to receive a present of the carcass of that coarse fop? Does it gratify you to make him a present of yours? If a man hits you, hit him back. If a man libels you, haul him up." "Haul him up? Into court? "Oh, that is very nasty," said Valentin. "The nastiness is his, not yours. And for that matter, what you are doing is not particularly nice. You are too good for it. I don't say you are the most useful man in the world, or the cleverest, or the most amiable, but you are too good to go and get your throat cut for a prostitute." Valentin flushed a little, but he laughed. "I shan't get my throat cut if I can help it. Moreover, one's honor hasn't two different measures. It only knows that it is hurt. It doesn't ask when, or how, or where." "The more fool it is," said Newman. Valentin ceased to laugh. He looked grave. "I beg you not to say any more," he said. "If you do, I shall almost fancy you don't care about—" and he paused. "About what?" "About that matter, about one's honor." "Fancy what you please," said Newman. "Fancy while you are at it that I care about you, though you are not worth it. But come back without damage," he added in a moment, "and I will forgive you. And then," he continued, as Valentin was going, "I will ship you straight off to America." "Well," answered Valentin, "if I am to turn over a new page, this may figure as a tail-piece to the old." And then he lit another cigar and departed. "Blast that girl!" said Newman, as the door closed upon Valentin. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American, by Henry James. Chapter 18. Newman went the next morning to see Madame de Cintre, timing his visit so as to arrive after the noonday breakfast. In the court of the hotel, before the portico, stood Madame de Bellegarde's old square carriage. The servant who opened the door answered Newman's inquiry with a slightly embarrassed and hesitating murmur, and at the same moment Mrs. Bread appeared in the background, dim-visaged as usual, and wearing a large black bonnet and shawl. "What is the matter?" asked Newman. "Is Madame la Comtesse at home or not?" Mrs. Bread advanced, fixing her eyes upon him. He observed that she held a sealed letter, very delicately, in her fingers. "The Countess has left a message for you, sir. She has left this," said Mrs. Bread, holding out the letter, which Newman took. "Left it? Is she out? Is she gone away?" "She is going away, sir. She is leaving town," said Mrs. Bread. "Leaving town?" exclaimed Newman. "What has happened?" "It is not for me to say, sir," said Mrs. Bread, with her eyes on the ground. "But I thought it would come." "What would come, pray?" Newman demanded. He had broken the seal of the letter, but he still questioned. "She is in the house? She is visible?" "I don't think she expected you this morning," the old waiting woman replied. "She was to leave immediately." "Where is she going?" "To Fleurières." "To Fleurières? But surely I can see her." Mrs. Bread hesitated a moment, and then clasping together her two hands, "I will take you," she said. And she led the way upstairs. At the top of the staircase she paused and fixed her dry, sad eyes upon Newman. "Be very easy with her," she said. "She is most unhappy." Then she went on to Madame de Cintré's apartment. Newman, perplexed and alarmed, followed her rapidly. Mrs. Bread threw open the door, and Newman pushed back the curtain at the farther side of its deep embrasure. In the middle of the room stood Madame de Cintre. Her face was pale, and she was dressed for traveling. Behind her, before the fireplace, stood Urbain de Bellegarde, looking at his fingernails. Near the marquis sat his mother, buried in an armchair, and with her eyes immediately fixing themselves upon Newman. He felt, as soon as he entered the room, that he was in the presence of something evil. He was startled and pained, as he would have been by a threatening cry in the stillness of the night. He walked straight to Madame de Cintre and seized her by the hand. "What is the matter?" he asked commandingly. "What is happening?" Urbain de Bellegarde stared, then left his place and came and leaned upon his mother's chair behind. Newman's sudden irruption had evidently discomposed both mother and son. Madame de Cintre stood silent, with her eyes resting upon Newman's. She had often looked at him with all her soul, as it seemed to him, but in this present gaze there was a sort of bottomless depth. She was in distress; it was the most touching thing he had ever seen. His heart rose into his throat, and he was on the point of turning to her companions with an angry challenge. But she checked him, pressing the hand that held her own. "Something very grave has happened," she said. "I cannot marry you." Newman dropped her hand and stood staring, first at her and then at the others. "Why not?" he asked, as quietly as possible. Madame de Cintre almost smiled, but the attempt was strange. "You must ask my mother, you must ask my brother." "Why can't she marry me?" said Newman, looking at them. Madame de Bellegardes did not move in her place, but she was as pale as her daughter. The marquis looked down at her. She said nothing for some moments, but she kept her keen, clear eyes upon Newman, bravely. The marquis drew himself up and looked at the ceiling. "It's impossible," he said softly. "It's improper," said Madame de Bellegardes. Newman began to laugh. "Oh, you are fooling!" he exclaimed. "My sister, you have no time; you are losing your train," said the marquis. "Come, is he mad?" asked Newman. "No, don't think that," said Madame de Cintre. "But I am going away." "Where are you going?" "To the country, to Fleurières, to be alone." "To leave me?" said Newman, slowly. "I can't see you now," said Madame de Cintre. "Now? Why not?" "I am ashamed," said Madame de Cintre, simply. Newman turned towards the marquis. "What have you done to her? What does it mean?" he asked, with the same effort at calmness, the fruit of his constant practice in taking things easily. He was excited, but excitement with him was only an intenser deliberateness. It was the swimmer stripped. "It means that I have given you up," said Madame de Cintre. "It means that." Her face was too charged with tragic expression not fully to confirm her words. Newman was profoundly shocked, but he felt as yet no resentment against her. He was amazed, bewildered, and the presence of the old marquise and her son seemed to smite his eyes like the glare of a watchman's lantern. "Can't I see you alone?" he asked. "It would only be more painful. I hoped I should not see you. I should escape. I wrote to you. Good-bye." And she put out her hand again. Newman put both his own into his pockets. "I will go with you," he said. She laid her two hands on his arm. "Will you grant me a last request?" And as she looked at him, urging this, her eyes filled with tears. "Let me go alone. Let me go in peace. I can't call it peace; it's death. But let me bury myself. So, good-bye." Newman passed his hand into his hair and stood slowly rubbing his head and looking through his keenly narrowed eyes from one to the other of the three persons before him. His lips were compressed, and the two lines which had formed themselves beside his mouth might have made it appear at first glance that he was smiling. I have said that his excitement was an intenser deliberateness, and now he looked grimly deliberate. "It seems very much as if you had interfered, Marquis," he said slowly. "I thought you said you wouldn't interfere. I know you don't like me, but that doesn't make any difference. I thought you promised me you wouldn't interfere. I thought you swore on your honor that you wouldn't interfere. Don't you remember, Marquis?" The marquis lifted his eyebrows, but he was apparently determined to be even more urbane than usual. He rested his two hands on the back of his mother's chair and bent forward, as if he were leaning over the edge of a pulpit or a lecture desk. He did not smile, but he looked softly grave. "Excuse me, sir," he said. "I assured you that I would not influence my sister's decision. I adhered to the letter to my engagement. Did I not, sister?" "Don't appeal, my son," said the marquise. "Your word is sufficient." "Yes, she accepted me," said Newman. "That is very true. I can't deny that. At least," he added in a different tone, turning to Madame de Cintre, "you did accept me?" Something in the tone seemed to move her strongly. She turned away, burying her face in her hands. "But you have interfered now, haven't you?" inquired Newman of the Marquis. "Neither then nor now have I attempted to influence my sister. I used no persuasion then. I have used no persuasion today." "And what have you used?" "We have used authority," said Madame de Bellegardes in a rich, bell-like voice. "Ah, you have used authority!" Newman exclaimed. "They have used authority," he went on, turning to Madame de Cintre. "What is it? How did they use it?" "My mother commanded," said Madame de Cintre. "Commanded you to give me up? I see. And you obey? I see. But why do you obey?" asked Newman. Madame de Cintre looked across at the old marquise. Her eyes slowly measured her from head to foot. "I am afraid of my mother," she said. Madame de Bellegarde rose with a certain quickness, crying, "This is a most indecent scene!" "I have no wish to prolong it," said Madame de Cintre, and turning to the door she put out her hand again. "If you can pity me a little, let me go alone." Newman shook her hand quietly and firmly. "I'll come down there," he said. The portière dropped behind her, and Newman sank with a long breath into the nearest chair. He leaned back in it, resting his hands on the knobs of the arms and looking at Madame de Bellegarde and Urbain. There was a long silence. They stood side by side with their heads high and their handsome eyebrows arched. "So you make a distinction," Newman said at last. "You make a distinction between persuading and commanding. It's very neat, but the distinction is in favor of commanding. That rather spoils it." "We have not the least objection to defining our position," said M. de Bellegarde. "We understand that it should not at first appear to you quite clear. We rather expected, indeed, that you should not do us justice." "Oh, I'll do you justice," said Newman. "Don't be afraid. Please proceed." The marquise laid her hand on her son's arm, as if to deprecate the attempt to define their position. "It is quite useless," she said, "to try to arrange this matter so as to make it agreeable to you. It can never be agreeable to you. It is a disappointment, and disappointments are unpleasant. I thought it over carefully and tried to arrange it better, but I only gave myself a headache and lost my sleep. Say what we will, you will think yourself ill-treated, and you will publish your wrongs among your friends. But we are not afraid of that. Besides, your friends are not our friends, and it will not matter. Think of us as you please. I only beg you not to be violent. I have never in my life been present at a violent scene of any kind, and at my age I can't be expected to begin." "Is that all you have got to say?" said Newman, slowly rising out of his chair. "That's a poor show for a clever lady like you, marquise. Come, try again." "My mother goes to the point with her usual honesty and intrepidity," said the marquis, toying with his watch-guard. "But it is perhaps well to say a little more. We of course quite repudiate the charge of having broken faith with you. We left you entirely at liberty to make yourself agreeable to my sister. We left her quite at liberty to entertain your proposal. When she accepted you we said nothing. We therefore quite observed our promise. It was only at a later stage of the affair, and on quite a different basis, as it were, that we determined to speak. It would have been better, perhaps, if we had spoken before. But really, you see, nothing has yet been done." "Nothing has yet been done?" Newman repeated the words, unconscious of their comical effect. He had lost the sense of what the marquis was saying. M. de Bellegarde's superior style was a mere humming in his ears. All that he understood, in his deep and simple indignation, was that the matter was not a violent joke, and that the people before him were perfectly serious. "Do you suppose I can take this?" he asked. "Do you suppose it can matter to me what you say? Do you suppose I can seriously listen to you? You are simply crazy." Madame de Bellegarde gave a rap with her fan in the palm of her hand. "If you don't take it, you can leave it, sir. It matters very little what you do. My daughter has given you up." "She doesn't mean it," Newman declared after a moment. "I think I can assure you that she does," said the Marquis. "Poor woman, what damnable thing have you done to her?" cried Newman. "Gently, gently," murmured M. de Bellegarde. "She told you," said the old lady. "I commanded her." Newman shook his head heavily. "This sort of thing can't be, you know," he said. "A man can't be used in this fashion. You have got no right, you have got no power." "My power," said Madame de Bellegarde, "is in my children's obedience." "In their fear, your daughter said. There is something very strange in it. Why should your daughter be afraid of you?" added Newman, after looking a moment at the old lady. "There is some foul play." The marquise met his gaze without flinching, and, as if she did not hear or heed what he said, "I did my best," she said quietly. "I could endure it no longer." "It was a bold experiment," said the marquis. Newman felt disposed to walk up to him, clutch his neck with his fingers, and press his windpipe with his thumb. "I needn't tell you how you strike me," he said. "Of course you know that. But I should think you would be afraid of your friends, all those people you introduced me to the other night. There were some very nice people among them. You may depend upon it that there were some honest men and women." "Our friends approve us," said M. de Bellegarde. "There is not a family among them that would have acted otherwise. And however that may be, we take the cue from no one. The Bellegardes have been used to set the example, not to wait for it." "You would have waited long before anyone would have set you such an example as this!" exclaimed Newman. "Have I done anything wrong?" he demanded. "Have I given you reason to change your opinion? Have you found out anything against me? I can't imagine." "Our opinion," said Madame de Bellegarde, "is quite the same as at first, exactly. We have no ill will towards yourself. We are very far from accusing you of misconduct. Since your relations with us began, you have been, I frankly confess, less peculiar than I expected. It is not your disposition that we object to, it is your antecedents. We really cannot reconcile ourselves to a commercial person. We fancied in an evil hour that we could do it. It was a great misfortune. We determined to persevere to the end, and to give you every advantage. I was resolved that you should have no reason to accuse me of want of loyalty. We let the thing certainly go very far. We introduced you to our friends. To tell the truth, it was that, I think, that broke me down. I succumbed to the scene that took place on Thursday night in these rooms. You must excuse me if what I say is disagreeable to you, but we cannot release ourselves without an explanation." "There can be no better proof of our good faith," said the marquis, "than our committing ourselves to you in the eyes of the world the other evening. We endeavored to bind ourselves, to tie our hands, as it were. But it was that," added his mother, "that opened our eyes and broke our bonds. We should have been most uncomfortable. You know," she added in a moment, "that you were forewarned. I told you we were very proud." Newman took up his hat and began mechanically to smooth it. The very fierceness of his scorn kept him from speaking. "You were not proud enough," he observed at last. "In all this matter," said the marquis, smiling, "I really see nothing but our humility." "Let us have no more discussion than is necessary," resumed Madame de Bellegarde. "My daughter told you everything when she said she gave you up." "I am not satisfied about your daughter," said Newman. "I want to know what you did to her. It is all very easy talking about authority and saying you commanded her. She didn't accept me blindly, and she wouldn't have given me up blindly. Not that I believe yet that she has really given me up. She will talk it over with me. But you have frightened her, you have bullied her, you have hurt her. What was it you did to her?" "I did very little," said Madame de Bellegarde, in a tone which gave Newman a chill when he afterwards remembered it. "Let me remind you that we offered you these explanations," the marquis observed, with the express understanding that you should abstain from violence of language." "I am not violent," Newman answered. "It is you who are violent. But I don't know that I have much more to say to you. What you expect of me, apparently, is to go my way, thanking you for favors received, and promising never to trouble you again." "We expect of you to act like a clever man," said Madame de Bellegardes. "You have shown yourself that already, and what we have done is altogether based upon your being so. When one must submit, one must. Since my daughter absolutely withdraws, what will be the use of your making a noise?" "It remains to be seen whether your daughter absolutely withdraws. Your daughter and I are still very good friends. Nothing has changed in that. As I say, I will talk it over with her." "That will be of no use," said the old lady. "I know my daughter well enough to know that words spoken as she just now spoke to you are final. Besides, she has promised me." "I have no doubt her promise is worth a great deal more than your own," said Newman. "Nevertheless, I don't give her up." "Just as you please. But if she won't even see you—and she won't—your constancy must remain purely platonic." Poor Newman was feigning a greater confidence than he felt. Madame de Cintré's strange intensity had in fact struck a chill to his heart. Her face, still impressed upon his vision, had been a terribly vivid image of renunciation. He felt sick and suddenly helpless. He turned away and stood for a moment with his hand on the door; then he faced about, and after the briefest hesitation, broke out with a different accent. "Come, think of what this must be to me, and let her alone. Why should you object to me so? What's the matter with me? I can't hurt you. I wouldn't if I could. I'm the most unobjectionable fellow in the world. What if I am a commercial person? What under the sun do you mean? A commercial person? I will be any sort of person you want. I never talk to you about business. Let her go, and I will ask no questions. I will take her away, and you shall never see me or hear of me again. I will stay in America, if you like. I'll sign a paper promising never to come back to Europe. All I want is not to lose her." Madame de Bellegardes and her son exchanged a glance of lucid irony, and Urbain said, "My dear sir, what you propose is hardly an improvement. We have not the slightest objection to seeing you, as an amiable foreigner, and we have every reason for not wishing to be eternally separated from my sister. We object to the marriage, and in that way," and M. de Bellegardes gave a small, thin laugh, "she would be more married than ever." "Well, then," said Newman, "where is this place of yours, Fleurières? I know it is near some old city on a hill." "Precisely. Poitiers is on a hill," said Madame de Bellegardes. "I don't know how old it is. We are not afraid to tell you." "It is Poitiers, is it? Very good," said Newman. "I shall immediately follow Madame de Cintre." "The trains after this hour won't serve you," said Urbain. "I shall hire a special train." "That will be a very silly waste of money," said Madame de Bellegardes. "It will be time enough to talk about waste 3 days hence," Newman answered, and clapping his hat on his head, he departed. He did not immediately start for Fleurières. He was too stunned and wounded for consecutive action. He simply walked. He walked straight before him, following the river, till he got out of the enceinte of Paris. He had a burning, tingling sense of personal outrage. He had never in his life received so absolute a check. He had never been pulled up, or, as he would have said, let down, so short, and he found the sensation intolerable. He strode along, tapping the trees and lamp posts fiercely with his stick, and inwardly raging. To lose Madame de Cintre after he had taken such jubilant and triumphant possession of her was as great an affront to his pride as it was an injury to his happiness. And to lose her by the interference and the dictation of others, by an impudent old woman and a pretentious fop stepping in with their authority! It was too preposterous, it was too pitiful. Upon what he deemed the unblushing treachery of the Bellegardes Newman wasted little thought. He consigned it, once for all, to eternal perdition. But the treachery of Madame de Cintre herself amazed and confounded him. There was a key to the mystery, of course, but he groped for it in vain. Only 3 days had elapsed since she stood beside him in the starlight, beautiful and tranquil as the trust with which he had inspired her, and told him that she was happy in the prospect of their marriage. What was the meaning of the change? Of what infernal potion had she tasted? Poor Newman had a terrible apprehension that she had really changed. His very admiration for her attached the idea of force and weight to her rupture. But he did not rail at her as false, for he was sure she was unhappy. In his walk he had crossed one of the bridges of the Seine, and he still followed, unheedingly, the long unbroken quay. He had left Paris behind him, and he was almost in the country. He was in the pleasant suburb of Auteuil. He stopped at last, looked around him without seeing or caring for its pleasantness, and then slowly turned and at a slower pace retraced his steps. When he came abreast of the fantastic embankment known as the Trocadero, he reflected, through his throbbing pain, that he was near Mrs. Tristram's dwelling, and that Mrs. Tristram, on particular occasions, had much of a woman's kindness in her utterance. He felt that he needed to pour out his ire, and he took the road to her house. Mrs. Tristram was at home and alone, and as soon as she had looked at him on his entering the room, she told him that she knew what he had come for. Newman sat down heavily, in silence, looking at her. "They have backed out," she said. "Well, you may think it strange, but I felt something the other night in the air." Presently he told her his story. She listened with her eyes fixed on him. When he had finished, she said quietly, "They want her to marry Lord Deepmere." Newman stared. He did not know that she knew anything about Lord Deepmere. "But I don't think she will," Mrs. Tristram added. "She marry that poor little cub?" cried Newman. "Oh, Lord! And yet why did she refuse me?" "But that isn't the only thing," said Mrs. Tristram. "They really couldn't endure you any longer. They had overrated their courage. I must say, to give the devil his due, that there is something rather fine in that. It was your commercial quality in the abstract that they couldn't swallow. That is really aristocratic. They wanted your money, but they have given you up for an idea." Newman frowned most ruefully and took up his hat again. "I thought you would encourage me," he said, with almost childlike sadness. "Excuse me," she answered very gently. "I feel none the less sorry for you, especially as I am at the bottom of your troubles. I have not forgotten that I suggested the marriage to you. I don't believe that Madame de Cintre has any intention of marrying Lord Deepmere. It is true he is not younger than she, as he looks. He is 33 years old. I looked in the peerage. But no, I can't believe her so horribly, cruelly false." "Please say nothing against her," said Newman. "Poor woman, she is cruel. But of course you will go after her, and you will plead powerfully. Do you know that as you are now," Mrs. Tristram pursued, with characteristic audacity of comment, "you are extremely eloquent, even without speaking? To resist you, a woman must have a very fixed idea in her head. I wish I had done you a wrong, that you might come to me in that fine fashion. But go to Madame de Cintre at any rate, and tell her that she is a puzzle even to me. I am very curious to see how far family discipline will go." Newman sat a while longer, leaning his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands, and Mrs. Tristram continued to temper charity with philosophy and compassion with criticism. At last she inquired, "And what does the Count Valentin say to it?" Newman started. He had not thought of Valentin and his errand on the Swiss frontier since the morning. The reflection made him restless again, and he took his leave. He went straight to his apartment, where, upon the table of the vestibule, he found a telegram. It ran, with the date and place, as follows: "I am seriously ill. Please to come to me as soon as possible. V.B." Newman groaned at this miserable news, and at the necessity of deferring his journey to the Château de Fleurières. But he wrote to Madame de Cintre these few lines. They were all he had time for. "I don't give you up, and I don't really believe you give me up. I don't understand it, but we shall clear it up together. I can't follow you to-day, as I am called to see a friend at a distance who is very ill, perhaps dying. But I shall come to you as soon as I can leave my friend. Why shouldn't I say that he is your brother? C.N." After this he had only time to catch the night express to Geneva. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American by Henry James. Chapter 19. Newman possessed a remarkable talent for sitting still when it was necessary, and he had an opportunity to use it on his journey to Switzerland. The successive hours of the night brought him no sleep, but he sat motionless in his corner of the railway carriage, with his eyes closed, and the most observant of his fellow travelers might have envied him his apparent slumber. Towards morning slumber really came, as an effect of mental rather than of physical fatigue. He slept for a couple of hours, and at last, waking, found his eyes resting upon one of the snow-powdered peaks of the Jura, behind which the sky was just reddening with the dawn. But he saw neither the cold mountain nor the warm sky. His consciousness began to throb again, on the very instant, with a sense of his wrong. He got out of the train half an hour before it reached Geneva, in the cold morning twilight, at the station indicated in Valentin's telegram. A drowsy station master was on the platform with a lantern, and the hood of his overcoat over his head, and near him stood a gentleman who advanced to meet Newman. This personage was a man of 40, with a tall, lean figure, a sallow face, a dark eye, a neat moustache, and a pair of fresh gloves. He took off his hat, looking very grave, and pronounced Newman's name. Our hero assented and said, "You are Monsieur de Bellegardes' friend?" "I unite with you in claiming that sad honor," said the gentleman. "I had placed myself at Monsieur de Bellegardes' service in this melancholy affair, together with Monsieur de Grosjoyaux, who is now at his bedside. Monsieur de Grosjoyaux, I believe, has had the honor of meeting you in Paris, but as he is a better nurse than I, he remained with our poor friend. Bellegardes has been eagerly expecting you." "And how is Bellegardes?" said Newman. "He was badly hit?" "The doctor has condemned him. We brought a surgeon with us. But he will die in the best sentiments. I sent last evening for the curé of the nearest French village, who spent an hour with him. The curé was quite satisfied." "Heaven forgive us!" groaned Newman. "I would rather the doctor were satisfied. And can he see me? Shall he know me?" "When I left him half an hour ago he had fallen asleep after a feverish wakeful night. But we shall see." And Newman's companion proceeded to lead the way out of the station to the village, explaining as he went that the little party was lodged in the humblest of Swiss inns, where, however, they had succeeded in making Monsieur de Bellegardes much more comfortable than could at first have been expected. "We are old companions in arms," said Valentin's second. "It is not the first time that one of us has helped the other to lie easily. It is a very nasty wound, and the nastiest thing about it is that Bellegardes' adversary was not shot. He put his bullet where he could. It took it into its head to walk straight into Bellegardes' left side, just below the heart." As they picked their way in the gray, deceptive dawn, between the manure heaps of the village street, Newman's new acquaintance narrated the particulars of the duel. The conditions of the meeting had been that if the first exchange of shots should fail to satisfy one of the two gentlemen, a second should take place. Valentin's first bullet had done exactly what Newman's companion was convinced he had intended to do. It had grazed the arm of Monsieur Stanislas Kapp, just scratching the flesh. M. Kapp's own projectile, meanwhile, had passed at 10 good inches from the person of Valentin. The representatives of M. Stanislas had demanded another shot, which was granted. Valentin had then fired aside, and the young Alsatian had done effective execution. "I saw, when we met him on the ground," said Newman's informant, "that he was not going to be commode. It is a kind of bovine temperament." Valentin had immediately been installed at the inn, and M. Stanislas and his friends had withdrawn to regions unknown. The police authorities of the canton had waited upon the party at the inn, had been extremely majestic, and had drawn up a long procès-verbal, but it was probable that they would wink at so very gentlemanly a bit of bloodshed. Newman asked whether a message had not been sent to Valentin's family, and learned that up to a late hour on the preceding evening Valentin had opposed it. He had refused to believe his wound was dangerous. But after his interview with the curé he had consented, and a telegram had been dispatched to his mother. "But the marquise had better hurry," said Newman's conductor. "Well, it's an abominable affair," said Newman. "That's all I have to say." To say this, at least, in a tone of infinite disgust, was an irresistible need. "Ah, you don't approve?" questioned his conductor with curious urbanity. "Approve!" cried Newman. "I wish that when I had him there night before last I had locked him up in my cabinet de toilette." Valentin's late second opened his eyes and shook his head up and down 2 or 3 times, gravely, with a little flute-like whistle. But they had reached the inn, and a stout maidservant in a nightcap was at the door with a lantern to take Newman's traveling bag from the porter who trudged behind him. Valentin was lodged on the ground floor at the back of the house, and Newman's companion went along a stone-faced passage and softly opened a door. Then he beckoned to Newman, who advanced and looked into the room, which was lighted by a single shaded candle. Beside the fire sat M. de Grosjoyaux, asleep in his dressing-gown, a little, plump, fair man whom Newman had seen several times in Valentin's company. On the bed lay Valentin, pale and still, with his eyes closed, a figure very shocking to Newman, who had seen it hitherto awake to its finger-tips. M. de Grosjoyaux's colleague pointed to an open door beyond, and whispered that the doctor was within, keeping guard. So long as Valentin slept, or seemed to sleep, of course Newman could not approach him, so our hero withdrew for the present, committing himself to the care of the half-waked bonne. She took him to a room above stairs and introduced him to a bed on which a magnified bolster in yellow calico figured as a counterpane. Newman lay down and, in spite of his counterpane, slept for 3 or 4 hours. When he awoke, the morning was advanced and the sun was filling his window, and he heard outside of it the clucking of hens. While he was dressing there came to his door a messenger for M. de Grosjoyaux and his companion, proposing that he should breakfast with them. Presently he went downstairs to the little stone-paved dining-room, where the maid-servant, who had taken off her nightcap, was serving the repast. M. de Grosjoyaux was there, surprisingly fresh for a gentleman who had been playing sick-nurse half the night, rubbing his hands and watching the breakfast-table attentively. Newman renewed acquaintance with him and learned that Valentin was still sleeping. The surgeon, who had had a fairly tranquil night, was at present sitting with him. Before M. de Grosjoyaux's associate appeared, Newman learned that his name was M. Ledoux, and that Bellegardes' acquaintance with him dated from the days when they served together in the Pontifical Zouave. M. Ledoux was the nephew of a distinguished ultramontane bishop. At last the bishop's nephew came in with a toilet in which an ingenious attempt at harmony with the peculiar situation was visible, and with a gravity tempered by a decent deference to the best breakfast that the Croix Helvétique had ever set forth. Valentin's servant, who was allowed only in scanty measure the honor of watching with his master, had been lending a light Parisian hand in the kitchen. The two Frenchmen did their best to prove that if circumstances might overshadow, they could not really obscure, the national talent for conversation, and M. Ledoux delivered a neat little eulogy on poor Bellegardes, whom he pronounced the most charming Englishman he had ever known. "Do you call him an Englishman?" Newman asked. M. Ledoux smiled a moment, and then made an epigram. "C'est plus qu'un Anglais, c'est un Anglomane." Newman said soberly that he had never noticed it, and M. de Grosjoyaux remarked that it was really too soon to deliver a funeral oration upon poor Bellegardes. "Evidently," said M. Ledoux. "But I couldn't help observing this morning to Mr. Newman that when a man has taken such excellent measures for his salvation as our dear friend did last evening, it seems almost a pity he should put it in peril again by returning to the world." M. Ledoux was a great Catholic, and Newman thought him a very queer mixture. His countenance, by daylight, had a sort of amiably saturnine cast. He had a very large, thin nose, and looked like a Spanish picture. He appeared to think dueling a very perfect arrangement, provided, if one should get hit, one could promptly see the priest. He seemed to take a great satisfaction in Valentin's interview with the curé, and yet his conversation did not at all indicate a sanctimonious habit of mind. M. Ledoux had evidently a high sense of the becoming, and was prepared to be urbane and tasteful on all points. He was always furnished with a smile, which pushed his moustache up under his nose, and an explanation. Savoir vivre, knowing how to live, was his specialty, in which he included knowing how to die. But as Newman reflected with a good deal of dumb irritation, he seemed disposed to delegate to others the application of his learning on this latter point. M. de Grosjoyaux was of quite another complexion, and appeared to regard his friend's theological unction as the sign of an inaccessibly superior mind. He was evidently doing his utmost, with a kind of jovial tenderness, to make life agreeable to Valentin to the last, and help him as little as possible to miss the Boulevard des Italiens. But what chiefly occupied his mind was the mystery of a bungling brewer's son making so neat a shot. He himself could snuff a candle, etc., and yet he confessed that he could not have done better than this. He hastened to add that on the present occasion he would have made a point of not doing so well. It was not an occasion for that sort of murderous work, que diable! He would have picked out some quiet fleshy spot and just tapped it with a harmless ball. M. Stanislas Kapp had been deplorably heavy-handed, but really, when the world had come to that pass that one granted a meeting to a brewer's son— This was M. de Grosjoyaux's nearest approach to a generalization. He kept looking through the window, over the shoulder of M. Ledoux, at a slender tree which stood at the end of a lane, opposite to the inn, and seemed to be measuring its distance from his extended arm, and secretly wishing that, since the subject had been introduced, propriety did not forbid a little speculative pistol practice. Newman was in no humor to enjoy good company. He could neither eat nor talk. His soul was sore with grief and anger, and the weight of his double sorrow was intolerable. He sat with his eyes fixed upon his plate, counting the minutes, wishing at one moment that Valentin would see him and leave him free to go in quest of Madame de Cintre and his lost happiness, and mentally calling himself a vile brute the next, for the impatient egotism of the wish. He was very poor company himself, and even his acute preoccupation and his general lack of the habit of pondering the impression he produced did not prevent him from reflecting that his companions must be puzzled to see how poor Bellegardes came to take such a fancy to this taciturn Yankee that he must needs have him at his deathbed. After breakfast he strolled forth alone into the village, and looked at the fountain, the geese, the open barn doors, the brown, bent old women, showing their hugely darned stockings at the ends of their slowly clicking sabots, and the beautiful view of the snowy Alps and purple Jura at either end of the little street. The day was brilliant. Early spring was in the air and in the sunshine, and the winter's damp was trickling out of the cottage eaves. It was birth and brightness for all nature, even for chirping chickens and waddling goslings. It was to be death and burial for the poor, foolish, generous, delightful Bellegardes. Newman walked as far as the village church and went into the small graveyard beside it, where he sat down and looked at the awkward tablets which were planted around. They were all sordid and hideous, and Newman could feel nothing but the hardness and coldness of death. He got up and came back to the inn, where he found M. Ledoux having coffee and a cigarette at a little green table which he had caused to be carried into the small garden. Newman, learning that the doctor was still sitting with Valentin, asked M. Ledoux if he might not be allowed to relieve him. He had a great desire to be useful to his poor friend. This was easily arranged. The doctor was very glad to go to bed. He was a youthful and rather jaunty practitioner, but he had a clever face, and the ribbon of the Legion of Honor in his buttonhole. Newman listened attentively to the instructions he gave him before retiring, and took mechanically from his hand a small volume which the surgeon recommended as a help to wakefulness, and which turned out to be an old copy of Faublas. Valentin was still lying with his eyes closed, and there was no visible change in his condition. Newman sat down near him, and for a long time narrowly watched him. Then his eyes wandered away with his thoughts upon his own situation, and rested upon the chain of the Alps, disclosed by the drawing of the scant white cotton curtain of the window, through which the sunshine passed and lay in squares upon the red-tiled floor. He tried to interweave his reflections with hope, but he only half succeeded. What had happened to him seemed to have, in its violence and audacity, the force of a real calamity, the strength and insolence of destiny herself. It was unnatural and monstrous, and he had no arms against it. At last a sound struck upon the stillness, and he heard Valentin's voice. "It can't be about me you are pulling that long face." He found when he turned that Valentin was lying in the same position, but his eyes were open and he was even trying to smile. It was with a very slender strength that he returned the pressure of Newman's hand. "I have been watching you for a quarter of an hour," Valentin went on. "You have been looking as black as thunder. You are greatly disgusted with me, I see. Well, of course, so am I." "Oh, I shall not scold you," said Newman. "I feel too badly. And how are you getting on?" "Oh, I'm getting off. They have quite settled that, haven't they?" "That's for you to settle. You can get well if you try," said Newman, with resolute cheerfulness. "My dear fellow, how can I try? Trying is violent exercise, and that sort of thing isn't in order for a man with a hole in his side as big as your hat, that begins to bleed if he moves a hair's breadth. I knew you would come," he continued. "I knew I should wake up and find you here, so I'm not surprised. But last night I was very impatient. I didn't see how I could keep still till you came. It was a matter of keeping still, just like this, as still as a mummy in his case. You talk about trying. I tried that. Well, here I am yet. These 20 hours, it seems like 20 days." Bellegardes talked slowly and feebly, but distinctly enough. It was visible, however, that he was in extreme pain, and at last he closed his eyes. Newman begged him to remain silent and spare himself. The doctor had left urgent orders. "Oh," said Valentin, "let us eat and drink, for tomorrow—" and he paused again. "No, not tomorrow, perhaps, but today. I can't eat and drink, but I can talk. What's to be gained at this pass by renunciation? I mustn't use such big words. I was always a chatterer. Lord, how I've talked in my day!" "That's a reason for keeping quiet now," said Newman. "We know how well you talk, you know." But Valentin, without heeding him, went on in the same weak, dying drawl. "I wanted to see you, because you have seen my sister. Does she know? Will she come?" Newman was embarrassed. Yes, by this time she must know. Didn't you tell her?" Valentin asked. And then in a moment, "Didn't you bring me any message from her?" His eyes rested upon Newman's with a certain soft keenness. "I didn't see her after I got your telegram," said Newman. "I wrote to her." "And she sent you no answer?" Newman was obliged to reply that Madame de Cintre had left Paris. "She went yesterday to Fleurières." "Yesterday to Fleurières? Why did she go to Fleurières? What day is this? What day was yesterday? Ah, then I shan't see her," said Valentin sadly. "Fleurières is too far." And then he closed his eyes again. Newman sat silent, summoning pious invention to his aid, but he was relieved at finding that Valentin was apparently too weak to reason or to be curious. Bellegardes, however, presently went on. "And my mother and my brother, will they come? Are they at Fleurières?" "They were in Paris, but I didn't see them either," Newman answered. "If they received your telegram in time, they will have started this morning. Otherwise they will be obliged to wait for the night express, and they will arrive at the same hour that I did." "They won't thank me—they won't thank me," Valentin murmured. "They will pass an atrocious night, and Urbain doesn't like the early morning air. I don't remember ever in my life to have seen him before noon, before breakfast. No one ever saw him. We don't know how he is then? Perhaps he's different? Who knows? Posterity, perhaps, will know. That's the time he works, in his cabinet, at the history of the princesses. But I had to send for them, hadn't I? And then I want to see my mother sit there where you sit, and say good-bye to her. Perhaps, after all, I don't know her, and she will have some surprise for me. Don't think you know her yet yourself. Perhaps she may surprise you. But if I can't see Claire, I don't care for anything. I have been thinking of it, and in my dreams, too. Why did she go to Fleurières today? She never told me. What has happened? Ah, she ought to have guessed I was here, this way. It is the first time in her life she ever disappointed me. Poor Claire!" "You know we are not man and wife quite yet, your sister and I," said Newman. "She doesn't yet account to me for all her actions." And after a fashion he smiled. Valentin looked at him a moment. "Have you quarreled?" "Never, never, never!" Newman exclaimed. "How happily you say that!" said Valentin. "You are going to be happy. Va!" In answer to this stroke of irony, none the less powerful for being so unconscious, all poor Newman could do was to give a helpless and transparent stare. Valentin continued to fix him with his own rather over-bright gaze, and presently he said, "But something is the matter with you. I watched you just now. You haven't a bridegroom's face." "My dear fellow," said Newman, "how can I show you a bridegroom's face? If you think I enjoy seeing you lie there and not being able to help you—" "Why, you are just the man to be cheerful. Don't forfeit your rights. I'm a proof of your wisdom. When was a man ever so gloomy when he could say, 'I told you so'? You told me so, you know. You did what you could about it. You said some very good things. I have thought them over. But, my dear friend, I was right all the same. This is the regular way." "I didn't do what I ought," said Newman. "I ought to have done something else." "For instance?" "Oh, something or other. I ought to have treated you as a small boy." "Well, I'm a very small boy now," said Valentin. "I'm rather less than an infant. An infant is helpless, but it's generally voted promising. I'm not promising, eh? Society can't lose a less valuable member." Newman was strongly moved. He got up and turned his back upon his friend, and walked away to the window, where he stood looking out, but only vaguely seeing. "No, I don't like the look of your back," Valentin continued. "I have always been an observer of backs. Yours is quite out of sorts." Newman returned to his bedside and begged him to be quiet. "Be quiet and get well," he said. "That's what you must do. Get well and help me." "I told you you were in trouble. How can I help you?" Valentin asked. I'll let you know when you're better. You were always curious. There is something to get well for," Newman answered with resolute animation. Valentin closed his eyes and lay a long time without speaking. He seemed even to have fallen asleep. But at the end of half an hour he began to talk again. "I am rather sorry about that place in the bank. Who knows but what I might have become another Rothschild? But I wasn't meant for a banker. Bankers are not so easy to kill. Don't you think I have been very easy to kill? It's not like a serious man. It's really very mortifying. It's like telling your hostess you must go, when you count upon her begging you to stay, and then finding she does no such thing. Really? So soon? You've only just come. Life doesn't make me any such polite little speech." Newman for some time said nothing, but at last he broke out. "It's a bad case, it's a bad case. It's the worst case I've ever met. I don't want to say anything unpleasant, but I can't help it. I've seen men dying before, and I've seen men shot, but it always seemed more natural. They were not so clever as you. Damnation! Damnation! You might have done something better than this. It's about the meanest winding up of a man's affairs that I can imagine." Valentin feebly waved his hand to and fro. "Don't insist, don't insist. It is mean, decidedly mean. For you see, at the bottom, down at the bottom, in a little place as small as the end of a wine funnel, I agree with you." A few moments after this the doctor put his head through the half-open door, and perceiving that Valentin was awake, came in and felt his pulse. He shook his head and declared that he had talked too much, 10 times too much. "Nonsense," said Valentin. "A man sentenced to death can never talk too much. Have you never read an account of an execution in a newspaper? Don't they always set a lot of people at the prisoner, lawyers, reporters, priests, to make him talk? But it's not Mr. Newman's fault. He sits there as mum as a death's head." The doctor observed that it was time his patient's wound should be dressed again. Messieurs de Grosjoyaux and Ledoux, who had already witnessed this delicate operation, taking Newman's place as assistants. Newman withdrew and learned from his fellow watchers that they had received a telegram from Urbain de Bellegardes to the effect that their message had been delivered in the Rue de l'Université too late to allow him to take the morning train, but that he would start with his mother in the evening. Newman wandered away into the village again, and walked about restlessly for 2 or 3 hours. The day seemed terribly long. At dusk he came back and dined with the doctor and M. Ledoux. The dressing of Valentin's wound had been a very critical operation. The doctor didn't really see how he was to endure a repetition of it. He then declared that he must beg of Mr. Newman to deny himself for the present the satisfaction of sitting with M. de Bellegardes. More than anyone else, apparently, he had the flattering but inconvenient privilege of exciting him. M. Ledoux, at this, swallowed a glass of wine in silence. He must have been wondering what the deuce Bellegardes found so exciting in the American. Newman, after dinner, went up to his room, where he sat for a long time staring at his lighted candle and thinking that Valentin was dying downstairs. Late, when the candle had burnt low, there came a soft rap at his door. The doctor stood there with a candlestick and a shrug. "He must amuse himself still," said Valentin's medical adviser. "He insists upon seeing you, and I am afraid you must come. I think at this rate that he will hardly outlast the night." Newman went back to Valentin's room, which he found lighted by a taper on the hearth. Valentin begged him to light a candle. "I want to see your face," he said. "They say you excite me," he went on, as Newman complied with the request. "And I confess I do feel excited. But it isn't you, it's my own thoughts. I have been thinking. Sit down there and let me look at you again." Newman seated himself, folded his arms, and bent a heavy gaze upon his friend. He seemed to be playing a part, mechanically, in a lugubrious comedy. Valentin looked at him for some time. "Yes, this morning I was right. You have something on your mind heavier than Valentin de Bellegardes. Come, I'm a dying man, and it's indecent to deceive me. Something happened after I left Paris. It was not for nothing that my sister started off at this season of the year for Fleurières. Why was it? It sticks in my crop. I have been thinking over, and if you don't tell me, I shall guess." "I had better not tell you," said Newman. "It won't do you any good." "If you think it will do me any good not to tell me, you are very much mistaken. There is trouble about your marriage." "Yes," said Newman, "there is trouble about my marriage." "Good." And Valentin was silent again. "They have stopped it." "They have stopped it," said Newman. Now that he had spoken out, he found a satisfaction in it which deepened as he went on. "Your mother and brother have broken faith. They have decided that it can't take place. They have decided that I am not good enough after all. They have taken back their word. Since you insist, there it is." Valentin gave a sort of a groan, lifted his hands a moment, and then let them drop. "I am sorry not to have anything better to tell you about them," Newman pursued, "but it's not my fault. I was indeed very unhappy when your telegram reached me. I was quite upside down. You may imagine whether I feel any better now." Valentin moaned gaspingly, as if his wound were throbbing. "Broken faith, broken faith," he murmured. "And my sister—my sister?" "Your sister is very unhappy. She has consented to give me up. I don't know why. I don't know what they have done to her. It must be something pretty bad. In justice to her, you ought to know it. They have made her suffer. I haven't seen her alone, but only before them. We had an interview yesterday morning. They came out flat, in so many words. They told me to go about my business. It seems to me a very bad case. I'm angry, I'm sore, I'm sick." Valentin lay there staring, with his eyes more brilliantly lighted, his lips soundlessly parted, and a flush of color in his pale face. Newman had never before uttered so many words in the plaintive key, but now, in speaking to Valentin in the poor fellow's extremity, he had a feeling that he was making his complaint somewhere within the presence of the power that men pray to in trouble. He felt his outgush of resentment as a sort of spiritual privilege. "And Claire," said Bellegardes. "Claire? She has given you up?" "I don't really believe it," said Newman. "No, don't believe it, don't believe it. She is gaining time. Excuse her." "I pity her," said Newman. "Poor Claire!" murmured Valentin. "But they—" and he paused again. "You saw them. They dismissed you face to face?" "Face to face. They were very explicit." "What did they say?" "They said they couldn't stand a commercial person." Valentin put out his hand and laid it upon Newman's arm. "And about their promise, their engagement with you?" "They made a distinction. They said it was to hold good only until Madame de Cintre accepted me." Valentin lay staring a while, and his flush died away. "Don't tell me any more," he said at last. "I'm ashamed." "You? You are the soul of honor," said Newman simply. Valentin groaned and turned away his head. For some time nothing more was said. Then Valentin turned back again and found a certain force to press Newman's arm. "It's very bad, very bad. When my people, when my race, come to that, it's time for me to withdraw. I believe in my sister. She will explain. Excuse her. If she can't, forgive her. She has suffered. But for the others it is very bad, very bad. You take it very hard? No, it's a shame to make you say so." He closed his eyes, and again there was a silence. Newman felt almost awed. He had evoked a more solemn spirit than he had expected. Presently Valentin looked at him again, removing his hand from his arm. "I apologize," he said. "Do you understand? Here on my deathbed I apologize for my family, for my mother, for my brother, for the ancient house of Bellegardes. Voilà," he added softly. Newman for an answer took his hand and pressed it with a world of kindness. Valentin remained quiet, and at the end of half an hour the doctor softly came in. Behind him, through the half-open door, Newman saw the two questioning faces of Messieurs de Grosjoyaux and Ledoux. The doctor laid his hand on Valentin's wrist and sat looking at him. He gave no sign, and the two gentlemen came in, M. Ledoux having first beckoned to someone outside. This was M. le Curé, who carried in his hand an object unknown to Newman and covered with a white napkin. M. le Curé was short, round, and red. He advanced, pulling off his little black cap to Newman, and deposited his burden on the table. And then he sat down in the best armchair, with his hands folded across his person. The other gentlemen had exchanged glances which expressed unanimity as to the timeliness of their presence. But for a long time Valentin neither spoke nor moved. It was Newman's belief, afterwards, that M. le Curé went to sleep. At last, abruptly, Valentin pronounced Newman's name. His friend went to him, and he said in French, "You are not alone. I want to speak to you alone." Newman looked at the doctor, and the doctor looked at the curé, who looked back at him, and then the doctor and the curé together gave a shrug. "Alone, for 5 minutes," Valentin repeated. "Please leave us." The curé took up his burden again and led the way out, followed by his companions. Newman closed the door behind them and came back to Valentin's bedside. Bellegardes had watched all this intently. "It's very bad, it's very bad," he said, after Newman had seated himself close to him. "The more I think of it, the worse it is." "Oh, don't think of it," said Newman. But Valentin went on without heeding him. "Even if they should come round again, the shame, the baseness is there." "Oh, they won't come round," said Newman. "Well, you can make them." "Make them?" "I can tell you something, a great secret, an immense secret. You can use it against them, frighten them, force them." "A secret?" Newman repeated. The idea of letting Valentin, on his deathbed, confide him an immense secret shocked him for the moment and made him draw back. It seemed an illicit way of arriving at information, and even had a vague analogy with listening at a keyhole. Then suddenly the thought of forcing Madame de Bellegardes and her son became attractive, and Newman bent his head closer to Valentin's lips. For some time, however, the dying man said nothing more. He only lay and looked at his friend with his kindled, expanded, troubled eye, and Newman began to believe that he had spoken in delirium. But at last he said, "There was something done at Fleurières. It was foul play. My father, something happened to him. I don't know. I have been ashamed, afraid to know. But I know there is something. My mother knows. Urbain knows." "Something happened to your father?" said Newman urgently. Valentin looked at him still more wide-eyed. "He didn't get well." "Get well of what?" But the immense effort which Valentin had made, first to decide to utter these words and then to bring them out, appeared to have taken his last strength. He lapsed again into silence, and Newman sat watching him. "Do you understand?" he began again presently. "At Fleurières. You can find out. Mrs. Bread knows. Tell her I begged you to ask her. Then tell them that, and see. It may help you. If not, tell everyone. It will, it will." Here Valentin's voice sank to the feeblest murmur. "It will avenge you." The words died away in a long, soft groan. Newman stood up, deeply impressed, not knowing what to say. His heart was beating violently. "Thank you," he said at last. "I am much obliged." But Valentin seemed not to hear him. He remained silent, and his silence continued. At last Newman went and opened the door. M. le Curé re-entered, bearing his sacred vessel, and followed by the three gentlemen and by Valentin's servant. It was almost processional. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American by Henry James. Chapter 20. Valentin de Bellegardes died tranquilly just as the cold, faint March dawn began to illumine the faces of the little knot of friends gathered about his bedside. An hour afterwards Newman left the inn and drove to Geneva. He was naturally unwilling to be present at the arrival of Madame de Bellegardes and her first-born. At Geneva for the moment he remained. He was like a man who has had a fall and wants to sit still and count his bruises. He instantly wrote to Madame de Cintre, relating her the circumstances of her brother's death, with certain exceptions, and asking her what was the earliest moment at which he might hope that she would consent to see him. M. Ledoux had told him that he had reason to know that Valentin's will (Bellegardes had a great deal of elegant personal property to dispose of) contained a request that he should be buried near his father in the churchyard of Fleurières, and Newman intended that the state of his own relations with the family should not deprive him of the satisfaction of helping to pay the last earthly honors to the best fellow in the world. He reflected that Valentin's friendship was older than Urbain's enmity, and that at a funeral it was easy to escape notice. Madame de Cintré's answer to his letter enabled him to time his arrival at Fleurières. This answer was very brief. It ran as follows: I thank you for your letter and for your being with Valentin. It is a most inexpressible sorrow to me that I was not. To see you will be nothing but a distress to me. There is no need, therefore, to wait for what you call brighter days. It is all one now, and I shall have no brighter days. Come when you please, only notify me first. My brother is to be buried here on Friday, and my family is to remain here. C. de C. As soon as he had received this letter, Newman went straight to Paris and to Poitiers. The journey took him far southward, through green Touraine and across the far shining Loire, into a country where the early spring deepened about him as he went. But he had never made a journey during which he heeded less what he would have called the lay of the land. He obtained lodging at the inn at Poitiers, and the next morning drove in a couple of hours to the village of Fleurières. But here, preoccupied though he was, he could not fail to notice the picturesqueness of the place. It was what the French call a petit bourg. It lay at the base of a sort of huge mound on the summit of which stood the crumbling ruins of a feudal castle, much of whose sturdy material, as well as that of the wall which dropped along the hill to enclose the clustered houses defensively, had been absorbed into the very substance of the village. The church was simply the former chapel of the castle, fronting upon its grass-grown court, which, however, was of generous enough width to have given up its quaintest corner to a little graveyard. Here the very headstones themselves seemed to sleep as they slanted into the grass. The patient elbow of the rampart held them together on one side, and in front, far beneath their mossy lids, the green plains and blue distances stretched away. The way to church, up the hill, was impracticable to vehicles. It was lined with peasants, 2 or 3 rows deep, who stood watching old Madame de Bellegardes slowly ascend it, on the arm of her elder son, behind the pall-bearers of the other. Newman chose to lurk among the common mourners, who murmured "Madame la Comtesse," as a tall figure veiled in black passed before them. He stood in the dusky little church while the service was going forward, but at the dismal tombside he turned away and walked down the hill. He went back to Poitiers and spent 2 days in which patience and impatience were singularly commingled. On the 3rd day he sent Madame de Cintre a note, saying that he would call upon her in the afternoon, and in accordance with this he again took his way to Fleurières. He left his vehicle at the tavern in the village street and obeyed the simple instructions which were given him for finding the château. "It is just beyond there," said the landlord, and pointed to the tree tops of the park, above the opposite houses. Newman followed the first cross-road to the right. It was bordered with mouldy cottages, and in a few moments saw before him the peaked roofs of the towers. Advancing farther, he found himself before a vast iron gate, rusty and closed. Here he paused a moment, looking through the bars. The château was near the road. This was at once its merit and its defect. But its aspect was extremely impressive. Newman learned afterwards from a guide-book of the province that it dated from the time of Henry IV. It presented to the wide, paved area which preceded it, and which was edged with shabby farm buildings, an immense façade of dark, time-stained brick, flanked by two low wings, each of which terminated in a little Dutch-looking pavilion capped with a fantastic roof. Two towers rose behind, and behind the towers was a mass of elms and beeches, now just faintly green. But the great feature was a wide, green river which washed the foundations of the château. The building rose from an island in the circling stream, so that this formed a perfect moat, spanned by a two-arched bridge without a parapet. The dull brick walls, which here and there made a grand straight sweep, the ugly little cupolas of the wings, the deep-set windows, the long steep pinnacles of mossy slate, all mirrored themselves in the tranquil river. Newman rang at the gate, and was almost frightened at the tone with which a big rusty bell above his head replied to him. An old woman came out from the gatehouse and opened the creaking portal just wide enough for him to pass, and he went in, across the dry, bare court and the little cracked white slabs of the causeway on the moat. At the door of the château he waited for some moments, and this gave him a chance to observe that Fleurières was not "kept up," and to reflect that it was a melancholy place of residence. "It looks," said Newman to himself, and I give the comparison for what it is worth, "like a Chinese penitentiary." At last the door was opened by a servant whom he remembered to have seen in the Rue de l'Université. The man's dull face brightened as he perceived our hero, for Newman, for indefinable reasons, enjoyed the confidence of the liveried gentry. The footman led the way across a great central vestibule, with a pyramid of plants in tubs in the middle of glass doors all around, to what appeared to be the principal drawing-room of the château. Newman crossed the threshold of a room of superb proportions, which made him feel at first like a tourist with a guide-book and a cicerone awaiting a fee. But when his guide had left him alone, with the observation that he would call Madame la Comtesse, Newman perceived that the salon contained little that was remarkable, save a dark ceiling with curiously carved rafters, some curtains of elaborate, antiquated tapestry, and a dark oaken floor, polished like a mirror. He waited some minutes, walking up and down, but at length, as he turned at the end of the room, he saw that Madame de Cintre had come in by a distant door. She wore a black dress, and she stood looking at him. As the length of the immense room lay between them, he had time to look at her before they met in the middle of it. He was dismayed at the change in her appearance. Pale, heavy-browed, almost haggard, with a sort of monastic rigidity in her dress, she had little but her pure features in common with the woman whose radiant good grace he had hitherto admired. She let her eyes rest on his own, and she let him take her hand, but her eyes looked like two rainy autumn moons, and her touch was portentously lifeless. "I was at your brother's funeral," Newman said. "Then I waited 3 days. But I could wait no longer." "Nothing can be lost or gained by waiting," said Madame de Cintre. "But it was very considerate of you to wait, wronged as you have been." "I'm glad you think I have been wronged," said Newman, with that oddly humorous accent with which he often uttered words of the gravest meaning. "Do I need to say so?" she asked. "I don't think I have wronged, seriously, many persons, certainly not consciously. To you, to whom I have done this hard and cruel thing, the only reparation I can make is to say, I know it, I feel it. The reparation is pitifully small." "Oh, it's a great step forward," said Newman, with a gracious smile of encouragement. He pushed a chair towards her and held it, looking at her urgently. She sat down mechanically, and he seated himself near her, but in a moment he got up, restlessly, and stood before her. She remained seated, like a troubled creature who had passed through the stage of restlessness. "I say nothing is to be gained by seeing you," she went on, "and yet I am very glad you came. Now I can tell you what I feel. It is a selfish pleasure, but it is one of the last I shall have." And she paused with her great misty eyes fixed upon him. "I know how I have deceived and injured you. I know how cruel and cowardly I have been. I see it as vividly as you do. I feel it to the ends of my fingers." And she unclasped her hands, which were locked together in her lap, lifted them and dropped them at her side. "Anything that you may have said of me in your angriest passion is nothing to what I have said to myself." "In my angriest passion," said Newman, "I have said nothing hard of you. The very worst thing I have said of you yet is that you are the loveliest of women." And he seated himself before her again abruptly. She flushed a little, but even her flush was pale. "That is because you think I will come back. But I will not come back. It is in that hope that you have come here, I know. I am very sorry for you. I would do almost anything for you. To say that, after what I have done, seems simply impudent. But what can I say that will not seem impudent? To wrong you and apologize, that is easy enough. I should not have wronged you." She stopped a moment, looking at him, and motioned him to let her go on. "I ought never to have listened to you at first. That was the wrong. No good could come of it. I felt it, and yet I listened. That was your fault. I liked you too much. I believed in you." "And you don't believe in me now?" "More than ever. But now it doesn't matter. I have given you up." Newman gave a powerful thump with his clenched fist upon his knee. "Why, why?" he cried. "Give me a reason, a decent reason. You are not a child. You are not a minor, nor an idiot. You are not obliged to drop me because your mother told you to. Such a reason isn't worthy of you." "I know that. It's not worthy of me. But it's the only one I have to give. After all," said Madame de Cintre, throwing out her hands, "think me an idiot and forget me. That will be the simplest way." Newman got up and walked away with a crushing sense that his cause was lost, and yet with an equal inability to give up fighting. He went to one of the great windows and looked out at the stiffly embanked river and the formal gardens which lay beyond it. When he turned round, Madame de Cintre had risen. She stood there, silent and passive. "You are not frank," said Newman. "You are not honest. Instead of saying that you are imbecile, you should say that other people are wicked. Your mother and your brother have been false and cruel. They have been so to me, and I am sure they have been so to you. Why do you try to shield them? Why do you sacrifice me to them? I'm not false. I'm not cruel. You don't know what you give up. I can tell you that. You don't. They bully you and plot about you, and I, and he paused, holding out his hands. She turned away and began to leave him. "You told me the other day that you were afraid of your mother," he said, following her. "What did you mean?" Madame de Cintre shook her head. "I remember. I was sorry afterwards." "You were sorry when she came down and put on the thumbscrews? In God's name, what is it she does to you?" "Nothing. Nothing that you can understand. And now that I have given you up, I must not complain of her to you." "That's no reasoning," said Newman. "Complain of her, on the contrary. Tell me all about it, frankly and trustfully, as you ought, and we will talk it over so satisfactorily that you won't give me up." Madame de Cintre looked down some moments fixedly, and then, raising her eyes, she said, One good at least has come of this. I have made you judge me more fairly. You thought of me in a way that did me great honor. I don't know why you had taken it into your head. But it left me no loophole for escape, no chance to be the common weak creature I am. It was not my fault. I warned you from the first. But I ought to have warned you more. I ought to have convinced you that I was doomed to disappoint you. But I was, in a way, too proud. You see what my superiority amounts to, I hope," she went on, raising her voice with a tremor which even then and there Newman thought beautiful. "I am too proud to be honest. I am not too proud to be faithless. I am timid and cold and selfish. I am afraid of being uncomfortable." "And you call marrying me uncomfortable?" said Newman, staring. Madame de Cintre blushed a little, and seemed to say that if begging his pardon in words was impudent, she might at least thus mutely express her perfect comprehension of his finding her conduct odious. "It is not marrying you. It is doing all that would go with it. It's the rupture, the defiance, the insisting upon being happy in my own way. What right have I to be happy when—" and she paused. "When what?" said Newman. "When others have been most unhappy." "What others?" Newman asked. "What have you to do with any others but me? Besides, you said just now that you wanted happiness, and that you should find it by obeying your mother. You contradict yourself." "Yes, I contradict myself. That shows you that I am not even intelligent." "You are laughing at me!" cried Newman. "You are mocking me!" She looked at him intently, and an observer might have said that she was asking herself whether she might not most quickly end their common pain by confessing that she was mocking him. "No, I am not," she presently said. "Granting that you are not intelligent," he went on, "that you are weak, that you are common, that you are nothing that I have believed you were, what I ask of you is not heroic effort. It is a very common effort. There is a great deal on my side to make it easy. The simple truth is that you don't care enough about me to make it." "I am cold," said Madame de Cintre. "I am as cold as that flowing river." Newman gave a great rap on the floor with his stick and a long, grim laugh. "Good, good!" he cried. "You go altogether too far. You overshoot the mark. There isn't a woman in the world as bad as you would make yourself out. I see your game. It's what I said. You are blackening yourself to whiten the others. You don't want to give me up at all. You like me. You like me. I know you do. You have shown it, and I have felt it. After that you may be as cold as you please. They have bullied you, I say. They have tortured you. It's an outrage, and I insist upon saving you from the extravagance of your own generosity. Would you chop off your hand if your mother requested it?" Madame de Cintre looked a little frightened. "I spoke of my mother too blindly, the other day. I am my own mistress, by law and by her approval. She can do nothing to me. She has done nothing. She has never alluded to those hard words I used about her." "She has made you feel them, I'll promise you," said Newman. "It's my conscience that makes me feel them." "Your conscience seems to me to be rather mixed," exclaimed Newman passionately. "It has been in great trouble, but now is very clear," said Madame de Cintre. "I don't give you up for any worldly advantage or for any worldly happiness." "Oh, you don't give me up for Lord Deepmere, I know," said Newman. "I won't pretend, even to provoke you, that I think that. But that's what your mother and your brother wanted, and your mother, at that villainous ball of hers—I liked it at the time, but the very thought of it now makes me rabid—tried to push him on to make up to you." "Who told you this?" said Madame de Cintre softly. "Not Valentin. I observed it. I guessed it. I didn't know at the time that I was observing it, but it stuck in my memory. And afterwards, you recollect, I saw Lord Deepmere with you in the conservatory. You said that you would tell me at another time what he had said to you." "That was before this," said Madame de Cintre. "It doesn't matter," said Newman. "And besides, I think I know. He's an honest little Englishman. He came and told you what your mother was up to, that she wanted him to supplant me, not being a commercial person. If he would make you an offer, she would undertake to bring you over and give me the slip. Lord Deepmere isn't very intellectual, so she had to spell it out to him. He said that he admired you no end, and that he wanted you to know it, but he didn't like being mixed up with that sort of underhand work, and he came to you and told tales. That was about the amount of it, wasn't it? And then you said you were perfectly happy." "I don't see why we should talk of Lord Deepmere," said Madame de Cintre. "It was not for that you came here. And about my mother, it doesn't matter what you suspect and what you know. When once my mind has been made up, as it is now, I should not discuss these things. Discussing anything now is very idle. We must try and live each as we can. I believe you will be happy again, even sometimes when you think of me. When you do so, think this, that it was not easy, and that I did the best I could. I have things to reckon with that you don't know. I mean, I have feelings. I must do as they force me. I must. I must. They would haunt me otherwise," she cried with vehemence. "They would kill me." "I know what your feelings are. They are superstitions. They are the feeling that, after all, though I am a good fellow, I have been in business. The feeling that your mother's looks are law and your brother's words are gospel, that you all hang together, and that it's a part of the everlasting proprieties that they should have a hand in everything you do. It makes my blood boil. That is cold. You are right. And what I feel here," and Newman struck his heart and became more poetical than he knew, "is a glowing fire." A spectator less preoccupied than Madame de Cintré's distracted wooer would have felt sure from the first that her appealing calm of manner was the result of violent effort, in spite of which the tide of agitation was rapidly rising. On these last words of Newman's it overflowed, though at first she spoke low, for fear of her voice betraying her. "No, I was not right. I am not cold. I believe that if what I am doing seems so bad, it is not mere weakness and falseness. Mr. Newman, it's like a religion. I can't tell you, I can't. It's cruel of you to insist. I don't see why I shouldn't ask you to believe me and pity me. It's like a religion. There's a curse upon the house. I don't know what, I don't know why, don't ask me. We must all bear it. I have been too selfish. I wanted to escape from it. You offered me a great chance, besides my liking you. It seemed good to change completely, to break, to go away. And then I admired you. But I can't. It has overtaken and come back to me." Her self-control had now completely abandoned her, and her words were broken with long sobs. "Why do such dreadful things happen to us? Why is my brother Valentin killed like a beast in the midst of his youth and his gaiety and his brightness and all that we loved him for? Why are there things I can't ask about, that I am afraid to know? Why are there places I can't look at, sounds I can't hear? Why is it given to me to choose, to decide in a case so hard and terrible as this? I am not meant for that. I am not made for boldness and defiance. I was made to be happy in a quiet, natural way." At this Newman gave a most expressive groan, but Madame de Cintre went on. "I was made to do gladly and gratefully what is expected of me. My mother has always been very good to me. That's all I can say. I must not judge her. I must not criticize her. If I did, it would come back to me. I can't change." "No," said Newman bitterly, "I must change, if I break in two in the effort." "You are different. You are a man. You will get over it. You have all kinds of consolation. You were born, you were trained to changes. Besides, I shall always think of you." "I don't care for that!" cried Newman. "You are cruel. You are terribly cruel. God forgive you! You may have the best reasons and the finest feelings in the world. That makes no difference. You are a mystery to me. I don't see how such hardness can go with such loveliness." Madame de Cintre fixed him a moment with her swimming eyes. "You believe I am hard, then?" Newman answered her look and then broke out. You are a perfect, faultless creature. Stay by me." "Of course I am hard," she went on. "Whenever we give pain, we are hard. And we must give pain. That's the world. The hateful, miserable world. Ah!" And she gave a long, deep sigh. "I can't even say I am glad to have known you, though I am. That too is to wrong you. I can say nothing that is not cruel. Therefore let us part, without more of this. Good-bye." And she put out her hand. Newman stood and looked at it without taking it, and raised his eyes to her face. He felt himself like shedding tears of rage. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "Where are you going?" "Where I shall give no more pain and suspect no more evil. I am going out of the world." "Out of the world?" "I am going into a convent." "Into a convent!" Newman repeated the words with deepest dismay. It was as if she had said that she was going into a hospital. "Into a convent! You?" "I told you that it was not for my worldly advantage or pleasure that I was leaving you." But still Newman hardly understood. "You are going to be a nun," he went on, "in a cell, for life? With a gown and white veil?" "A nun, a Carmelite nun," said Madame de Cintre, "for life, with God's leave." The idea struck Newman as too dark and horrible for belief, and made him feel as he would have done if she had told him that she was going to mutilate her beautiful face, or drink some potion that would make her mad. He clasped his hands and began to tremble visibly. "Madame de Cintre, don't," he said. "I beseech you. On my knees, if you like, I'll beseech you." She laid her hand upon his arm with a tender, pitying, almost reassuring gesture. "You don't understand," she said. "You have wrong ideas. It's nothing horrible. It is only peace and safety. It is to be out of the world, where such troubles as this come to the innocent, to the best. And for life, that's the blessing of it. They can't begin again." Newman dropped into a chair and sat looking at her with a long, inarticulate murmur. That this superb woman, in whom he had seen all human grace and household force, should turn from him and all the brightness that he offered her, him and his future and his fortune and his fidelity, to muffle herself in ascetic rags and entomb herself in a cell, was a confounding combination of the inexorable and the grotesque. As the image deepened before him, the grotesque seemed to expand and overspread it. It was a reduction to the absurd of the trial to which he was subjected. You a nun!" he exclaimed. "You with your beauty defaced! You behind locks and bars! Never, never, if I can prevent it!" And he sprang to his feet with a violent laugh. "You can't prevent it," said Madame de Cintre, "and it ought, a little, to satisfy you. Do you suppose I will go on living in the world, still beside you and yet not with you? It is all arranged. Good-bye, good-bye." This time he took her hand, took it in both his own. "Forever?" he said. Her lips made an inaudible movement, and his own uttered a deep imprecation. She closed her eyes, as if with the pain of hearing it, and then he drew her towards him and clasped her to his breast. He kissed her white face. For an instant she resisted, and for a moment she submitted. Then, with force, she disengaged herself and hurried away over the long, shining floor. The next moment the door closed behind her. Newman made his way out as he could. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American, by Henry James, Chapter 21. There is a pretty public walk at Poitiers, laid out upon the crest of the high hill around which the little city clusters, planted with thick trees and looking down upon the fertile fields in which the old English princes fought for their right and held it. Newman paced up and down this quiet promenade for the greater part of the next day, and let his eyes wander over the historic prospect; but he would have been sadly at a loss to tell you afterwards whether the latter was made up of coalfields or of vineyards. He was wholly given up to his grievance, or which reflection by no means diminished the weight. He feared that Madame de Cintre was irretrievably lost, and yet, as he would have said himself, he didn't see his way clear to giving her up. He found it impossible to turn his back upon Fleurières and its inhabitants. It seemed to him that some germ of hope or reparation must lurk there somewhere, if he could only stretch his arm out far enough to pluck it. It was as if he had his hand on a door-knob and were closing his clenched fist upon him. He had thumped, he had called, he had pressed the door with his powerful knee and shaken it with all his strength, and dead, damning silence had answered him. And yet something held him there, something hardened the grasp of his fingers. Newman's satisfaction had been too intense, his whole plan too deliberate and mature, his prospect of happiness too rich and comprehensive, for this fine moral fabric to crumble at a stroke. The very foundation seemed fatally injured, and yet he felt a stubborn desire still to try to save the edifice. He was filled with a sorer sense of wrong than he had ever known, or than he had supposed it possible he should know. To accept his injury and walk away without looking behind him was a stretch of good nature of which he found himself incapable. He looked behind him intently and continually, and what he saw there did not assuage his resentment. He saw himself trustful, generous, liberal, patient, easy, pocketing frequent irritation and furnishing unlimited modesty. To have eaten humble pie, to have been snubbed and patronized and satirized, and have consented to take it as one of the conditions of the bargain, to have done this, and done it all for nothing, surely gave one a right to protest. And to be turned off because one was a commercial person! As if he had ever talked or dreamed of the commercial since his connection with the Bellegardes began! As if he had made the least circumstance of the commercial! As if he would not have consented to confound the commercial 50 times a day, if it might have increased by a hair's breadth the chance of the Bellegardes not playing him a trick. Granted that being commercial was fair ground for having a trick played upon one, how little they knew about the class so designed, and its enterprising way of not standing upon trifles. It was in the light of his injury that the weight of Newman's past endurance seemed so heavy. His actual irritation had not been so great, merged as it was in his vision of the cloudless blue that overarched his immediate wooing. But now his sense of outrage was deep, rancorous, and ever present. He felt that he was a good fellow wronged. As for Madame de Cintré's conduct, it struck him with a kind of awe, and the fact that he was powerless to understand it, or feel the reality of its motives, only deepened the force with which he had attached himself to her. He had never let the fact of her Catholicism trouble him. Catholicism to him was nothing but a name, and to express a mistrust of the form in which her religious feelings had molded themselves would have seemed to him on his own part a rather pretentious affectation of Protestant zeal. If such superb white flowers as that could bloom in Catholic soil, the soil was not insalubrious. But it was one thing to be a Catholic and another to turn nun, on your hand. There was something lugubriously comical in the way Newman's thoroughly contemporaneous optimism was confronted with this dusky old-world expedient. To see a woman made for him, and for motherhood to his children, juggled away in this tragic travesty. It was a thing to rub one's eyes over, a nightmare, an illusion, a hoax. But the hours passed away without disproving the thing, and leaving him only the after-sense of the vehemence with which he had embraced Madame de Cintre. He remembered her words and her looks. He turned them over and tried to shake the mystery out of them and to infuse them with an endurable meaning. What had she meant by her feeling be a kind of religion? It was the religion simply of the family laws, the religion of which her implacable little mother was high priestess. Twist the thing about as her generosity would, The one certain fact was that they had used force against her. Her generosity had tried to screen them, but Newman's heart rose into his throat at the thought that they should go scot-free. The 24 hours wore themselves away, and the next morning Newman sprang to his feet with the resolution to return to Fleurières and demand another interview with Madame de Bellegardes and her son. He lost no time in putting it into practice. As he rolled swiftly over the excellent road in the little calèche furnished him at the inn at Poitiers, he drew forth, as it were, from the very safe place in his mind to which he had consigned it, the last information given him by poor Valentin. Valentin had told him he could do something with it, and Newman thought it would be well to have it at hand. This was of course not the first time, lately, that Newman had given it his attention. It was information in the rough, it was dark and puzzling, but Newman was neither helpless nor afraid. Valentin had evidently meant to put him in possession of a powerful instrument, though he could not be said to have placed the handle very securely within his grasp. But if he had not really told him the secret, he had at least given him the clue to it, a clue of which that queer old Mrs. Bread held the other end. Mrs. Bread had always looked to Newman as if she knew secrets, and as he apparently enjoyed her esteem, he suspected she might be induced to share her knowledge with him. So long as there was only Mrs. Bread to deal with, he felt easy. As to what there was to find out, he had only one fear, that it might not be bad enough. Then, when the image of the marquise and her son rose before him again, standing side by side, the old woman's hand in Urbain's arm, and the same cold, unsociable fixedness in the eyes of each, he cried out to himself that the fear was groundless. There was blood in the secret at the very last. He arrived at Fleurières almost in a state of elation. He had satisfied himself logically that in the presence of his threat of exposure they would, as he mentally phrased it, rattle down like unwound buckets. He remembered indeed that he must first catch his hare, first ascertain what there was to expose, but after that why shouldn't his happiness be as good as new again? Mother and son would drop their lovely victim in terror and take to hiding, and Madame de Cintre, left to herself, would surely come back to him. Give her a chance, and she would rise to the surface, return to the light. How could she fail to perceive that his house would be much the most comfortable sort of convent? Newman, as he had done before, left his conveyance at the inn, and walked the short remaining distance to the château. When he reached the gate, however, a singular feeling took possession of him, a feeling which, strange as it may seem, had its source in its unfathomable good nature. He stood there a while, looking through the bars at the large, time-stained face of the edifice, and wondering to what crime it was in that dark old house, with its flowery name, had given convenient occasion. It had given occasion, first and last, to tyrannies and sufferings enough, Newman said to himself. It was an evil-looking place to live in. Then suddenly came the reflection, what a horrible rubbish heap of iniquity to fumble in! The attitude of inquisitor turned its ignobler face, and with the same movement Newman declared that the Bellegardes should have another chance. He would appeal once more directly to their sense of fairness, and not to their fear, and if they should be accessible to reason he need know nothing worse about them than what he already knew. That was bad enough. The gatekeeper let him in through the same stiff crevice as before, and he passed through the court and over the little rustic bridge on the moat. The door was opened before he had reached it, and, as if to put his clemency to rout with the suggestion of a richer opportunity, Mrs. Bread stood there awaiting him. Her face, as usual, looked as hopelessly blank as the tide-smoothed sea-sand, and her black garments seemed of an intenser sable. Newman had already learned that her strange inexpressiveness could be a vehicle for emotion, and he was not surprised at the muffled vivacity with which she whispered, "I thought you would try again, sir. I was looking out for you." "I am glad to see you," said Newman. I think you are my friend." Mrs. Bread looked at him opaquely. "I wish you well, sir, but it's vain wishing now." "You know, then, how they have treated me?" "Oh, sir," said Mrs. Bread, dryly, "I know everything." Newman hesitated a moment. "Everything?" Mrs. Bread gave him a glance somewhat more lucent. "I know at least too much, sir." "One can never know too much. I congratulate you. I have come to see Madame de Bellegardes and her son," Newman added. "Are they at home? If they are not, I will wait." "My lady is always at home," Mrs. Bread replied, "and the Marquis is mostly with her." "Please then tell them, one or the other or both, that I am here and that I desire to see them." Mrs. Bread hesitated. "May I take a great liberty, sir?" "You have never taken a liberty, but you have justified it," said Newman, with diplomatic urbanity. Mrs. Bread dropped her wrinkled eyes as if she were curtsying, but the curtsy stopped there; the occasion was too grave. "You have come to plead with them again, sir? Perhaps you don't know this, that Madame de Cintre returned this morning to Paris." "Ah, she's gone!" and Newman, groaning, smote the pavement with his stick. "She has gone straight to the convent, the Carmelites, they call it. I see you know, sir. My lady and the Marquis take it very ill. It was only last night she told them." "Ah, she had kept it back, then?" cried Newman. "Good, good. And they are very fierce?" "They are not pleased," said Mrs. Bread, "but they may well dislike it. They tell me it's most dreadful, sir. Of all the nuns in Christendom, the Carmelites are the worst. You may say they are not really human, sir. They make you give up everything, forever. And to think of her there! If I was one that cried, sir, I could cry." Newman looked at her an instant. "We mustn't cry, Mrs. Bread. We must act. Go and call them." And he made a movement to enter farther. But Mrs. Bread gently checked him. "May I take another liberty? I am told you were with my dearest Mr. Valentin in his last hours. If you would tell me a word about him. The poor count was my own boy, sir. For the first year of his life he was hardly out of my arms. I taught him to speak. And the count spoke so well, sir. He always spoke well to his poor old Bread. When he grew up and took his pleasure, he always had a kind word for me. And to die in that wild way! They have a story that he fought with a wine merchant. I can't believe that, sir. And was he in great pain?" "You are a wise, kind old woman, Mrs. Bread," said Newman. "I hoped I might see you with my own children in your arms. Perhaps I shall yet." And he put out his hand. Mrs. Bread looked for a moment at his open palm, and then, as if fascinated by the novelty of the gesture, extended her own ladylike fingers. Newman held her hand firmly and deliberately, fixing his eyes upon her. "You want to know all about Mr. Valentin?" he said. "It would be a sad pleasure, sir." "I can tell you everything. Can you sometimes leave this place?" "The château, sir? I really don't know. I never tried." "Try then. Try hard. Try this evening at dusk. Come to me in the old ruin there on the hill, in the court before the church. I will wait for you there. I have something very important to tell you. An old woman like you can do as she pleases." Mrs. Bread stared, wondering, with parted lips. "Is it from the count, sir?" she asked. "From the count, from his deathbed," said Newman. "I will come then. I will be bold for once, for him." She led Newman into the great drawing room with which he had already made acquaintance, and retired to execute his commands. Newman waited a long time. At last he was on the point of ringing the bell and repeating his request. He was looking round him for a bell when the Marquis came in with his mother on his arm. It will be seen that Newman had a logical mind when I say that he declared to himself, in perfect good faith, as a result of Valentin's dark hints, that his adversaries looked grossly wicked. "There is no mistake about it now," he said to himself as they advanced. "They're a bad lot. They have pulled off the mask." Madame de Bellegarde and her son certainly bore in their faces the signs of extreme perturbation. They looked like people who had passed a sleepless night. Confronted, moreover, with an annoyance which they hoped they had disposed of, it was not natural that they should have any very tender glances to bestow upon Newman. He stood before them, and such eye-beams as they found available they levelled at him, Newman feeling as if the door of a sepulchre had suddenly been opened and the damp darkness were being exhaled. "You see, I have come back," he said. "I have come to try again." "It would be ridiculous," said M. de Bellegarde, "to pretend that we are glad to see you, or that we don't question the taste of your visit." "Oh, don't talk about taste," said Newman with a laugh, "or that will bring us round to yours. If I consulted my taste I certainly shouldn't have come to see you. Besides, I will make as short work as you please. Promise me to raise the blockade, to set Madame de Cintre at liberty, and I will retire instantly." "We hesitated as to whether we would see you," said Madame de Bellegarde, "and we were on the point of declining the honor. But it seemed to me that we should act with civility, as we have always done, and I wished to have the satisfaction of informing you that there are certain weaknesses that people of our way of feeling can be guilty of but once." "You may be weak but once, but you will be audacious many times, madam," Newman answered. "I didn't come, however, for conversational purposes. I came to say this, simply, that if you will write immediately to your daughter that you withdraw your opposition to her marriage, I will take care of the rest. You don't want her to turn nun; you know more about the horrors of it than I do. Marrying a commercial person is better than that. Give me a letter to her, signed and sealed, saying you retract and that she may marry me with your blessing, and I will take it to her at the convent and bring her out. There's your chance. I call those easy terms." "We look at the matter otherwise, you know. We call them very hard terms," said Urbain de Bellegarde. They had all remained standing rigidly in the middle of the room. "I think my mother will tell you that she would rather her daughter should become Sœur Catherine than Mrs. Newman." But the old lady, with the serenity of supreme power, let her son make her epigrams for her. She only smiled, almost sweetly, shaking her head and repeating, "But once, Mr. Newman, but once." Nothing that Newman had ever seen or heard gave him such a sense of marble hardness as this movement and the tone that accompanied it. "Could anything compel you?" he asked. "Do you know of anything that would force you?" "This language, sir," said the Marquis, "addressed to people in bereavement and grief, is beyond all qualification." "In most cases," Newman answered, "your objection would have some weight, even admitting that Madame de Cintré's present intentions make time precious. But I have thought of what you speak of, and I have come here to-day without scruple, simply because I consider your brother and you two very different parties. I see no connection between you. Your brother was ashamed of you. Lying there wounded and dying, the poor fellow apologized to me for your conduct. He apologized to me for that of his mother." For a moment the effect of these words was as if Newman had struck a physical blow. A quick flush leaped into the faces of Madame de Bellegarde and her son, and they exchanged a glance like a twinkle of steel. Urbain uttered two words which Newman but half heard, but of which the sense came to him as it were in the reverberation of the sound. "Le misérable." "You show little respect for the living," said Madame de Bellegarde, "but at least respect the dead. Don't profane, don't insult the memory of my innocent son." "I speak the simple truth," Newman declared, "and I speak it for a purpose. I repeat it distinctly. Your son was utterly disgusted. Your son apologized." Urbain de Bellegarde was frowning portentously, and Newman supposed he was frowning at poor Valentin's invidious image. Taken by surprise, his scant affection for his brother had made a momentary concession to dishonor. But not for an appreciable instant did his mother lower her flag. "You are immensely mistaken, sir," she said. "My son was sometimes light, but he was never indecent. He died faithful to his name." "You simply misunderstood him," said the Marquis, beginning to rally. "You affirm the impossible." "Oh, I don't care for poor Valentin's apology," said Newman. "It was far more painful than pleasant to me. This atrocious thing was not his fault. He never hurt me, or any one else. He was the soul of honor. But it shows how he took it." "If you wish to prove that my poor brother, in his last moments, was out of his head, we can only say that under the melancholy circumstances nothing was more possible. But confine yourself to that." "He was quite in his right mind," said Newman, with gentle but dangerous doggedness. "I have never seen him so bright and clever. It was terrible to see that witty, capable fellow dying such a death. You know I was very fond of your brother, and I have further proof of his sanity," Newman concluded. The marquise gathered herself together majestically. "This is too gross!" she cried. "We decline to accept your story, sir. We repudiate it. Urbain, open the door." She turned away, with an imperious motion, to her son, and passed rapidly down the length of the room. The Marquis went with her and held the door open. Newman was left standing. He lifted his finger as a sign to M. de Bellegardes, who closed the door behind his mother and stood waiting. Newman slowly advanced, more silent, for the moment, than life. The two men stood face to face. Then Newman had a singular sensation. He felt his sense of injury almost brimming over into jocularity. "Come," he said, "you don't treat me well. At least admit that." M. de Bellegardes looked at him from head to foot, and then in the most delicate, best bred voice, "I detest you personally," he said. "That's the way I feel to you, but for politeness' sake I don't say it," said Newman. "It's singular I should want so much to be your brother-in-law, but I can't give it up. Let me try once more." And he paused a moment. "You have a secret. You have a skeleton in the closet." M. de Bellegardes continued to look at him hard, but Newman could not see whether his eyes betrayed anything. The look of his eyes was always so strange. Newman paused again, and then went on. "You and your mother have committed a crime." At this M. de Bellegarde's eyes certainly did change; they seemed to flicker like blown candles. Newman could see that he was profoundly startled, but there was something admirable in his self-control. "Continue," said M. de Bellegardes. Newman lifted a finger and made it waver a little in the air. "Need I continue? You are trembling." "Pray, where did you obtain this interesting information?" M. de Bellegardes asked very softly. "I shall be strictly accurate," said Newman. "I won't pretend to know more than I do. At present that is all I know. You have done something that you must hide, something that would damn you if it were known, something that would disgrace the name you are so proud of. I don't know what it is, but I can find out. Persist in your present course, and I will find out. Change it, let your sister go in peace, and I will leave you alone. It's a bargain?" The Marquis almost succeeded in looking untroubled. The breaking up of the ice in his handsome countenance was an operation that was necessarily gradual. But Newman's mildly syllabled argumentation seemed to press, and presently he averted his eyes. He stood some moments reflecting. "My brother told you this," he said, looking up. Newman hesitated a moment. "Yes, your brother told me." The Marquis smiled handsomely. "Didn't I say that he was out of his mind?" "He was out of his mind if I don't find out. He was very much in it if I do." M. de Bellegardes gave a shrug. "Eh, sir, find out or not, as you please." "I don't frighten you?" demanded Newman. "That's for you to judge." "No, it's for you to judge, at your leisure. Think it over, feel yourself all round. I will give you an hour or two. I can't give you more, for how do we know how fast they may be making Madame de Cintre a nun? Talk it over with your mother. Let her judge whether she is frightened. I don't believe she is as easily frightened in general as you, but you will see. I will go and wait in the village, at the inn, and I beg you to let me know as soon as possible. Say by 3 o'clock. A simple yes or no on paper will do. Only, you know, in case of a yes, I shall expect you, this time, to stick to your bargain." And with this Newman opened the door and let himself out. The Marquis did not move, and Newman, retiring, gave him another look. "At the inn in the village," he repeated. Then he turned away altogether and passed out of the house. He was extremely excited by what he had been doing, for it was inevitable that there should be a certain emotion in calling up the spectre of dishonor before a family 1,000 years old. But he went back to the inn, and contrived to wait there, deliberately, for the next 2 hours. He thought it more than probable that Urbain de Bellegardes would give no sign, for an answer to his challenge in either sense would be a confession of guilt. What he most expected was silence, in other words, defiance. But he prayed that, as he imagined it, his shot might bring them down. It did bring, by 3 o'clock, a note, delivered by a footman, a note addressed in Urbain de Bellegarde's handsome English hand. It ran as follows: "I cannot deny myself the satisfaction of letting you know that I return to Paris to-morrow with my mother, in order that we may see my sister and confirm her in the resolution which is the most effectual reply to your audacious pertinacity. Henri Urbain de Bellegardes." Newman put the letter into his pocket, and continued his walk up and down the inn parlor. He had spent most of his time for the past week in walking up and down. He continued to measure the length of the little salle of the Armes de Provence until the day began to wane, when he went out to keep his rendezvous with Mrs. Bread. The path which led up the hill to the ruin was easy to find, and Newman in a short time had followed it to the top. He passed beneath the rugged arch of the castle wall, and looked about him in the early dusk for an old woman in black. The castle yard was empty, but the door of the church was open. Newman went into the little nave, and of course found a deeper dusk than without. A couple of tapers, however, twinkled on the altar, and just enabled him to perceive a figure seated by one of the pillars. Closer inspection helped him to recognize Mrs. Bread, in spite of the fact that she was dressed with unwonted splendor. She wore a large black silk bonnet with imposing bows of crape, and an old black satin dress disposed itself in vaguely lustrous folds about her person. She had judged it proper to the occasion to appear in her stateliest apparel. She had been sitting with her eyes fixed upon the ground, but when Newman passed before her, she looked up at him, and then she rose. "Are you a Catholic, Mrs. Bread?" he asked. "No, sir, I'm a good Church of England woman, very low," she answered. "But I thought I should be safer in here than outside. I was never out in the evening before, sir." "We shall be safer," said Newman, "where no one can hear us." And he led the way back into the castle court, and then followed a path beside the church, which he was sure must lead into another part of the ruin. He was not deceived. It wandered along the crest of the hill and terminated before a fragment of wall pierced by a rough aperture which had once been a door. Through this aperture Newman passed, and found himself in a nook peculiarly favorable to quiet conversation, as probably many an earnest couple, otherwise assorted than our friends, had assured themselves. The hill sloped abruptly away, and on the remnant of its crest were scattered 2 or 3 fragments of stone. Beneath, over the plain, lay the gathered twilight, through which, in the near distance, gleamed 2 or 3 lights from the chateau. Mrs. Bread rustled slowly after her guide, and Newman, satisfying himself that one of the fallen stones was steady, proposed her to sit upon it. She cautiously complied, and he placed himself upon another near her. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American, by Henry James, Chapter 22. "I am very much obliged to you for coming," Newman said. "I hope it won't get you into trouble." "I don't think I shall be missed. My lady, in these days, is not fond of having me about her." This was said with a certain fluttered eagerness which increased Newman's sense of having inspired the old woman with confidence. "From the first, you know," he answered, "you took an interest in my prospects. You were on my side. That gratified me, I assure you. And now that you know what they have done to me, I am sure you are with me all the more." "They have not done well, I must say it," said Mrs. Bread. "But you mustn't blame the poor Countess. They pressed her hard." "I would give $1,000,000 to know what they did to her!" cried Newman. Mrs. Bread sat with a dull, oblique gaze fixed upon the lights of the château. "They worked on her feelings. They knew that was the way. She is a delicate creature. They made her feel wicked. She is only too good." "Ah, they made her feel wicked," said Newman slowly. And then he repeated it. "They made her feel wicked? They made her feel wicked." The word seemed to him for the moment a vivid description of infernal ingenuity. "It was because she was so good that she gave up, poor sweet lady," added Mrs. Bread. "But she was better to them than to me," said Newman. "She was afraid," said Mrs. Bread, very confidently. "She has always been afraid, or at least for a long time. That was the real trouble, sir. She was like a fair peach, I may say, with just one little speck. She had one little sad spot. You pushed her into the sunshine, sir, and it almost disappeared. Then they pulled her back into the shade, and in a moment it began to spread. Before we knew it, she was gone. She was a delicate creature." This singular attestation of Madame de Cintré's delicacy, for all its singularity, set Newman's wound aching afresh. "I see," he presently said. "She knew something bad about her mother." "No, sir, she knew nothing," said Mrs. Bread, holding her head very stiff and keeping her eyes fixed upon the glimmering windows of the château. "She guessed something, then, or suspected it?" "She was afraid to know," said Mrs. Bread. "But you know, at any rate," said Newman. She slowly turned her vague eyes upon Newman, squeezing her hands together in her lap. "You are not quite faithful, sir. I thought it was to tell me about Mr. Valentin you asked me to come here." "Oh, the more we talk of Mr. Valentin, the better," said Newman. "That's exactly what I want. I was with him, as I told you, in his last hour. He was in a great deal of pain, but he was quite himself. You know what that means. He was bright and lively and clever." "Oh, he would always be clever, sir," said Mrs. Bread. "And did he know of your trouble?" "Yes, he guessed it of himself." "And what did he say to it?" "He said it was a disgrace to his name, but it was not the first." "Lord, Lord!" murmured Mrs. Bread. "He said that his mother and his brother had once put their heads together and invented something even worse." "You shouldn't have listened to that, sir." "Perhaps not, but I did listen, and I don't forget it. Now I want to know what it is they did." Mrs. Bread gave a soft moan. "And you have enticed me up into this strange place to tell you?" "Don't be alarmed," said Newman. "I won't say a word that shall be disagreeable to you. Tell me as it suits you, and when it suits you. Only remember that it was Mr. Valentin's last wish that you should." "Did he say that?" "He said it with his last breath. Tell Mrs. Bread I told you to ask her." "Why didn't he tell you himself?" "It was too long a story for a dying man. He had no breath left in his body. He could only say that he wanted me to know, that wronged as I was, it was my right to know." "But how will it help you, sir?" said Mrs. Bread. "That's for me to decide. Mr. Valentin believed it would, and that's why he told me. Your name was almost the last word he spoke." Mrs. Bread was evidently awestruck by this statement. She shook her clasped hands slowly up and down. "Excuse me, sir," she said, "if I take a great liberty. Is it the solemn truth you are speaking? I must ask you that, must I not, sir?" "There's no offense. It is the solemn truth. I solemnly swear it. Mr. Valentin himself would certainly have told me more if he had been able." "Oh, sir, if he knew more!" "Don't you suppose he did?" "There's no saying what he knew about anything," said Mrs. Bread, with a mild headshake. "He was so mightily clever. He could make you believe he knew things that he didn't, and that he didn't know others that he had better not have known." "I suspect he knew something about his brother that kept the Marquis civil to him," Newman propounded. "He made the Marquis feel him. What he wanted was to put me in his place. He wanted to give me a chance to make the Marquis feel me." "Mercy on us!" cried the old waiting woman. "How wicked we all are!" "I don't know," said Newman. "Some of us are wicked, certainly. I am very angry, I am very sore, and I am very bitter, but I don't know that I am wicked. I have been cruelly injured. They have hurt me, and I want to hurt them. I don't deny that. On the contrary, I tell you plainly that it is the use I want to make of your secret." Mrs. Bread seemed to hold her breath. "You want to publish them? You want to shame them?" "I want to bring them down, 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 down. I want to turn the tables upon them. I want to mortify them as they mortified me. They took me up into a high place and made me stand there for all the world to see me, and then they stole behind me and pushed me into this bottomless pit where I lie howling and gnashing my teeth. I made a fool of myself before all their friends, but I shall make something worse of them." This passionate sally, which Newman uttered with a greater fervor that it was the first time he had had a chance to say all this aloud, kindled two small sparks in Mrs. Bread's fixed eyes. "I suppose you have a right to your anger, sir, but think of the dishonor you will draw down on Madame de Cintre." "Madame de Cintre is buried alive!" cried Newman. "What are honor or dishonor to her? The door of the tomb is at this moment closing behind her." "Yes, it's most awful," moaned Mrs. Bread. "She has moved off, like her brother Valentin, to give me room to work. It's as if it were done on purpose." "Surely," said Mrs. Bread, apparently impressed by the ingenuity of this reflection. She was silent for some moments; then she added, "And would you bring my lady before the courts?" "The courts care nothing for my lady," Newman replied. "If she has committed a crime, she will be nothing for the courts but a wicked old woman." "And will they hang her, sir?" "That depends upon what she has done," and Newman eyed Mrs. Bread intently. "It would break up the family most terribly, sir." "It's time such a family should be broken up," said Newman with a laugh. "And me at my age out of place, sir," sighed Mrs. Bread. "Oh, I will take care of you. You shall come and live with me. You shall be my housekeeper, or anything you like. I will pension you for life." "Dear, dear sir, you think of everything." And she seemed to fall a brooding. Newman watched her for a while, and then he said suddenly, "Ah, Mrs. Bread, you are too fond of my lady." She looked at him as quickly. "I wouldn't have you say that, sir. I don't think it any part of my duty to be fond of my lady. I have served her faithfully this many a year, but if she were to die to-morrow, I believe, before heaven, I shouldn't shed a tear for her." Then after a pause, "I have no reason to love her," Mrs. Bread added. "The most she has done for me has been not to turn me out of the house." Newman felt that decidedly his companion was more and more confidential, that if luxury is corrupting, Mrs. Bread's conservative habits were already relaxed by the spiritual comfort of this preconcerted interview in a remarkable locality with a free-spoken millionaire. All his native shrewdness admonished him that his part was simply to let her take her time, let the charm of the occasion work. So he said nothing; he only looked at her kindly. Mrs. Bread sat nursing her lean elbows. "My lady once did me a great wrong," she went on at last. "She has a terrible tongue when she is vexed. It was many a year ago, but I have never forgotten it. I have never mentioned it to a human creature. I have kept my grudge to myself. I dare say I have been wicked, but my grudge has grown old with me. It has grown good for nothing, too, I dare say. But it has lived along as I have lived. It will die when I die, not before." "And what is your grudge?" Newman asked. Mrs. Bread dropped her eyes and hesitated. "If I were a foreigner, sir, I should make less of telling you. It comes harder to a decent Englishwoman. But I sometimes think I have picked up too many foreign ways. What I was telling you belongs to a time when I was much younger, and very different looking to what I am now. I had a very high color, sir, if you can believe it. Indeed, I was a very smart lass. My lady was younger, too, and the late Marquis was youngest of all. I mean in the way he went on, sir. He had a very high spirit. He was a magnificent man. He was fond of his pleasure, like most foreigners, and it must be owned that he sometimes went rather below him to take it. My lady was often jealous, and if you'll believe it, sir, she did me the honor to be jealous of me. One day I had a red ribbon in my cap, and my lady flew out at me and ordered me to take it off. She accused me of putting it on to make the Marquis look at me. I don't know that I was impertinent, but I spoke up like an honest girl, and didn't count my words. A red ribbon, indeed! As if it was my ribbons the Marquis looked at. My lady knew afterwards that I was perfectly respectable, but she never said a word to show that she believed it. But the Marquis did," Mrs. Bread presently added. "I took off my red ribbon and put it away in a drawer, where I have kept it to this day. It's faded now; it's a very pale pink, but there it lies. My grudge has faded too; the red has all gone out of it, but it lies here yet." And Mrs. Bread stroked her black satin bodice. Newman listened with interest to this decent narrative, which seemed to have opened up the deeps of memory to his companion. Then, as she remained silent, and seemed to be losing herself in retrospective meditation upon her perfect respectability, he ventured upon a short cut to his goal. "So Madame de Bellegarde was jealous. I see. And Monsieur de Bellegarde admired pretty women, without distinction of class. I suppose one mustn't be hard upon him, for they probably didn't all behave so properly as you. But years afterwards it could hardly have been jealousy that turned Madame de Bellegarde into a criminal." Mrs. Bread gave a weary sigh. "We are using dreadful words, sir, but I don't care now. I see you have your idea, and I have no will of my own. My will was the will of my children, as I called them, but I have lost my children now. They are dead. I may say it of both of them. And what should I care for the living? What is any one in the house to me now? What am I to them? My lady objects to me. She has objected to me these 30 years. I should have been glad to be something to young Madame de Bellegarde, though I never was nurse to the present Marquis. When he was a baby, I was too young. They wouldn't trust me with him. But his wife told her own maid, Mademoiselle Clarisse, the opinion she had of me. Perhaps you would like to hear it, sir." "Oh, immensely," said Newman. "She said that if I would sit in her children's schoolroom, I should do very well for a pen wiper. When things have come to that, I don't think I need stand upon ceremony." "Decidedly not," said Newman. "Go on, Mrs. Bread." Mrs. Bread, however, relapsed again into troubled dumbness, and all Newman could do was to fold his arms and wait. But at last she appeared to have set her memories in order. "It was when the late Marquis was an old man, and his eldest son had been 2 years married. It was when the time came for marrying Mademoiselle Claire. That's the way they talk of it here, you know, sir. The Marquis's health was bad. He was very much broken down. My lady had picked out Monsieur de Cintre for no good reason that I could see. But there are reasons, I very well know, that are beyond me, and you must be high in the world to understand them. Old Monsieur de Cintre was very high, and my lady thought him almost as good as herself. That's saying a good deal. Mr. Urbain took sides with his mother, as he always did. The trouble, I believe, was that my lady would give very little money, and all the other gentlemen asked more. It was only Monsieur de Cintre that was satisfied. The Lord willed it that he should have that one soft spot. It was the only one he had. He may have been very grand in his birth, and he certainly was very grand in his bows and speeches, but that was all the grandeur he had. I think he was like what I have heard of comedians, not that I have ever seen one, but I know he painted his face. He might paint it all he would, he could never make me like it. The Marquis couldn't abide him, and declared that sooner than take such a husband as that Mademoiselle Claire should take none at all. He and my lady had a great scene. It came even to our ears in the servants' hall. It was not their first quarrel, if the truth must be told. They were not a loving couple, but they didn't often come to words, because, I think, neither of them thought the other's doings worth the trouble. My lady had long ago got over her jealousy, and she had taken to indifference. In this, I must say, they were well matched. The Marquis was very easy-going. He had a most gentlemanly temper. He got angry only once a year, but then it was very bad. He always took to bed directly afterwards. This time I speak of, he took to bed as usual, but he never got up again. I'm afraid the poor gentleman was paying for his dissipation. Isn't it true they mostly do, sir, when they get old? My lady and Mr. Urbain kept quiet, but I know my lady wrote letters to Monsieur de Cintre. The Marquis got worse, and the doctors gave him up. My lady, she gave him up too, and if the truth must be told, she gave up gladly. When once he was out of the way, she could do what she pleased with her daughter, and it was all arranged that my poor innocent child should be handed over to Monsieur de Cintre. You don't know what Mademoiselle was in those days, sir. She was the sweetest young creature in France, and knew as little of what was going on around her as the lamb does of the butcher. I used to nurse the Marquis, and I was always in his room. It was here at Fleurières in the autumn. We had a doctor from Paris who came and stayed 2 or 3 weeks in the house. Then there came 2 others, and there was a consultation, and these 2 others, as I said, declared that the Marquis couldn't be saved. After this they went off, pocketing their fees, but the other one stayed and did what he could. The Marquis himself kept crying out that he wouldn't die, that he didn't want to die, that he would live and look after his daughter. And she paused again, bending upon Newman a face which seemed to grow whiter as the darkness settled down upon them. Newman had listened eagerly, with an eagerness even greater than that with which he had bent his ear to Valentin de Bellegardes' last words. Every now and then, as his companion looked up at him, she reminded him of an ancient tabby cat, protracting the enjoyment of a dish of milk. Even her triumph was measured and decorous. The faculty of exultation had been chilled by disuse. She presently continued, "Late one night I was sitting by the Marquis in his room, the great red room in the west tower. He had been complaining a little, and I gave him a spoonful of the doctor's dose. My lady had been there in the early part of the evening. She sat far more than an hour by his bed. Then she went away and left me alone. After midnight she came back, and her eldest son was with her. They went to the bed and looked at the Marquis, and my lady took hold of his hand. Then she turned to me and said he was not so well. I remembered how the Marquis, without saying anything, lay staring at her. I can see his white face at this moment in the great black square between the bed curtains. I said I didn't think he was very bad, and she told me to go to bed. She would sit a while with him. When the Marquis saw me going he gave a sort of groan, and called out to me not to leave him, but Mr. Urbain opened the door for me and pointed the way out. The present Marquis, perhaps you have noticed, sir, has a very proud way of giving orders, and I was there to take orders. I went to my room, but I wasn't easy. I couldn't tell you why. I didn't undress. I sat there waiting and listening. For what, would you have said, sir? I couldn't have told you, for surely a poor gentleman might be comfortable with his wife and son. It was as if I had expected to hear the Marquis moaning after me again. I listened, but I heard nothing. It was a very still night. I never knew a night so still. At last the very stillness itself seemed to frighten me, and I came out of my room and went very softly downstairs. In the ante-room, outside of the Marquis's chamber, I found Mr. Urbain walking up and down. He asked me what I wanted, and I said I came back to relieve my lady. He said he would relieve my lady, and ordered me back to bed. But as I stood there, unwilling to turn away, the door of the room opened, and my lady came out. I noticed she was very pale, she was very strange. She looked a moment at the Count and at me, and then she held out her arms to the Count. He went to her, and she fell upon him and hid her face. I went quickly past her into the room and to the Marquis's bed. He was lying there, very white, with his eyes shut, like a corpse. I took hold of his hand and spoke to him, and he felt to me like a dead man. Then I turned round. My lady and Mr. Urbain were there. "My poor Bread," said my lady, "Monsieur le Marquis is gone." Mr. Urbain knelt down by the bed and said softly, "Mon père, mon père." I thought it wonderful strange, and asked my lady what in the world had happened, and why she hadn't called me. She said nothing had happened, that she had only been sitting there with the Marquis, very quiet. She had closed her eyes, thinking she might sleep, and she had slept, she didn't know how long. When she woke up, he was dead. "It's death, my son, it's death," she said to the Count. Mr. Urbain said they must have the doctor immediately from Poitiers, and that he would ride off and fetch him. He kissed his father's face, and then he kissed his mother and went away. My lady and I stood there at the bedside. As I looked at the poor Marquis, it came into my head that he was not dead, that he was in a kind of swoon. And then my lady repeated, "My poor Bread, it's death, it's death." And I said, "Yes, my lady, it's certainly death." I said just the opposite to what I believed. It was my notion. Then my lady said we must wait for the doctor, and we sat there and waited. It was a long time. The poor Marquis neither stirred nor changed. "I have seen death before," said my lady, "and it's terribly like this." "Yes, please, my lady," said I, and I kept thinking. The night wore away without the Count's coming back, and my lady began to be frightened. She was afraid he had an accident in the dark, or met with some wild people. At last she got so restless that she went below to watch in the court for her son's return. I sat there alone, and the Marquis never stirred. Here Mrs. Bread paused again, and the most artistic of romancers could not have been more effective. Newman made a movement as if he were turning over the page of a novel. "So he was dead!" he exclaimed. 3 days afterwards he was in his grave," said Mrs. Bread sententiously. "In a little while I went away to the front of the house, and looked out into the court, and there, before long, I saw Mr. Urbain ride in alone. I waited a bit to hear him come upstairs with his mother, but they stayed below, and I went back to the Marquis's room. I went to the bed and held up the light to him, but I don't know why I didn't let the candlestick fall. The Marquis's eyes were open, open wide. They were staring at me. I knelt down beside him and took his hands, and begged him to tell me, in the name of wonder, whether he was alive or dead. Still he looked at me a long time, and then he made a sign to put my ear close to him. 'I am dead,' he said. 'I am dead. The Marquise has killed me.' I was all in a tremble. I didn't understand him. He seemed to be both a man and a corpse, if you can fancy, sir. 'But you'll get well now, sir,' I said. And then he whispered again, ever so weak, 'I wouldn't get well for a kingdom. I wouldn't be that woman's husband again.' And then he said more. He said she had murdered him. I asked him what she had done to him, but he only replied, 'Murder, murder, and she'll kill my daughter,' he said, 'my poor unhappy child.' And he begged me to prevent that. And then he said that he was dying, that he was dead. I was afraid to move or to leave him. I was almost dead myself. All of a sudden he asked me to get a pencil and write for him, and then I had to tell him that I couldn't manage a pencil. He asked me to hold him up in bed while he wrote himself, and I said he could never, never do such a thing. But he seemed to have a kind of terror that gave him strength. I found a pencil in the room and a piece of paper and a book, and I put the paper on the book and the pencil into his hand, and moved the candle near him. You will think all this very strange, sir, and very strange it was. The strangest part of it was that I believed he was dying, and that I was eager to help him to write. I sat on the bed and put my arm around him and held him up. I felt very strong. I believe I could have lifted him and carried him. It was a wonder how he wrote, but he did write, in a big scratching hand. He almost covered one side of the paper. It seemed a long time. I suppose it was 3 or 4 minutes. He was groaning terribly all the while. Then he said it was ended, and I let him down upon his pillows, and he gave me the paper and told me to fold it, and hide it, and give it to those who would act upon it. 'Whom do you mean?' I said. 'Who are those who will act upon it?' But he only groaned for an answer. He couldn't speak for weakness. In a few minutes he told me to go and look at the bottle at the chimney-piece. I knew the bottle he meant, the white stuff that was good for his stomach. I went and looked at it, but it was empty. When I came back his eyes were open and he was staring at me, but soon he closed them and he said no more. I hid the paper in my dress. I didn't look at what was written upon it, though I can read very well, sir, if I haven't any handwriting. I sat down near the bed, but it was nearly half an hour before my lady and the count came in. The Marquis looked as he did when they left him, and I never said a word about his having been otherwise. Mr. Urbain said that the doctor had been called to a person in childbirth, but that he had promised to set out for Fleurières immediately. In another half hour he arrived, and as soon as he had examined the Marquis, he said that we had had a false alarm. The poor gentleman was very low, but he was still living. I watched my lady and her son when he said this, to see if they looked at each other, and I am obliged to admit that they didn't. The doctor said there was no reason he should die, he had been going on so well. And then he wanted to know how he had suddenly fallen off. He had left him so very hearty. My lady told her little story again, what she had told Mr. Urbain and me, and the doctor looked at her and said nothing. He stayed all the next day at the chateau, and hardly left the Marquis. I was always there. Mademoiselle and Mr. Valentin came and looked at their father, but he never stirred. It was a strange, deathly stupor. My lady was always about, her face was as white as her husband's, and she looked very proud, as I had seen her look when her orders or her wishes had been disobeyed. It was as if the poor Marquis had defied her, and the way she took it made me afraid of her. The apothecary from Poitiers kept the Marquis along through the day, and we waited for the other doctor from Paris, who, as I told you, had been staying at Fleurières. They had telegraphed for him early in the morning, and in the evening he arrived. He talked a bit outside with the doctor from Poitiers, and then they came in to see the Marquis together. I was with him, and so was Mr. Urbain. My lady had been to receive the doctor from Paris, and she didn't come back with him into the room. He sat down by the Marquis. I can see him there now, with his hand on the Marquis's wrist, and Mr. Urbain watching him with a little looking-glass in his hand. "I'm sure he's better," said the little doctor from Poitiers. "I'm sure he'll come back." A few moments after he said this, the Marquis opened his eyes, as if he were waking up, and looked at us from one to the other. I saw him look at me, very softly, as you'd say. At the same moment my lady came in on tiptoe. She came up to the bed and put her head between me and the count. The Marquis saw her, and gave a long, most wonderful moan. He said something we couldn't understand, and he seemed to have a kind of spasm. He shook all over, and then closed his eyes, and the doctor jumped up and took hold of my lady. He held her for a moment a bit roughly. The Marquis was stone dead. This time there were those there that knew. Newman felt as if he had been reading by starlight the report of a highly important evidence in a great murder case. "And the paper, he said excitedly. "What was written upon it?" "I can't tell you, sir," answered Mrs. Bread. "I couldn't read it. It was in French." "But could no one else read it?" "I never asked a human creature." "No one has ever seen it?" "If you see it, you'll be the first." Newman seized the old woman's hand in both his own and pressed it vigorously. "I thank you ever so much for that," he cried. "I want to be the first. I want it to be my property and no one else's. You're the wisest old woman in Europe. And what did you do with the paper?" The information had made him feel extraordinarily strong. "Give it to me, quick." Mrs. Bread got up with a certain majesty. "It is not so easy as that, sir. If you want the paper, you must wait." "But waiting is horrible, you know," urged Newman. "I am sure I have waited. I have waited these many years," said Mrs. Bread. "That is very true. You have waited for me. I won't forget it. And yet how comes it you didn't do as Monsieur Bellegardes said, and show the paper to someone?" "To whom should I show it?" answered Mrs. Bread, mournfully. "It was not easy to know, and many's the night I have lain awake thinking of it. 6 months afterwards, when they married Mademoiselle to her vicious old husband, I was very near bringing it out. I thought it was my duty to do something with it, and yet I was mightily afraid. I didn't know what was written on the paper, or how bad it might be, and there was no one I could trust enough to ask. And it seemed to me a cruel kindness to do that sweet young creature, letting her know that her father had written her mother down so shamefully, for that's what he did, I suppose. I thought she would rather be unhappy with her husband than be unhappy that way. It was for her and for my dear Mr. Valentin that I kept quiet. Quiet, I call it, but for me it was a weary quietness. It worried me terribly, and it changed me altogether. But for others I held my tongue, and no one to this hour knows what passed between the poor Marquis and me." "But evidently there were suspicions," said Newman. "Where did Mr. Valentin get his ideas?" "It was the little doctor from Poitiers. He was very ill satisfied, and he made a great talk. He was a sharp Frenchman, and coming to the house as he did day after day, I suppose he saw more than he seemed to see. And indeed the way the poor Marquis went off as soon as his eyes fell on my lady was a most shocking sight for anyone. The medical gentleman from Paris was much more accommodating, and he hushed up the other. But for all he could do, Mr. Valentin and Mademoiselle heard something. They knew their father's death was somehow against nature. Of course they couldn't accuse their mother, and as I tell you, I was as dumb as that stone. Mr. Valentin used to look at me sometimes, and his eyes seemed to shine, as if he were thinking of asking me something. I was dreadfully afraid he would speak, and I always looked away and went about my business. If I were to tell him, I was sure he would hate me afterwards, and that I could never have borne. Once I went up to him and took a great liberty. I kissed him as I had kissed him when he was a child. 'You oughtn't to look so sad, sir,' I said. 'Believe your poor old Bread. Such a gallant, handsome young man can have nothing to be sad about.' And I think he understood me. He understood that I was begging off, and he made up his mind in his own way. He went about with his unasked question in his mind, as I did with my untold tale. We were both afraid of bringing dishonor on a great house. And it was the same with Mademoiselle. She didn't know what happened. She wouldn't know. My lady and Mr. Urbain asked me no questions because they had no reason. I was as still as a mouse. When I was younger, my lady thought me a hussy, and now she thought me a fool. How should I have any ideas?" "But you say the little doctor from Poitiers made a talk," said Newman. "Did no one take it up?" "I heard nothing of it, sir. They are always talking scandal in these foreign countries, you may have noticed, and I suppose they shook their heads over Madame de Bellegardes. But after all, what could they say? The Marquis had been ill, and the Marquis had died. He had as good a right to die as any one. The doctor couldn't say he had not come honestly by his cramps. The next year the little doctor left the place and bought a practice in Bordeaux, and if there has been any gossip, it died out. And I don't think there could have been much gossip about my lady that any one would listen to. My lady is so very respectable." Newman, at this last affirmation, broke into an immense, resounding laugh. Mrs. Bread had begun to move away from the spot where they were sitting, and he helped her through the aperture in the wall and along the homeward path. "Yes," he said, "my lady's respectability is delicious. It will be a great crash." They reached the empty space in front of the church, where they stopped a moment, looking at each other with something of an air of closer fellowship, like two sociable conspirators. "But what was it?" said Newman. "What was it she did to her husband? She didn't stab or poison him." "I don't know, sir. No one saw it." "Unless it was Mr. Urbain. You say he was walking up and down outside the room. Perhaps he looked through the keyhole. But no, I think that with his mother he would take it on trust." "You may be sure I have often thought of it," said Mrs. Bread. "I am sure she didn't touch him with her hands. I saw nothing on him anywhere. I believe it was in this way. He had a great fit of his pain, and he asked her for his medicine. Instead of giving it to him, she went and poured it away before his eyes. Then he saw what she meant, and weak and helpless as he was frightened, he was terrified. 'You want to kill me,' he said. 'Yes, Monsieur le Marquis, I want to kill you,' says my lady, and sits down and fixes her eyes upon him. You know my lady's eyes, I think, sir. It was with them she killed him. It was with that terrible strong will she put into them. It was like a frost on flowers." "Well, you are a very intelligent woman. You have shown great discretion," said Newman. "I shall value your services as housekeeper extremely." They had begun to descend the hill, and Mrs. Bread said nothing until they reached the foot. Newman strolled lightly beside her. His head was thrown back and he was gazing at all the stars. He seemed to himself to be riding his vengeance along the Milky Way. "So you are serious, sir, about that?" said Mrs. Bread, softly. "About your living with me? Why, of course, I will take care of you to the end of your days. You can't live with those people any longer. And you oughtn't to, you know, after this. You give me the paper and you move away." "It seems very flighty in me to be taking a new place at this time of life," observed Mrs. Bread, lugubriously. "But if you are going to turn the house upside down, I would rather be out of it." "Oh," said Newman, in the cheerful tone of a man who feels rich in alternatives, "I don't think I shall bring in the constables, if that's what you mean. Whatever Madame de Bellegardes did, I am afraid the law can't take hold of it. But I am glad of that. It leaves it altogether to me." "You are a mighty bold gentleman, sir," murmured Mrs. Bread, looking at him round the edge of her great bonnet. He walked with her back to the château. The curfew had tolled for the laborious villagers of Fleurières, and the street was unlighted and empty. She promised him that he should have the Marquis's manuscript in half an hour. Mrs. Bread, choosing not to go in by the great gate, they passed round by a winding lane to a door in the wall of the park, of which she had the key, and which would enable her to enter the château from behind. Newman arranged with her that he should await outside the wall her return with the coveted document. She went in, and his half hour in the dusky lane seemed very long. But he had plenty to think about. At last the door in the wall opened, and Mrs. Bread stood there with one hand on the latch and the other holding out a scrap of white paper, folded small. In a moment he was master of it, and it had passed into his waistcoat pocket. "Come and see me in Paris," he said. "We are to settle your future, you know, and I will translate poor Monsieur de Bellegarde's French to you." Never had he felt so grateful as at this moment for Mr. Nioche's instructions. Mrs. Bread's dull eyes had followed the disappearance of the paper, and she gave a heavy sigh. "Well, you have done what you would with me, sir, and I suppose you will do it again. You must take care of me now. You are a terribly positive gentleman." "Just now," said Newman, "I'm a terribly impatient gentleman." And he bade her good night and walked rapidly back to the inn. He ordered his vehicle to be prepared for his return to Poitiers, and then he shut the door of the common salle and strode toward the solitary lamp on the chimney-piece. He pulled out the paper and quickly unfolded it. It was covered with pencil marks, which at first in the feeble light seemed indistinct. But Newman's fierce curiosity forced a meaning from the tremulous signs. The English of them was as follows: "My wife has tried to kill me, and she has done it. I am dying, dying horribly. It is to marry my dear daughter to Monsieur de Cintre. With all my soul I protest. I forbid it. I am not insane. Ask the doctors. Ask Mrs. B. It was alone with me here tonight. She attacked me and put me to death. It is murder, if murder ever was. Ask the doctors. Henri Urbain de Bellegardes." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American by Henry James. Chapter 23. Newman returned to Paris the second day after his interview with Mrs. Bread. The morrow he had spent at Poitiers, reading over and over again the little document which he had lodged in his pocket-book, and thinking what he would do in the circumstances and how he would do it. He would not have said that Poitiers was an amusing place, yet the day seemed very short. Domiciled once more in the Boulevard Haussmann, he walked over to the Rue de l'Université and inquired of Madame de Bellegarde's portress whether the marquise had come back. The portress told him that she had arrived with Monsieur le Marquis on the preceding day, and further informed him that if he desired to enter, Madame de Bellegarde and her son were both at home. As she said these words, the little white-faced old woman who peered out of the dusky gatehouse of the Hôtel de Bellegarde gave a small wicked smile, a smile which seemed to Newman to mean, "Go in if you dare." She was evidently versed in the current domestic history. She was placed where she could feel the pulse of the house. Newman stood a moment, twisting his moustache and looking at her. Then he abruptly turned away. But this was not because he was afraid to go in, though he doubted whether if he did so he should be able to make his way, unchallenged, into the presence of Madame de Cintré's relatives. Confidence, excessive confidence perhaps, quite as much as timidity prompted his retreat. He was nursing his thunderbolt, he loved it, he was unable to part with it. He seemed to be holding it aloft in the rumbling, vaguely flashing air, directly over the heads of his victims, and he fancied he could see their pale, upturned faces. Few specimens of the human countenance had ever given him such pleasure as these, lighted in the lurid fashion I have hinted at, and he was disposed to sip the cup of contemplative revenge in a leisurely fashion. It must be added, too, that he was at a loss to see exactly how he could arrange to witness the operation of his thunder. To send in his card to Madame de Bellegarde would be a waste of ceremony; she would certainly decline to receive him. On the other hand, he could not force his way into her presence. It annoyed him keenly to think that he might be reduced to the blind satisfaction of writing her a letter, but he consoled himself in a measure with the reflection that a letter might lead to an interview. He went home, and feeling rather tired, nursing a vengeance was, it must be confessed, a rather fatiguing process. It took a good deal out of one. Flung himself into one of his brocaded fauteuils, stretched his legs, thrust his hands into his pockets, and while he watched the reflected sunset fading from the ornate housetops on the opposite side of the boulevard, began mentally to compose a cool epistle to Madame de Bellegardes. While he was so occupied, his servant threw open the door and announced ceremoniously, "Madame Brett." Newman roused himself expectantly, and in a few moments perceived upon his threshold the worthy woman with whom he had conversed to such good purpose on the starlit hill-top of Fleurières. Mrs. Bread had made for this visit the same toilet as for her former expedition. Newman was struck with her distinguished appearance. His lamp was not lit, and as her large, grave face gazed at him through the light dusk from under the shadow of her ample bonnet, he felt the incongruity of such a person presenting herself as a servant. He greeted her with high geniality, and bade her come in and sit down and make herself comfortable. There was something which might have touched the springs both of mirth and of melancholy in the ancient maidenliness with which Mrs. Bread endeavored to comply with these directions. She was not playing at being fluttered, which would have been simply ridiculous. She was doing her best to carry herself as a person so humble that for her even embarrassment would have been pretentious. But evidently she had never dreamed of its being in her horoscope to pay a visit, at nightfall, to a friendly single gentleman who lived in theatrical-looking rooms on one of the new boulevards. "I truly hope I am not forgetting my place, sir," she murmured. "Forgetting your place?" cried Newman. "Why, you are remembering it. This is your place, you know. You are already in my service. Your wages as housekeeper began a fortnight ago. I can tell you my house wants keeping. Why don't you take off your bonnet and stay?" "Take off my bonnet," said Mrs. Bread, with timid literalness. "Oh, sir, I haven't my cap, and with your leave, sir, I couldn't keep house in my best gown." "Never mind your gown," said Newman cheerfully. "You shall have a better gown than that." Mrs. Bread stared solemnly, and then stretched her hands over her lustreless satin skirt, as if the perilous side of her situation were defining itself. "Oh, sir, I am fond of my own clothes," she murmured. "I hope you have left those wicked people, at any rate," said Newman. "Well, sir, here I am," said Mrs. Bread. "That's all I can tell you. Here I sit, poor Catherine Bread. It's a strange place for me to be. I don't know myself. I never supposed I was so bold. But indeed, sir, I have gone as far as my own strength will bear me." "Oh, come, Mrs. Bread," said Newman, almost caressingly. "Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Now's the time to feel lively, you know." She began to speak again with a trembling voice. "I think it would be more respectable if I could, and her voice trembled to a pause. "If you could give up this sort of thing altogether?" said Newman kindly, trying to anticipate her meaning, which he supposed might be a wish to retire from service. "If I could give everything up, sir. All I should ask is a decent Protestant burial." "Burial!" cried Newman, with a burst of laughter. "Why, to bury you now would be a sad piece of extravagance. It's only rascals who have to be buried to get respectable. Honest folks like you and me can live our time out, and live together. Come, did you bring your baggage?" "My box is locked and corded, but I haven't yet spoken to my lady." "Speak to her, then, and have done with it. I should like to have your chance," cried Newman. "I would gladly give it to you, sir. I have passed some weary hours in my lady's dressing-room, but this will be one of the longest. She will tax me with ingratitude." "Well," said Newman, "so long as you can tax her with murder." "Oh, sir, I can't, not I," sighed Mrs. Bread. "You don't mean to say anything about it? So much the better. Leave that to me." "If she calls me a thankless old woman," said Mrs. Bread, "I shall have nothing to say. But it is better so," she softly added. "She shall be my lady to the last. That will be more respectable." "And then you will come to me and I shall be your gentleman," said Newman. "That will be more respectable still." Mrs. Bread rose with lowered eyes and stood a moment, then looking up she rested her eyes upon Newman's face. The disordered proprieties were somehow settling to rest. She looked at Newman so long and so fixedly with such a dull, intense devotedness that he himself might have had a pretext for embarrassment. At last she said gently, "You are not looking well, sir." "That's natural enough," said Newman. "I have nothing to feel well about. To be very indifferent and very fierce, very dull and very jovial, very sick and very lively all at once, why, it rather mixes one up." Mrs. Bread gave a noiseless sigh. "I can tell you something that will make you feel duller still, if you want to feel all one way, about Madame de Cintre." "What can you tell me?" Newman demanded. "Not that you have seen her." She shook her head. "No, indeed, sir, nor ever shall. That's the dullness of it. Nor my lady, nor Monsieur de Bellegardes." "You mean that she is kept so close?" "Close, close," said Mrs. Bread, very softly. These words for an instant seemed to check the beating of Newman's heart. He leaned back in his chair, staring up at the old woman. "They have tried to see her, and she wouldn't? She couldn't?" "She refused, forever. I had it from my lady's own maid," said Mrs. Bread, "who had it from my lady. To speak of it to such a person my lady must have felt the shock. Madame de Cintre won't see them now, and now is her only chance. A while hence she will have no chance." "You mean the other women, the mothers, the daughters, the sisters, what is it they call them, won't let her?" "It is what they call the rule of the house, or of the order, I believe," said Mrs. Bread. "There is no rule so strict as that of the Carmelites. The bad women in the reformatories are fine ladies to them. They wear old brown cloaks, so the femme de chambre told me, that you wouldn't use for a horse blanket. And the poor countess was so fond of soft feeling dresses. She would never have anything stiff. They sleep on the ground," Mrs. Bread went on. "They are no better, no better," and she hesitated for a comparison. "They are no better than tinkers' wives. They give up everything down to the very name their poor old nurses called them by. They give up father and mother, brother and sister, to say nothing of other persons," Mrs. Bread delicately added. "They wear a shroud under their brown cloaks and a rope round their waists, and they get up on winter nights and go off into cold places to pray to the Virgin Mary. The Virgin Mary is a hard mistress." Mrs. Bread, dwelling on these terrible facts, sat dry-eyed and pale, with her hands clasped in her satin lap. Newman gave a melancholy groan and fell forward, leaning his head on his hands. There was a long silence, broken only by the ticking of the great gilded clock on the chimney-piece. "Where is this place? Where is the convent?" Newman asked at last, looking up. "There are two houses," said Mrs. Bread. "I found out. I thought you would like to know, though it's poor comfort, I think. One is in the Avenue de Messine. They have learned that Madame de Cintre is there. The other is in the Rue d'Enfer. That's a terrible name. I suppose you know what it means." Newman got up and walked away to the end of his long room. When he came back, Mrs. Bread had got up and stood by the fire with folded hands. "Tell me this," he said. "Can I get near her, even if I don't see her? Can I look through a grating or some such thing at the place where she is?" It is said that all women love a lover, and Mrs. Bread's sense of the pre-established harmony which kept servants in their place, even as planets in their orbit—not that Mrs. Bread had ever consciously likened herself to a planet—barely availed to temper the maternal melancholy with which she leaned her head on one side and gazed at her new employer. She probably felt for the moment as if 40 years before she had held him also in her arms. "That wouldn't help you, sir. It would only make her seem farther away." "I want to go there, at all events," said Newman. "Avenue de Messine, you say? And what is it they call themselves?" "Carmelites," said Mrs. Bread. "I shall remember that." Mrs. Bread hesitated a moment, and then, "It's my duty to tell you this, sir," she went on. "The convent has a chapel, and some people are admitted on Sunday to the mass. You don't see the poor creatures that are shut up there, but I am told you can hear them sing. It's a wonder they have any heart for singing. Some Sunday I shall make bold to go. It seems to me I should know her voice in 50." Newman looked at his visitor very gratefully, then he held out his hand and shook hers. "Thank you," he said. "If any one can get in, I will." A moment later Mrs. Bread proposed deferentially to retire, but he checked her and put a lighted candle into her hand. "There are half a dozen rooms there I don't use," he said, pointing through an open door. "Go and look at them and take your choice. You can live in the one you like best." From this bewildering opportunity Mrs. Bread at first recoiled, but finally, yielding to Newman's gentle, reassuring push, she wandered off into the dusk with her tremulous taper. She remained absent a quarter of an hour, during which Newman paced up and down, stopped occasionally to look out of the window at the lights on the boulevard, and then resumed his walk. Mrs. Bread's relish for her investigation apparently increased as she proceeded, but at last she reappeared and deposited her candlestick on the chimney-piece. "Well, have you picked one out?" asked Newman. "A room, sir. They are all too fine for a dingy old body like me. There isn't one that hasn't a bit of gilding." "It's only tinsel, Mrs. Bread," said Newman. "If you stay there a while it will all peel off of itself." And he gave a dismal smile. "Oh, sir, there are things enough peeling off already," rejoined Mrs. Bread, with a headshake. "Since I was there I thought I would look about me. I don't believe you know, sir. The corners are most dreadful. You do want a housekeeper, that you do. You want a tidy Englishwoman that isn't above taking hold of her broom." Newman assured her that he suspected, if he had not measured, his domestic abuses, and that to reform them was a mission worthy of her powers. She held her candlestick aloft again, and looked around the salon with compassionate glances. Then she intimated that she accepted the mission, and that its sacred character would sustain her in her rupture with Madame de Bellegardes. With this she curtsied herself away. She came back the next day with her worldly goods, and Newman, going into his drawing room, found her upon her aged knees before a divan, sewing up some detached fringe. He questioned her as to her leave-taking with her late mistress, and she said it had proved easier than she had feared. "I was perfectly civil, sir, but the Lord helped me to remember that a good woman has no call to tremble before a bad one." "I should think so!" cried Newman. "And does she know you have come to me?" "She asked me where I was going, and I mentioned your name," said Mrs. Bread. "What did she say to that?" "She looked at me very hard, and she turned very red. Then she bade me leave her. I was all ready to go, and I had got the coachman, who is an Englishman, to bring down my poor box and to fetch me a cab. But when I went down myself to the gate I found it closed. My lady had sent orders to the porter not to let me pass, and by the same orders the porter's wife—she is a dreadful sly old body—had gone out in a cab to fetch home M. de Bellegardes from his club." Newman slapped his knee. "She is scared, she is scared!" he cried exultantly. "I was frightened too, sir," said Mrs. Bread, "but I was also mightily vexed. I took it very high with the porter and asked him by what right he used violence to an honorable Englishwoman who had lived in the house for 30 years before he was heard of. Oh, sir, I was very grand, and I brought the man down. He drew his bolts and let me out, and I promised the cabman something handsome if he would drive fast. But he was terribly slow. It seemed as if we should never reach your blessed door. I am all of a tremble still. It took me 5 minutes just now to thread my needle." Newman told her with a gleeful laugh that if she chose she might have a little maid on purpose to thread her needles, and he went away murmuring to himself that the old woman was scared, she was scared. He had not shown Mrs. Tristram the little paper that he carried in his pocket-book, but since his return to Paris he had seen her several times, and she had told him that he seemed to her to be in a strange way, an even stranger way than his sad situation made natural. Had his disappointment gone to his head? He looked like a man who was going to be ill, and yet she had never seen him more restless and active. One day he would sit hanging his head and looking as if he were firmly resolved never to smile again, Another, he would indulge in laughter that was almost unseemly, and make jokes that were bad even for him. If he was trying to carry off his sorrow, he at such times really went too far. She begged him of all things not to be "strange." Feeling in a measure responsible as she did for the affair which had turned out so ill for him, she could endure anything but his strangeness. He might be melancholy if he would, or he might be stoical. He might be cross and cantankerous with her, and ask her why she had ever dared to meddle with his destiny. To this she would submit. For this she would make allowances. Only, for heaven's sake, let him not be incoherent. That would be extremely unpleasant. It was like people talking in their sleep. They always frightened her. And Mrs. Tristram intimated that, taking very high ground as regards the moral obligation which events had laid upon her, she proposed not to rest quiet till she should have confronted him with the least inadequate substitute for Madame de Cintre that the two hemispheres contained. "Oh," said Newman, "we are even now, and we had better not open a new account. You may bury me some day, but you shall never marry me. It's too rough. I hope, at any rate," he added, "that there is nothing incoherent in this, that I want to go next Sunday to the Carmelite chapel in the Avenue de Messine. You know one of the Catholic ministers, an abbé, is that it? I have seen him here, you know, that motherly old gentleman with the big waistband. Please ask him if I need a special leave to go in, and if I do, beg him to obtain it for me." Mrs. Tristram gave expression to the liveliest joy. "I am so glad you have asked me to do something," she cried. "You shall get into the chapel if the abbé is disfrocked for his share in it." And 2 days afterwards she told him that it was all arranged. The abbé was enchanted to serve him, and if he would present himself civilly at the convent gate, there would be no difficulty. Chapter 24 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American by Henry James. Chapter 24. Sunday was as yet 2 days off, but meanwhile, to beguile his impatience, Newman took his way to the Avenue de Messine and got what comfort he could in staring at the blank outer wall of Madame de Cintré's present residence. The street in question, as some travelers will remember, adjoins the Parc Monceau, which is one of the prettiest corners of Paris. The quarter has an air of modern opulence and convenience which seems at variance with the ascetic institution, and the impression made upon Newman's gloomily irritated gaze by the fresh-looking, windowless expanse behind which the woman he loved was perhaps even then pledging herself to pass the rest of her days was less exasperating than he had feared. The place suggested a convent with the modern improvements, an asylum in which privacy, though unbroken, might be not quite identical with privation, and meditation, though monotonous, might be of a cheerful cast. And yet he knew the case was otherwise, only at present it was not a reality to him. It was too strange and too mocking to be real. It was like a page torn out of a romance, with no context in his own experience. On Sunday morning, at the hour which Mrs. Tristram had indicated, he rang the gate in the blank wall. It was instantly opened, and admitted him into a clean, cold-looking court, from beyond which a dull, plain edifice looked down upon him. A robust lay sister with a cheerful complexion emerged from a porter's lodge, and on his stating his errand pointed to the open door of the chapel, an edifice which occupied the right side of the court and was preceded by the high flight of steps. Newman ascended the steps and immediately entered the open door. Service had not yet begun. The place was dimly lighted, and it was some moments before he could distinguish its features. Then he saw it was divided by a large, closed iron screen into 2 unequal portions. The altar was on the hither side of the screen, and between it and the entrance were disposed several benches and chairs. 3 or 4 of these were occupied by vague, motionless figures, figures that he presently perceived to be women, deeply absorbed in their devotion. The place seemed to Newman very cold. The smell of the incense itself was cold. Besides this, there was a twinkle of tapers, and here and there a glow of colored glass. Newman seated himself. The praying women kept still, with their backs turned. He saw they were visitors like himself, and he would have liked to see their faces, for he believed that they were the mourning mothers and sisters of other women who had had the same pitiless courage as Madame de Cintre. But they were better off than he, for at least they shared the faith to which the others had sacrificed themselves. 3 or 4 persons came in. 2 of them were elderly gentlemen. Everyone was very quiet. Newman fastened his eyes upon the screen behind the altar. That was the convent, the real convent, the place where she was. But he could see nothing. No light came through the crevices. He got up and approached the partition very gently, trying to look behind. But behind it there was darkness, with nothing stirring. He went back to his place, and after that a priest and 2 altar boys came in and began to say Mass. Newman watched their genuflections and gyrations with a grim, still enmity. They seemed aids and abettors of Madame de Cintré's desertion. They were mouthing and droning out their triumph. The priest's long, dismal intonings acted upon his nerves and deepened his wrath. There was something defiant in his unintelligible drawl. It seemed meant for Newman himself. Suddenly there arose from the depths of the chapel, from behind the inexorable grating, a sound which drew his attention from the altar, the sound of a strange, lugubrious chant uttered by women's voices. It began softly, but it presently grew louder, and as it increased, it became more of a wail and a dirge. It was the chant of the Carmelite nuns, their only human utterance. It was their dirge over their buried affections and over the vanity of earthly desires. At first Newman was bewildered, almost stunned, by the strangeness of the sound. Then, as he comprehended its meaning, he listened intently, and his heart began to throb. He listened for Madame de Cintré's voice, and in the very heart of the tuneless harmony he imagined he made it out. We are obliged to believe that he was wrong, inasmuch as she had obviously not yet had time to become a member of the invisible sisterhood. The chant kept on, mechanical and monotonous, with dismal repetitions and despairing cadences. It was hideous. It was horrible. As it continued, Newman felt that he needed all his self-control. He was growing more agitated. He felt tears in his eyes. At last, as in its full force the thought came over him that this confused, impersonal wail was all that either he or the world she had deserted should ever hear of the voice he had found so sweet, he found he could bear it no longer. He rose abruptly and made his way out. On the threshold he paused, listened again to the dreary strain, and then hastily descended into the court. As he did so, he saw the good sister with the high-colored cheeks and the fan-like frill to her coiffure, who had admitted him, and was in conference at the gate with 2 persons who had just come in. A second glance informed him that these persons were Madame de Bellegardes and her son, and that they were about to avail themselves of that method of approach to Madame de Cintre which Newman had found but a mockery of consolation. As he crossed the court, M. de Bellegardes recognized him. The Marquis was coming to the steps, leading his mother. The old lady also gave Newman a look, and it resembled that of her son. Both faces expressed a franker perturbation, something more akin to the humbleness of dismay, than Newman had yet seen in them. Evidently he startled the Bellegardes, and they had not their grand behavior immediately in hand. Newman hurried past them, guided only by the desire to get out of the convent walls and into the street. The gate opened itself at his approach. He strode over the threshold, and it closed behind him. A carriage, which appeared to have been standing there, was just turning away from the sidewalk. Newman looked at it for a moment, blankly, Then he became conscious, through that dusky mist that swam before his eyes, that a lady seated in it was bowing to him. The vehicle had turned away before he recognized her. It was an ancient landau, with one half the cover lowered. The lady's bow was very positive and accompanied him with a smile. A little girl was seated beside her. He raised his hat, and then the lady bade the coachman stop. The carriage halted again beside the pavement, and she sat there and beckoned to Newman, beckoned with the demonstrative grace of Madame Urbain de Bellegardes. Newman hesitated a moment before he obeyed her summons. During this moment he had time to curse his stupidity for letting the others escape him. He had been wondering how he could get at them. Fool that he was for not stopping them then and there. What better place than beneath the very prison walls to which they had consigned the promise of his joy? He had been too bewildered to stop them, but now he felt ready to wait for them at the gate. Madame Urbain, with a certain attractive petulance, beckoned to him again, and this time he went over to the carriage. She leaned out and gave him her hand, looking at him kindly and smiling. "Ah, monsieur," she said, "you don't include me in your wrath. I had nothing to do with it." "Oh, I don't suppose you could have prevented it," Newman answered in a tone which was not that of studied gallantry. "What you say is too true for me to resent the small account it makes of my influence. I forgive you, at any rate, because you look as if you had seen a ghost." "I have," said Newman. "I am glad, then, I didn't go in with Madame de Bellegardes and my husband. You must have seen them, eh? Was the meeting affectionate? Did you hear the chanting? They say it's like the lamentations of the damned. I wouldn't go in. One is certain to hear that soon enough. Poor Claire, in a white shroud and a big brown cloak. That's the toilette of the Carmelites, you know. Well, she was always fond of long, loose things. But I must not speak of her to you. Only I must say that I am very sorry for you, that if I could have helped you I would, and that I think everyone has been very shabby. I was afraid of it, you know. I felt it in the air for a fortnight before it came. When I saw you at my mother-in-law's ball, taking it all so easily, I felt as if you were dancing on your grave. But what could I do? I wish you all the good I can think of. You will say that it isn't much. Yes, they have been very shabby. I am not a bit afraid to say it. I assure you everyone thinks so. We are not all like that. I am sorry I am not going to see you again. You know I think you very good company. I would prove it by asking you to get into the carriage and drive with me for a quarter of an hour while I wait for my mother-in-law. Only if we were seen, considering what has passed, and everyone knows you have been turned away, it might be thought I was going a little too far even for me. But I shall see you sometimes, somewhere, eh? You know," this was said in English, "we have a plan for a little amusement." Newman stood there with his hand on the carriage door, listening to this consolatory murmur with an unlighted eye. He hardly knew what Madame de Bellegardes was saying. He was only conscious that she was chattering ineffectively. But suddenly it occurred to him that, with her pretty professions, there was a way of making her effective. She might help him to get at the old woman and the Marquis. "They are coming back soon, your companions," he said. "You are waiting for them?" "They will hear the mass out. There is nothing to keep them longer. Claire has refused to see them." "I want to speak to them," said Newman, "and you can help me. You can do me a favor. Delay your return for 5 minutes, and give me a chance at them. I will wait for them here." Madame de Bellegardes clasped her hands with a tender grimace. "My poor friend, what do you want to do to them? To beg them to come back to you? It will be wasted words. They will never come back." "I want to speak to them, all the same. Pray do what I ask you. Stay away and leave them to me for 5 minutes. You needn't be afraid. I shall not be violent. I am very quiet." "Yes, you look very quiet. If they had le cœur tendre you would move them. But they haven't. However, I will do better for you than what you propose. The understanding is not that I shall come back for them. I am going into the Parc Monceau with my little girl to give her a walk, and my mother-in-law, who comes so rarely into this quarter, is to profit by the same opportunity to take the air. We are to wait for her in the park, where my husband is to bring her to us. Follow me now. Just within the gates I shall get out of my carriage. Sit down on a chair in some quiet corner, and I will bring them near you. There's devotion for you. Le reste vous regarde." This proposal seemed to Newman extremely felicitous. It revived his drooping spirit, and he reflected that Madame Urbain was not such a goose as she'd seemed. He promised immediately to overtake her, and the carriage drove away. The Parc Monceau is a very pretty piece of landscape gardening, but Newman, passing into it, bestowed little attention upon its elegant vegetation, which was full of the freshness of spring. He found Madame de Bellegardes promptly, seated in one of the quiet corners of which she had spoken, while before her, in the alley, her little girl, attended by the footman and the lap-dog, walked up and down as if she were taking a lesson in deportment. Newman sat down beside the mamma, and she talked a great deal, apparently with the design of convincing him that, if he would only see it, poor dear Claire did not belong to the most fascinating type of woman. She was too tall and thin, too stiff and cold, her mouth was too wide and her nose too narrow, she had no dimples anywhere. And then she was eccentric in cold blood, she was an Anglaise after all. Newman was very impatient. He was counting the minutes until his victim should reappear. He sat silent, leaning upon his cane, looking absently and insensibly at the little marquise. At length Madame de Bellegardes said she would walk toward the gate of the park and meet her companions, but before she went she dropped her eyes, and after playing a moment with the lace of her sleeve, looked up again at Newman. "Do you remember," she asked, "the promise you made me 3 weeks ago?" And then, as Newman, vainly consulting his memory, was obliged to confess that the promise had escaped it, she declared that he had made her, at the time, a very queer answer, an answer at which, viewing it in the light of the sequel, she had fair ground for taking offense. "You promised to take me to Bullier's after your marriage. After your marriage. You made a great point of that. 3 days after that your marriage was broken off. Do you know, when I heard the news, the first thing I said to myself? Oh, heaven, now he won't go with me to Bullier's. And I really began to wonder if you had not been expecting the rupture." "Oh, my dear lady," murmured Newman, looking down the path to see if the others were not coming. "I shall be good-natured," said Madame de Bellegardes. "One must not ask too much of a gentleman who is in love with a cloistered nun. Besides, I can't go to Bullier's while we are in mourning. But I haven't given it up for that. The partie is arranged. I have my cavalier, Lord Deepmere, if you please. He has gone back to his dear Dublin, but a few months hence I am to name any evening, and he will come over from Ireland on purpose. That's what I call gallantry." Shortly after this Madame de Bellegardes walked away with her little girl. Newman sat in his place. The time seemed terribly long. He felt how fiercely his quarter of an hour in the convent chapel had raked over the glowing coals of his resentment. Madame de Bellegardes kept him waiting, but she proved as good as her word. At last she reappeared at the end of the path with her little girl and her footman. Beside her slowly walked her husband, with his mother on his arm. They were a long time advancing, during which Newman sat unmoved. Tingling as he was with passion, it was extremely characteristic of him that he was able to moderate his expression of it, as he would have turned down a flaring gas-burner. His native coolness, shrewdness, and deliberateness, his lifelong submissiveness to the sentiment that words were acts and acts were steps in life, and that in this matter of taking steps, curveting and prancing were exclusively reserved for quadrupeds and foreigners. All this admonished him that rightful wrath had no connection with being a fool and indulging in spectacular violence. So as he rose, when old Madame de Bellegardes and her son were close to him, he only felt very tall and light. He had been sitting beside some shrubbery, in such a way as not to be noticeable at a distance, but M. de Bellegardes had evidently already perceived him. His mother and he were holding their course, but Newman stepped in front of them, and they were obliged to pause. He lifted his hat slightly and looked at them for a moment. They were pale with amazement and disgust. "Excuse me for stopping you," he said in a low tone, "but I must profit by the occasion. I have 10 words to say to you. Will you listen to them?" The Marquis glared at him and then turned to his mother. "Can Mr. Newman possibly have anything to say that is worth our listening to?" "I assure you I have something," said Newman. "Besides, it is my duty to say it. It's a notification, a warning." "Your duty?" said old Madame de Bellegardes, her thin lips curving like scorched paper. "That is your affair, not ours." Madame Urbain meanwhile had seized her little girl by the hand with a gesture of surprise and impatience which struck Newman, intent as he was upon his own words, with its dramatic effectiveness. "If Mr. Newman is going to make a scene in public," she exclaimed, "I will take my poor child out of the mêlée. She is too young to see such naughtiness." And she instantly resumed her walk. "You had much better listen to me," Newman went on. "Whether you do or not, things will be disagreeable for you, but at any rate you will be prepared." "We have already heard something of your threats," said the Marquis, "and you know what we think of them." "You think a good deal more than you admit. A moment," Newman added in reply to an exclamation of the old lady. "I remember perfectly that we are in a public place, and you see I am very quiet. I am not going to tell your secret to the passers-by. I shall keep it, to begin with, for certain picked listeners. Anyone who observes us will think that we are having a friendly chat, and that I am complimenting you, madam, on your venerable virtues." The Marquis gave 3 short, sharp raps on the ground with his stick. "I demand of you to step out of our path," he hissed. Newman instantly complied, and M. de Bellegardes stepped forward with his mother. Then Newman said, "Half an hour hence Madame de Bellegardes will regret that she didn't learn exactly what I mean." The marquise had taken a few steps, but at these words she paused, looking at Newman with eyes like 2 scintillating globules of ice. "You are like a peddler with something to sell," she said, with a little cold laugh, which only partially concealed the tremor in his voice. "Oh no, not to sell," Newman rejoined. "I give it to you for nothing." And he approached nearer to her, looking her straight in the eyes. "You killed your husband," he said, almost in a whisper. "That is, you tried once and failed, and then, without trying, you succeeded." Madame de Bellegardes closed her eyes and gave a little cough, which, as a piece of dissimulation, struck Newman as really heroic. "Dear mother," said the Marquis, "does this stuff amuse you so much?" "The rest is more amusing," said Newman. "You had better not lose it." Madame de Bellegardes opened her eyes. The scintillations had gone out of them. They were fixed and dead. But she smiled superbly with her narrow little lips, and repeated Newman's word. "Amusing? Have I killed someone else?" "I don't count your daughter," said Newman, "though I might. Your husband knew what you were doing. I have a proof of it whose existence you have never suspected." And he turned to the Marquis, who was terribly white, whiter than Newman had ever seen anyone out of a picture. "A paper written by the hand and signed with the name of Henri Urbain de Bellegardes, written after you, madame, had left him for dead, and while you, sir, had gone, not very fast, for the doctor." The Marquis looked at his mother. She turned away, looking vaguely round her. "I must sit down," she said in a low tone, going toward the bench on which Newman had been sitting. "Couldn't you have spoken to me alone?" said the Marquis to Newman, with a strange look. "Well, yes, if I could have been sure of speaking to your mother alone, too," Newman answered. "But I have had to take you as I could get you." Madame de Bellegardes, with a movement very eloquent of what he would have called her grit, her steel-cold pluck and her instinctive appeal to her own personal resources, drew her hand out of her son's arm and went and seated herself upon the bench. There she remained with her hands folded in her lap, looking straight at Newman. The expression of her face was such that he fancied at first that she was smiling, but he went and stood in front of her and saw that her elegant features were distorted by agitation. He saw, however, equally, that she was resisting her agitation with all the rigor of her inflexible will, and there was nothing like either fear or submission in her stony stare. She had been startled, but she was not terrified. Newman had an exasperating feeling that she would get the better of him still. He would not have believed it possible that he could so utterly fail to be touched by the sight of a woman, criminal or other, in so tight a place. Madame de Bellegarde gave a glance at her son which seemed tantamount to an injunction to be silent and leave her to her own devices. The Marquis stood beside her, with his hands behind him, looking at Newman. "What paper is this you speak of?" asked the old lady, with an imitation of tranquillity which would have been applauded in a veteran actress. "Exactly what I have told you," said Newman. "A paper written by your husband after you had left him for dead, and during the couple of hours before you returned. You see he had the time. You shouldn't have stayed away so long. It declares distinctly his wife's murderous intent." "I should like to see it," Madame de Bellegarde observed. "I thought you might," said Newman, "and I have taken a copy." And he drew from his waistcoat pocket a small folded sheet. "Give it to my son," said Madame de Bellegarde. Newman handed it to the Marquis, whose mother, glancing at him, said simply, "Look at it." M. de Bellegarde's eyes had a pale eagerness which it was useless for him to try to dissimulate. He took the paper in his light-gloved fingers and opened it. There was a silence, during which he read it. He had more than time to read it, but still he said nothing. He stood staring at it. "Where is the original?" asked Madame de Bellegarde, in a voice which was really a consummate negation of impatience. "In a very safe place. Of course I can't show you that," said Newman. "You might want to take hold of it," he added with conscious quaintness. "But that's a very correct copy, except of course the handwriting. I am keeping the original to show someone else." M. de Bellegarde at last looked up, and his eyes were still very eager. "To whom do you mean to show it?" "Well, I'm thinking of beginning with the Duchess," said Newman, "that stout lady I saw at your ball. She asked me to come and see her, you know. I thought at the moment I shouldn't have much to say to her, but my little document will give us something to talk about." "You had better keep it, my son," said Madame de Bellegarde. "By all means," said Newman. "Keep it and show it to your mother when you get home." "And after showing it to the Duchess?" asked the Marquis, folding the paper and putting it away. "Well, I'll take up the dukes," said Newman, "then the counts and the barons, all the people you had the cruelty to introduce me to in a character of which you meant immediately to deprive me. I have made out a list." For a moment neither Madame de Bellegarde nor her son said a word. The old lady sat with her eyes upon the ground. M. de Bellegarde's blanched pupils were fixed upon her face. Then looking at Newman, "Is that all you have to say?" she asked. "No, I want to say a few words more. I want to say that I hope you quite understand what I'm about. This is my revenge, you know. You have treated me before the world, convened for that express purpose, as if I were not good enough for you. I mean to show the world that, however bad I may be, you are not quite the people to say it." Madame de Bellegarde was silent again, and then she broke her silence. Her self-possession continued to be extraordinary. "I needn't ask you who has been your accomplice. Mrs. Bread told me that you had purchased her services." "Don't accuse Mrs. Bread of venality," said Newman. "She has kept your secret all these years. She has given you a long respite. It was beneath her eyes your husband wrote that paper. He put it into her hands with a solemn injunction that she was to make it public. She was too good-hearted to make use of it." The old lady appeared for an instant to hesitate, and then, "She was my husband's mistress," she said softly. This was the only concession to self-defense that she condescended to make. "I doubt that," said Newman. Madame de Bellegarde got up from her bench. "It was not to your opinions I undertook to listen, and if you have nothing left but them to tell me, I think this remarkable interview may terminate." And turning to the marquis, she took his arm again. "My son," she said, "say something." M. de Bellegarde looked down at his mother, passing his hand over his forehead, and then, tenderly, caressingly, "What shall I say?" he asked. "There is only one thing to say," said the marquise, "that it was really not worth while to have interrupted our walk." But the marquis thought he could improve this. "Your papers are forgery," he said to Newman. Newman shook his head a little, with a tranquil smile. "Monsieur de Bellegarde," he said, "your mother does better. She has done better all along, from the first of my knowing you. You're a mighty plucky woman, madam," he continued. "It's a great pity you have made me your enemy. I should have been one of your greatest admirers." "Mon pauvre ami," said Madame de Bellegarde to her son in French, and as if she had not heard these words, "you must take me immediately to my carriage." Newman stepped back and let them leave him. He watched them a moment, and saw Madame Urbain, with her little girl, come out of a bypath to meet them. The old lady stooped and kissed her grandchild. "Damn it, she is plucky," said Newman, and then he walked home with a slight sense of being balked. She was so inexpressibly defiant. But on reflection he decided that what he had witnessed was no real sense of security, still less a real innocence. It was only a very superior style of brazen assurance. "Wait till she reads the paper," he said to himself, and he concluded that he should hear from her soon. He heard sooner than he expected. The next morning before midday, when he was about to give orders for his breakfast to be served, M. de Bellegarde's card was brought to him. "She has read the paper, and she has passed a bad night," said Newman. He instantly admitted his visitor, who came in with the air of an ambassador of a great power meeting the delegate of a barbarous tribe whom an absurd accident had enabled for the moment to be abominably annoying. The ambassador, at all events, had passed a bad night, and his faultlessly careful toilet only threw into relief the frigid rancor in his eyes and the mottled tones of his refined complexion. He stood before Newman a moment, breathing quickly and softly, and shaking his forefinger curtly as his host pointed to a chair. "What I have come to say is soon said," he declared, "and can only be said without ceremony." "I am good for as much or for as little as you desire," said Newman. The marquis looked round the room, and then, "On what terms will you part with your scrap of paper?" "On none." And while Newman, with his head on one side and his hands behind him, sounded the marquis's turbid gaze with his own, he added, "Certainly that is not worth sitting down about." M. de Bellegarde meditated a moment, as if he had not heard Newman's refusal. "My mother and I, last evening," he said, "talked over your story. You will be surprised to learn that we think your little document is and he held back his word a moment, is genuine." "You forget that with you I am used to surprises," exclaimed Newman, with a laugh. "The very smallest amount of respect that we owe to my father's memory," the marquis continued, "makes us desire that he should not be held up to the world as the author of so infernal attack upon the reputation of a wife whose only fault was that she had been submissive to accumulated injury." "Oh, I see," said Newman. "It's for your father's sake." And he laughed the laugh in which he indulged when he was most amused, a noiseless laugh with his lips closed. But M. de Bellegarde's gravity held good. "There are a few of my father's particular friends for whom the knowledge of so unfortunate an inspiration would be a real grief. Even say we firmly established by medical evidence the presumption of a mind disordered by fever, il en resterait quelque chose. At the best it would look ill in him, very ill." "Don't try medical evidence," said Newman. "Don't touch the doctors and they won't touch you. I don't mind your knowing that I have not written to them." Newman fancied that he saw signs in M. de Bellegarde's discolored mask that this information was extremely pertinent. But it may have been merely fancy, for the Marquis remained majestically argumentative. "For instance, Madame d'Outreville," he said, "of whom you spoke yesterday. I can imagine nothing that would shock her more." "Oh, I am quite prepared to shock Madame d'Outreville, you know. That's on the cards. I expect to shock a great many people." M. de Bellegarde examined for a moment the stitching on the back of one of his gloves. Then, without looking up, "We don't offer you money," he said. "That we suppose to be useless." Newman, turning away, took a few turns about the room and then came back. "What do you offer me? By what I can make out, the generosity is all to be on my side." The Marquis dropped his arms at his side and held his head a little higher. "What we offer you is a chance that a gentleman should appreciate. A chance to abstain from inflicting a terrible blot upon the memory of a man who certainly had his faults, but who, personally, had done you no wrong." "There are two things to say to that," said Newman. "The first is, as regards appreciating your chance, that you don't consider me a gentleman. That's your great point, you know. It's a poor rule that won't work both ways. The second is that—well, in a word, you are talking great nonsense." Newman, who in the midst of his bitterness had, as I have said, kept well before his eyes a certain ideal of saying nothing rude, was immediately somewhat regretfully conscious of the sharpness of these words. But he speedily observed that the Marquis took them more quietly than might have been expected. M. de Bellegarde, like the stately ambassador that he was, continued the policy of ignoring what was disagreeable in his adversary's replies. He gazed at the gilded arabesques on the opposite wall, and then presently transferred his glance to Newman, as if he too were a large grotesque in a rather vulgar system of chamber decoration. "I suppose you know that as regards yourself it won't do at all." "How do you mean it won't do?" "Why, of course you damn yourself. But I suppose that's in your programme. You propose to throw mud at us. You believe, you hope that some of it may stick. We know, of course, it can't," explained the Marquis in a tone of conscious lucidity. "But you take the chance, and are willing at any rate to show that you yourself have dirty hands." "That's a good comparison. At least half of it is," said Newman. "I take the chance of something sticking. But as regards my hands, they are clean. I have taken the matter up with my finger-tips." M. de Bellegarde looked a moment into his hat. "All our friends are quite with us," he said. "They would have done exactly as we have done." "I shall believe that when I hear them say it. Meanwhile I shall think better of human nature." The Marquis looked into his hat again. "Madame de Cintre was extremely fond of her father. If she knew of the existence of the few written words of which you propose to make this scandalous use, she would demand of you proudly for his sake to give it up to her, and she would destroy it without reading it." "Very possibly," Newman rejoined. "But she will not know. I was in that convent yesterday, and I know what she is doing. Lord deliver us! You can guess whether it made me feel forgiving." M. de Bellegarde appeared to have nothing more to suggest, but he continued to stand there, rigid and elegant, as a man who believed that his mere personal presence had an argumentative value. Newman watched him, and without yielding an inch on the main issue, felt an incongruously good-natured impulse to help him to retreat in good order. "Your visit's a failure, you see," he said. "You offer too little." "Propose something yourself," said the Marquis. "Give me back Madame de Cintre in the same state in which you took her from me." M. de Bellegarde threw back his head, and his pale face flushed. "Never!" he said. "You can't." "We wouldn't if we could. In the sentiment which led us to deprecate her marriage, nothing is changed." "Deprecate is good!" cried Newman. "It was hardly worth while to have come here only to tell me that you were not ashamed of yourselves. I could have guessed that." The Marquis slowly walked toward the door, and Newman, following it, opened it for him. "What you propose to do will be very disagreeable," M. de Bellegardes said. "That is very evident. But it will be nothing more." "As I understand it," Newman answered, "that will be quite enough." M. de Bellegardes stood for a moment looking on the ground, as if he were ransacking his ingenuity to see what else he could do to save his father's reputation. Then, with a little cold sigh, he seemed to signify that he regretfully surrendered the late marquis to the penalty of his turpitude. He gave a hardly perceptible shrug, took his neat umbrella from the servant in the vestibule, and with his gentlemanly walk passed out. Newman stood listening till he heard the door close. Then he slowly exclaimed, "Well, I ought to begin to be satisfied now." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American, by Henry James, Chapter 25. Newman called upon the comical Duchess and found her at home. An old gentleman with a high nose and a gold-headed cane was just taking leave of her. He made Newman a protracted obeisance as he retired, and our hero supposed that he was one of the mysterious grandees with whom he had shaken hands at Madame de Bellegarde's ball. The Duchess, in her armchair, from which she did not move, with a great flower-pot on one side of her, a pile of pink-covered novels on the other, and a large piece of tapestry depending from her lap, presented an expansive and imposing front, but her aspect was in the highest degree gracious, and there was nothing in her manner to check the effusion of his confidence. She talked to him about flowers and books, getting launched with marvelous promptitude, about the theaters, about the peculiar institutions of his native country, about the humidity of Paris, about the pretty complexions of the American ladies, about his impressions of France and his opinion of its female inhabitants. All this was a brilliant monologue on the part of the Duchess, who, like many of her countrywomen, was a person of an affirmative rather than an interrogative cast of mind, who made mots and put them herself into circulation, and who was apt to offer you a present of a convenient little opinion neatly enveloped in the gilt paper of a happy Gallicism. Newman had come to her with a grievance, but he found himself in an atmosphere in which apparently no cognizance was taken of grievance, an atmosphere into which the chill of discomfort had never penetrated, and which seemed exclusively made up of mild, sweet, stale intellectual perfumes. The feeling with which he had watched Madame d'Outreville at the treacherous festival of the Bellegardes came back to him. She struck him as a wonderful old lady in a comedy, particularly well up in her part. He observed before long that she asked him no questions about their common friends, she made no allusion to the circumstances under which he had been presented to her. She neither feigned ignorance of a change in these circumstances, nor pretended to condole with him upon it. But she smiled and discoursed and compared the tender-tinted wools of her tapestry, as if the Bellegardes and their wickedness were not of this world. "She is fighting shy," said Newman to himself, and having made the observation, he was prompted to observe, farther, how the Duchess would carry off her indifference. She did so in a masterly manner. There was not a gleam of disguised consciousness in those small, clear, demonstrative eyes, which constituted her nearest claim to personal loveliness. There was not a symptom of apprehension that Newman would trench upon the ground she proposed to avoid. "Upon my word, she does it very well," he tacitly commented. "They all hold together bravely, and whether anyone else can trust them or not, they can certainly trust each other." Newman, at this juncture, fell to admiring the Duchess for her fine manners. He felt, most accurately, that she was not a grain less urbane than she would have been if his marriage were still in prospect, but he felt also that she was not a particle more urbane. He had come, so reasoned the Duchess, heaven knew why he had come after what had happened, and for the half hour, therefore, she would be charmante. but she would never see him again. Finding no ready-made opportunity to tell his story, Newman pondered these things more dispassionately than might have been expected. He stretched his legs as usual, and even chuckled a little, appreciatively and noiselessly. And then, as the Duchess went on relating a mot with which her mother had snubbed the great Napoleon, it occurred to Newman that her evasion of a chapter of French history more interesting to himself might possibly be the result of an extreme consideration for his feelings. Perhaps it was delicacy on the Duchess's part, not policy. He was on the point of saying something himself to make the chance which he had determined to give her still better, when the servant announced another visitor. The Duchess, on hearing the name—it was that of an Italian prince—gave a little imperceptible pout, and said to Newman rapidly, "I beg you to remain. I desire this visit to be short." Newman said to himself, at this, that Madame d'Outreville intended, after all, that they should discuss the Bellegardes together. The prince was a short stout man with a head disproportionately large. He had a dusky complexion and a bushy eyebrow, beneath which his eye wore a fixed and somewhat defiant expression. He seemed to be challenging you to insinuate that he was top-heavy. The Duchess, judging from her charge to Newman, regarded him as a bore, but this was not apparent from the unchecked flow of her conversation. She made a fresh series of mots, characterized with great felicity the Italian intellect and the taste of the figs at Sorrento, predicted the ultimate future of the Italian kingdom, disgust with the brutal Sardinian rule and complete reversion throughout the peninsula to the sacred sway of the Holy Father, and finally gave a history of the love affairs of the Princess X. This narrative provoked some rectifications on the part of the prince, who, as he said, pretended to know something about that matter, and having satisfied himself that Newman was in no laughing mood, either with regard to the size of his head or anything else, he entered into the controversy with an animation for which the Duchess, when she set him down as a bore, could not have been prepared. The sentimental vicissitudes of the Princess X led to a discussion of the heart history of Florentine nobility in general. The Duchess had spent 5 weeks in Florence and had gathered much information on the subject. This was merged, in turn, in an examination of the Italian heart per se. The Duchess took a brilliantly heterodox view, thought it the least susceptible organ of its kind that she had ever encountered, related examples of its want of susceptibility, and at last declared that for her the Italians were a people of ice. The prince became flame to refute her, and his visit really proved charming. Newman was naturally out of the conversation. He sat with his head a little on one side, watching the interlocutors. The Duchess, as she talked, frequently looked at him with a smile, as if to intimate, in the charming manner of her nation, that it lay only with him to say something very much to the point. But he said nothing at all, and at last his thoughts began to wander. A singular feeling came over him, a sudden sense of the folly of his errand. What under the sun had he to say to the Duchess, after all? Wherein would it profit him to tell her that the Bellegardes were traitors, and that the old lady, into the bargain, was a murderess? He seemed morally to have turned a sort of somersault, and to find things looking differently in consequence. He felt a sudden stiffening of his will and quickening of his reserve. What in the world had he been thinking of when he fancied the Duchess could help him, and that it would conduce to his comfort to make her think ill of the Bellegardes? What did her opinion of the Bellegardes matter to him? It was only a shade more important than the opinion the Bellegardes entertained of her. The Duchess help him? That cold, stout, soft, artificial woman help him? She who in the last 20 minutes had built up between them a wall of polite conversation in which she evidently flattered herself that he would never find a gate. Had it come to that he was asking favors of conceited people, and appealing for sympathy where he had no sympathy to give? He rested his arms on his knees, and sat for some minutes staring into his hat. As he did so, his ears tingled. He had come very near being an ass. Whether or no the Duchess would hear his story, he wouldn't tell it. Was he to sit there another half-hour for the sake of exposing the Bellegardes? The Bellegardes be hanged! He got up abruptly and advanced to shake hands with his hostess. "You can't stay longer?" she asked very graciously. "I am afraid not," he said. She hesitated a moment, and then, "I had an idea you had something particular to say to me," she declared. Newman looked at her; he felt a little dizzy. For the moment he seemed to be turning his somersault again. The little Italian prince came to his help. "Ah, madam, who has not that?" he softly sighed. "Don't teach Mr. Newman to say fadaises," said the Duchess. "It is his merit that he doesn't know how." "Yes, I don't know how to say fadaises," said Newman, "and I don't want to say anything unpleasant." "I am sure you are very considerate," said the Duchess with a smile; and she gave him a little nod for good-bye with which he took his departure. Once in the street, he stood for some time on the pavement, wondering whether, after all, he was not an ass not to have discharged his pistol. And then again he decided that to talk to anyone whomsoever about the Bellegardes would be extremely disagreeable to him. The least disagreeable thing, under the circumstances, was to banish them from his mind and never think of them again. Indecision had not hitherto been one of Newman's weaknesses, and in this case it was not of long duration. For 3 days after this he did not, or at least he tried not to, think of the Bellegardes. He dined with Mrs. Tristram, and on her mentioning their name he begged her almost severely to desist. This gave Tom Tristram a much coveted opportunity to offer his condolences. "The fact is, my dear fellow, you see, that you ought never to have gone into it. It was not your doing, I know. It was all my wife. If you want to come down on her, I'll stand off. I give you leave to hit her as hard as you like. You know she has never had a word of reproach from me in her life, and I think she is in need of something of the kind. Why didn't you listen to me? You know I didn't believe in the thing. I thought it at best an amiable decision. I don't profess to be a Don Juan or a gay Lothario, that class of man, you know, but I do pretend to know something about the harder sex. I have never disliked a woman in my life that she has not turned out badly. I was not at all deceived in Lizzie, for instance. I always had my doubts about her. Whatever you may think of my present situation, I must at least admit that I got into it with my eyes open. Now, suppose you had got into something like this box with Madame de Cintre. You may depend upon it she would have turned out a stiff one. And upon my word, I don't see where you could have found your comfort. Not from the Marquis, my dear Newman. He wasn't a man you could go and talk things over with in a sociable, common-sense way. Did he ever seem to want to have you on the premises? Did he ever try to see you alone? Did he ever ask you to come and smoke a cigar with him of an evening, or step in, when you had been calling on the ladies, and take something? I don't think you would have got much encouragement out of him. And as for the old lady, she struck one as an uncommonly strong dose. They have a great expression here, you know. They call it sympathique. Everything is sympathetic, or ought to be. Now, Madame de Bellegarde is about as sympathetic as that mustard pot. They're a cold-blooded lot, anyway. I felt it awfully at that ball of theirs. I felt as if I were walking up and down in the Armory, in the Tower of London. My dear boy, don't think me a vulgar brute for hinting at it, but you may depend upon it, all they wanted was your money. I know something about that. I can tell when people want one's money. Why they stopped wanting yours, I don't know. I suppose because they could get someone else's without working so hard for it. It isn't worth finding out. It may be that it was not Madame de Cintre that backed out first. Very likely the old woman put her up to it. I suspect she and her mother are really as thick as thieves, eh? You are well out of it, my boy. Make up your mind to that. If I express myself strongly, it is all because I love you so much. And from that point of view, I may say, I should as soon have thought of making up to that piece of pale high-mightiness as I should have thought of making up to the obelisk in the Place de la Concorde. Newman sat gazing at Tristram during this harangue with a lack-lustre eye, Never yet had he seemed to himself to have outgrown so completely the phase of equal comradeship with Tom Tristram. Mrs. Tristram's glance at her husband had more of a spark. She turned to Newman with a slightly lurid smile. "You must at least do justice," she said, "to the felicity with which Mr. Tristram repairs the indiscretions of a too zealous wife." But even without the aid of Tom Tristram's conversational felicities, Newman would have begun to think of the Bellegardes again. He could cease to think of them only when he ceased to think of his loss and privation, and the days had as yet but scantily lightened the weight of this incommodity. In vain Mrs. Tristram begged him to cheer up. She assured him that the sight of his countenance made her miserable. "How can I help it?" he demanded with a trembling voice. "I feel like a widower, and a widower who has not even the consolation of going to stand beside the grave of his wife, who has not the right to wear so much mourning as a weed in his hat. I feel," he added in a moment, "as if my wife had been murdered and her assassins were still at large." Mrs. Tristram made no immediate rejoinder, but at last she said, with a smile which, in so far as it was a forced one, was less successfully simulated than such smiles on her lips usually were, "Are you very sure that you would have been happy?" Newman stared a moment and then shook his head. "That's weak," he said. "That won't do." "Well," said Mrs. Tristram with a more triumphant bravery, "I don't believe you would have been happy." Newman gave a little laugh. "Say I should have been miserable then. It's a misery I should have preferred to any happiness." Mrs. Tristram began to muse. "I should have been curious to see. It would have been very strange." "Was it from curiosity that you urged me to try to marry her?" "A little," said Mrs. Tristram, growing still more audacious. Newman gave her the one angry look he had been destined ever to give her, turned away and took up his hat. She watched him a moment and then she said, "That sounds very cruel, but it is less so than it sounds. Curiosity has a share in almost everything I do. I wanted very much to see, first, whether such a marriage could actually take place; second, what would happen if it should take place." "So you didn't believe," said Newman resentfully. "Yes, I believed. I believed that it would take place, and that you would be happy. Otherwise I should have been, among my speculations, a very heartless creature. But," she continued, laying her hand upon Newman's arm and hazarding a grave smile, "it was the highest flight ever taken by a tolerably bold imagination." Shortly after this she recommended him to leave Paris and to travel for 3 months. Change of scene would do him good, and he would forget his misfortune sooner in absence from the objects which had witnessed it. "I really feel," Newman rejoined, "as if to leave you, at least, would do me good, and cost me very little effort. You are growing cynical; you shock me and pain me." "Very good," said Mrs. Tristram, good-naturedly or cynically, as may be thought most probable. "I shall certainly see you again." Newman was very willing to get away from Paris. The brilliant streets he had walked through in his happier hours, and which then seemed to wear a higher brilliancy in honor of his happiness, appeared now to be in the secret of his defeat, and to look down upon it in shining mockery. He would go somewhere, he cared little where, and he made his preparations. Then one morning, at haphazard, he drove to the train that would transport him to Boulogne and dispatch him thence to the shores of Britain. As he rolled along in the train he asked himself what had become of his revenge, and he was able to say that it was provisionally pigeon-holed in a very safe place. It would keep till called for. He arrived in London in the midst of what is called the season, and it seemed to him at first that he might here put himself in the way of being diverted from his heavy-heartedness. He knew no one in all England, but the spectacle of the mighty metropolis roused him somewhat from his apathy. Anything that was enormous usually found favor with Newman, and the multitudinous energies and industries of England stirred within him a dull vivacity of contemplation. It is on record that the weather, at that moment, was of the finest English quality. He took long walks and explored London in every direction. He sat by the hour in Kensington Gardens and beside the adjoining drive, watching the people and the horses and the carriages, the rosy English beauties, the wonderful English dandies, and the splendid flunkies. He went to the opera and found it better than Paris. He went to the theatre and found a surprising charm in listening to dialogue, the finest points of which came within the range of his comprehension. He made several excursions into the country, recommended by the waiter at his hotel, with whom, on this and similar points, he had established confidential relations. He watched the deer in Windsor Forest, and admired the Thames from Richmond Hill. He ate whitebait and brown bread and butter at Greenwich, and strolled in the grassy shadow of the Cathedral of Canterbury. He also visited the Tower of London and Madame Tussaud's exhibition. One day he thought he would go to Sheffield, and then, thinking again, he gave it up. Why should he go to Sheffield? He had a feeling that the link which bound him to a possible interest in the manufacture of cutlery was broken. He had no desire for an inside view of any successful enterprise whatever, and he would not have given the smallest sum for the privilege of talking over the details of the most splendid business with the shrewdest of overseers. One afternoon he had walked into Hyde Park, and was slowly threading his way through the human maze which edges the drive. The stream of carriages was no less dense, and Newman, as usual, marvelled at the strange, dingy figures which he saw taking the air in some of the stateliest vehicles. They reminded him of what he had read of Eastern and Southern countries, in which grotesque idols and fetishes were sometimes taken out of their temples and carried abroad in golden chariots to be displayed to the multitude. He saw a great many pretty cheeks beneath high-plumed hats as he squeezed his way through serried waves of crumpled muslin, and sitting on little chairs at the base of the great serious English trees, he observed a number of quiet-eyed maidens who seemed only to remind him afresh that the magic of beauty had gone out of the world with Madame de Cintre, to say nothing of other damsels whose eyes were not quiet and who struck him still more as a satire on possible consolation. He had been walking for some time when, directly in front of him, borne back by the summer breeze, he heard a few words uttered in that bright Parisian idiom from which his ears had begun to alienate themselves. The voice in which the words were spoken made them seem even more like a thing with which he had once been familiar, and as he bent his eyes it lent an identity to the commonplace elegance of the black hair and shoulders of a young lady walking in the same direction as himself. Mademoiselle Nioche, apparently, had come to seek a more rapid advancement in London, and another glance led Newman to suppose that she had found it. A gentleman was strolling beside her, lending a most attentive ear to her conversation, and too entranced to open his lips. Newman did not hear his voice, but perceived that he presented the dorsal expression of a well-dressed Englishman. Mademoiselle Nioche was attracting attention. The ladies who passed her turned around to survey the Parisian perfection of her toilet. A great cataract of flounces rolled down from the young lady's waist to Newman's feet. He had to step aside to avoid treading on them. He stepped aside, indeed, with a decision of movement which the occasion scarcely demanded, for even this imperfect glimpse of Miss Noémie had excited his displeasure. She seemed an odious blot upon the face of nature. He wanted to put her out of his sight. He thought of Valentin de Bellegardes, still green in the earth of his burial, his young life clipped by this flourishing impudence. The perfume of the young lady's finery sickened him. He turned his head and tried to deflect his course, but the pressure of the crowd kept him near her a few minutes longer, so that he heard what she was saying. "Ah, I am sure he will miss me," she murmured. "It was very cruel in me to leave him. I am afraid you will think me a very heartless creature. He might perfectly well have come with us. I don't think he is very well," she added. "It seemed to me to-day that he was not very gay." Newman wondered whom she was talking about, But just then an opening among his neighbors enabled him to turn away, and he said to himself that she was probably paying a tribute to British propriety and playing at tender solicitude about her papa. Was that miserable old man still treading the path of vice in her train? Was he still giving her the benefit of his experience of affairs, and had he crossed the sea to serve as her interpreter? Newman walked some distance farther, and then began to retrace his steps, taking care not to traverse again the orbit of Mademoiselle Nioche. At last he looked for a chair under the trees, but he had some difficulty in finding an empty one. He was about to give up the search when he saw a gentleman rise from the seat he had been occupying, leaving Newman to take it without looking at his neighbors. He sat there for some time without heeding them. His attention was lost in the irritation and bitterness produced by his recent glimpse of Miss Noémie's iniquitous vitality. But at the end of a quarter of an hour, dropping his eyes, he perceived a small pug dog squatted upon the path near his feet, a diminutive but very perfect specimen of its interesting species. The pug was sniffing at the fashionable world as it passed him, with his little black muzzle, and was kept from extending his investigation by a large blue ribbon attached to his collar with an enormous rosette and held in the hand of a person seated next to Newman. To this person Newman transferred his attention, and immediately perceived that he was the object of all that of his neighbor, who was staring up at him from a pair of little fixed white eyes. These eyes Newman instantly recognized. He had been sitting for the last quarter of an hour beside M. Nioche. He had vaguely felt that someone was staring at him. M. Nioche continued to stare. He appeared afraid to move, even to the extent of evading Newman's glance. "Dear me," said Newman, "are you here too?" And he looked at his neighbor's helplessness more grimly than he knew. M. Nioche had a new hat and a pair of kid gloves. His clothes, too, seemed to belong to a more recent antiquity than of yore. Over his arm was suspended a lady's mantilla, a light and brilliant tissue fringed with white lace, which had apparently been committed to his keeping, and the little dog's blue ribbon was wound tightly round his hand. There was no expression of recognition in his face, or of anything, indeed, save a sort of feeble, fascinated dread. Newman looked at the pug and the lace mantilla, and then he met the old man's eyes again. "You know me, I see," he pursued. "You might have spoken to me before." M. Nioche still said nothing, but it seemed to Newman that his eyes began faintly to water. "I didn't expect," our hero went on, "to meet you so far from the Café de la Patrie." The old man remained silent, but decidedly Newman had touched the source of tears. His neighbor sat staring, and Newman added, "What's the matter, M. Nioche? You used to talk very prettily. Don't you remember you even gave me lessons in conversation?" At this M. Nioche decided to change his attitude. He stooped and picked up the pug, lifted it to his face, and wiped his eyes on its little soft back. "I'm afraid to speak to you," he presently said, looking over the puppy's shoulder. "I hoped you wouldn't notice me. I should have moved away, but I was afraid that if I moved you would notice me. So I sat very still." "I suspect you have a bad conscience, sir," said Newman. The old man put down the little dog and held it carefully in his lap. Then he shook his head, with his eyes still fixed upon his interlocutor. "No, Mr. Newman, I have a good conscience," he murmured. "Then why should you want to slink away from me?" Because you don't understand my position." "Oh, I think you once explained it to me," said Newman, "but it seems improved." "Improved!" exclaimed M. Nioche under his breath. "Do you call this improvement?" And he glanced at the treasures in his arms. "Why, you are on your travels," Newman rejoined. "A visit to London in the season is certainly a sign of prosperity." M. Nioche, in answer to this cruel piece of irony, lifted the puppy up to his face again, peering at Newman with his small blank eye-holes. There was something almost imbecile in the movement, and Newman hardly knew whether he was taking refuge in a convenient affectation of unreason or whether he had in fact paid for his dishonour by the loss of his wits. In the latter case, just now, he felt a little more tenderly to the foolish old man than in the former. Responsible or not, he was equally an accomplice of his detestably mischievous daughter. Newman was going to leave him abruptly when a ray of entreaty appeared to disengage itself from the old man's misty gaze. "Are you going away?" he asked. "Do you want me to stay?" said Newman. "I should have left you, from consideration. But my dignity suffers at your leaving me that way." "Have you got anything particular to say to me?" M. Nioche looked around at him to see that no one was listening, and then he said very softly but distinctly, "I have not forgiven her." Newman gave a short laugh, but the old man seemed for the moment not to perceive it. He was gazing away absently at some metaphysical image of his implacability. "It doesn't much matter whether you forgive her or not," said Newman. "There are other people who won't, I assure you." "What has she done?" M. Nioche softly questioned, turning round again. "I don't know what she does, you know." "She has done a devilish mischief. It doesn't matter what," said Newman. "She's a nuisance. She ought to be stopped." M. Nioche stealthily put out his hand and laid it very gently upon Newman's arm. "Stopped, yes," he whispered. "That's it. Stopped short. She is running away. She must be stopped." Then he paused a moment and looked around him. "I mean to stop her," he went on. "I am only waiting for my chance." "I see," said Newman, laughing briefly again. "She is running away and you are running after her. You have run a long distance." But M. Nioche stared insistently. "I shall stop her," he softly repeated. He had hardly spoken when the crowd in front of them separated, as if by the impulse to make way for an important personage. Presently, through the opening, advanced Mademoiselle Nioche, attended by the gentleman whom Newman had lately observed. His face being now presented to our hero, the latter recognized the irregular features, the hardly more regular complexion, and the amiable expression of Lord Deepmere. Noémie, on finding herself suddenly confronted with Newman, who, like M. Nioche, had risen from his seat, faltered for a barely perceptible instant. She gave him a little nod, as if she had seen him yesterday, and then with a good-natured smile, "Tiens, how we keep meeting," she said. She looked consummately pretty, and the front of her dress was a wonderful work of art. She went up to her father, stretching out her hands for the little dog, which he submissively placed in them, and she began to kiss it and murmur over it. "To think of leaving him all alone! What a wicked, abominable creature he must believe me! He has been very unwell," she added, turning and affecting to explain to Newman, with a spark of infernal impudence, fine as a needle-point, in her eye. "I don't think the English climate agrees with him." "It seems to agree wonderfully with his mistress," said Newman. "Do you mean me? I have never been better, thank you," Miss Noémie declared. "But with milord," and she gave a brilliant glance at her late companion, "how can one help being well?" She seated herself in the chair from which her father had risen, and began to arrange the little dog's rosette. Lord Deepmere carried off such embarrassment as might be incidental to this unexpected encounter with the inferior grace of a male and a Briton. He blushed a good deal, and greeted the object of his late momentary aspiration to rivalry in the favor of a person other than the mistress of the invalid pug, with an awkward nod and a rapid ejaculation, an ejaculation to which Newman, who often found it hard to understand the speech of English people, was able to attach no meaning. Then the young man stood there, with his hand on his hip, and with a conscious grin, staring askance at Miss Noémie. Suddenly an idea seemed to strike him, and he said, turning to Newman, "Oh, you know her?" "Yes," said Newman, "I know her. I don't believe you do." "Oh dear, yes I do," said Lord Deepmere, with another grin. "I knew her in Paris. By my poor cousin Bellegardes, you know. He knew her, poor fellow, didn't he? It was she, you know, who was at the bottom of his affair. Awfully sad, wasn't it?" continued the young man, talking off his embarrassment as his simple nature permitted. They got up some story about its being for the Pope, about the other man having said something against the Pope's morals. They always do that, you know. They put it on the Pope because Bellegardes was once in the Zouave. But it was about her morals. She was the Pope," Lord Deepmere pursued, directing an eye illumined by this pleasantry towards Mademoiselle Nioche, who was bending gracefully over her lapdog, apparently absorbed in conversation with it. "I dare say you think it rather odd that I should—keep up the acquaintance," the young man resumed. "But she couldn't help it, you know, and Bellegardes was only my 20th cousin. I dare say you think it's rather cheeky, my showing with her in Hyde Park. But you see, she isn't known yet, and she's in such very good form." And Lord Deepmere's conclusion was lost in the attesting glance which he again directed toward the young lady. Newman turned away; he was having more of her than he relished. M. Nioche had stepped aside on his daughter's approach, and he stood there, within a very small compass, looking down hard at the ground. It had never yet, as between him and Newman, been so apposite to place on record the fact that he had not forgiven his daughter. As Newman was moving away he looked up and drew near to him, and Newman, seeing the old man had something particular to say, bent his head for an instant. "You will see it some day in the papers," murmured M. Nioche. Our hero departed to hide his smile, and to this day, though the newspapers form his principal reading, his eyes have not been arrested by any paragraph forming a sequel to this announcement. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The American. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American, by Henry James, Chapter 26. In that uninitiated observation of the great spectacle of English life upon which I have touched, it might be supposed that Newman passed a great many dull days. But the dullness of his days pleased him. His melancholy, which was settling into a secondary stage, like a healing wound, had in it a certain acrid, palatable sweetness. He had company in his thoughts, and for the present he wanted no other. He had no desire to make acquaintances, and he left untouched a couple of notes of introduction which had been sent him by Tom Tristram. He thought a great deal of Madame de Cintre, sometimes with a dogged tranquillity which might have seemed, for a quarter of an hour at a time, a near neighbor to forgetfulness. He lived over again the happiest hours he had known, that silver chain of numbered days in which his afternoon visits, tending sensibly to the ideal result, had subtilized his good humor to a sort of spiritual intoxication. He came back to reality after such reveries with a somewhat muffled shock. He had begun to feel the need of accepting the unchangeable. At other times the reality became an infamy again, and the unchangeable an imposture, and he gave himself up to his angry restlessness till he was weary. But on the whole he fell into a rather reflective mood. Without in the least intending it or knowing it, he attempted to read the moral of his strange misadventure. He asked himself in his quieter hours whether perhaps after all he was more commercial than was pleasant. We know that it was in obedience to a strong reaction against questions exclusively commercial that he had come out to pick up aesthetic entertainment in Europe. It may therefore be understood that he was able to conceive that a man might be too commercial. He was very willing to grant it, but the concession, as to his own case, was not made with any very oppressive sense of shame. If he had been too commercial, he was ready to forget it, for in being so he had done no man any wrong that might not be as easily forgotten. He reflected with sober placidity that at least there were no monuments of his meanness scattered about the world. If there was any reason in the nature of things why his connection with business should have cast a shadow upon a connection, even a connection broken, with a woman justly proud, he was willing to sponge it out of his life forever. The thing seemed a possibility. He could not feel it, doubtless, as keenly as some people, and it hardly seemed worth while to flap his wings very hard to rise to the idea. But he could feel it enough to make any sacrifice that still remained to be made. As to what such sacrifice was now to be made to, here Newman stopped short before a blank wall over which there sometimes played a shadowy imagery. He had a fancy of carrying out his life as he would have directed it if Madame de Cintre had been left to him, of making it a religion to do nothing that she would have disliked. In this, certainly, there was no sacrifice, but there was a pale, oblique ray of inspiration. It would be lonely entertainment, a good deal like a man talking to himself in the mirror for want of better company. Yet the idea yielded Newman several half-hours' dumb exaltation as he sat, with his hands in his pockets and his legs stretched over the relics of an expensively poor dinner, in the undying English twilight. If, however, his commercial imagination was dead, he felt no contempt for the surviving actualities begotten by it. He was glad he had been prosperous and had been a great man of business rather than a small one. He was extremely glad he was rich. He felt no impulse to sell all he had and give to the poor, or to retire into meditative economy and asceticism. He was glad he was rich and tolerably young. It was possible to think too much about buying and selling. It was a gain to have a good slice of life left in which not to think about them. Come, what should he think about now? Again and again Newman could think only of one thing. His thoughts always came back to it, and as they did so with an emotional rush which seemed physically to express itself in a sudden upward choking, he leaned forward, the waiter having left the room, and resting his arms on the table, buried his troubled face. He remained in England till midsummer, and spent a month in the country, wandering about cathedrals, castles, and ruins. Several times, taking a walk from his inn into meadows and parks, he stopped by a well-worn stile, looked across through the early evening at a gray church tower with its dusky nimbus of thick circling swallows, and remembered that this might have been part of the entertainment of his honeymoon. He had never been so much alone or indulged so little in accidental dialogue. The period of recreation appointed by Mrs. Tristram had at last expired, and he asked himself what he should do now. Mrs. Tristram had written to him, proposing to him that he should join her in the Pyrenees, but he was not in the humor to return to France. The simplest thing was to repair to Liverpool and embark on the first American steamer. Newman made his way to the great seaport and secured his berth, and the night before sailing he sat in his room at the hotel, staring down, vacantly and wearily, at an open portmanteau. A number of papers were lying upon it, which he had been meaning to look over. Some of them might conveniently be destroyed, but at last he shuffled them roughly together and pushed them into a corner of the valise. They were business papers, and he was in no humor for sifting them. Then he drew forth his pocketbook and took out a paper of smaller size than those he had dismissed. He did not unfold it. He simply sat looking at the back of it. If he had momentarily entered the idea of destroying it, the idea quickly expired. What the paper suggested was the feeling that lay in his innermost heart, and that no reviving cheerfulness could long quench, the feeling that after all, and above all, he was a good fellow wronged. With it came a hearty hope that the Bellegardes were enjoying their suspense as to what he would do yet. The more it was prolonged, the more they would enjoy it. He had hung fire once, yes. Perhaps in his present queer state of mind he might hang fire again. But he restored the little paper to his pocketbook very tenderly, and felt better for thinking of the suspense of the Bellegardes. He felt better every time he thought of it after that, as he sailed the summer seas. He landed in New York and journeyed across the continent to San Francisco, and nothing that he observed by the way contributed to mitigate his sense of being a good fellow wronged. He saw a great many other good fellows, his old friends, but he told none of them of the trick that had been played on him. He said simply that the lady he was to have married had changed her mind, and when he was asked if he had changed his own, he said, "Suppose we change the subject." He He told his friends that he had brought home no "new ideas" from Europe, and his conduct probably struck them as an eloquent proof of failing invention. He took no interest in chatting about his affairs, and manifested no desire to look over his accounts. He asked half a dozen questions which, like those of an eminent physician inquiring for particular symptoms, showed that he still knew what he was talking about, but he made no comments and gave no directions. He not only puzzled the gentleman on the Stock Exchange, but he was himself surprised at the extent of his indifference. As it seemed only to increase, he made an effort to combat it. He tried to interest himself and to take up his old occupations. But they appeared unreal to him. Do what he would, he somehow could not believe in them. Sometimes he began to fear that there was something the matter with his head, that his brain, perhaps, had softened, and that the end of his strong activities had come. This idea came back to him with an exasperating force. A hopeless, helpless loafer, useful to no one and detestable to himself, this was what the treachery of the Bellegardes had made of him. In his restless idleness he came back from San Francisco to New York, and sat for 3 days in the lobby of his hotel, looking out through a huge wall of plate glass at the unceasing stream of pretty girls in Parisian-looking dresses, undulating past with little parcels nursed against their neat figures. At the end of 3 days he returned to San Francisco, and having arrived there, he wished he had stayed away. He had nothing to do, his occupation was gone, and it seemed to him that he should never find it again. He had nothing to do here, he sometimes said to himself, but there was something beyond the ocean that he was still to do, something that he had left undone experimentally and speculatively to see if it could content itself to remain undone. But it was not content. It kept pulling at his heartstrings and thumping at his reason. It murmured in his ears and hovered perpetually before his eyes. It interposed between all new resolutions and their fulfillment. It seemed like a stubborn ghost, dumbly entreating to be laid. Till that was done, he should never be able to do anything else. One day, toward the end of the winter, after a long interval, he received a letter from Mrs. Tristram, who apparently was animated by a charitable desire to amuse and distract her correspondent. She gave him much Paris gossip, talked of General Packard and Miss Kitty Upjohn, enumerated the new plays at the theater, and enclosed a note from her husband, who had gone down to spend a month at Nice. Then came her signature, and after this her postscript. The letter consisted of these few lines: "I heard 3 days since from my friend, the Abbé Aubert, that Madame de Cintre last week took the veil at the Carmelites. It was on her 27th birthday, and she took the name of her patroness, Saint Veronica. Sister Veronica has a lifetime before her." This letter came to Newman in the morning. In the evening he started for Paris. His wound began to ache with its first fierceness, and during his long bleak journey the thought of Madame de Cintré's lifetime passed within prison walls on whose outer side he might stand, kept him perpetual company. Now he would fix himself in Paris forever. He would extort a sort of happiness from the knowledge that if she was not there, at least the stony sepulchre that held her was. He descended unannounced upon Mrs. Bread, whom he found keeping lonely watch in his great empty saloons on the Boulevard Haussmann. They were as neat as a Dutch village. Mrs. Bread's only occupation had been removing individual dust particles. She made no complaint, however, of her loneliness, for in her philosophy a servant was but a mysteriously projected machine, and it would be as fantastic for a housekeeper to comment upon a gentleman's absences as for a clock to remark upon not being wound up. No particular clock, Mrs. Bread supposed, went all the time, and no particular servant could enjoy all the sunshine diffused by the career of an exacting master. She ventured, nevertheless, to express a modest hope that Newman meant to remain for a while in Paris. Newman laid his hand on hers and shook it gently. "I mean to remain forever," he said. He went after this to see Mrs. Tristram, to whom he had telegraphed, and who expected him. She looked at him a moment and then shook her head. "This won't do," she said. "You have come back too soon." He sat down and asked about her husband and her children, tried even to inquire about Miss Dora Finch. In the midst of this, "Do you know where she is?" he asked, abruptly. Mrs. Tristram hesitated a moment. Of course he couldn't mean Miss Dora Finch. Then she answered properly, "She has gone to the other house, in the Rue d'Enfer." After Newman had sat a while longer, looking very sombre, she went on, "You are not so good a man as I thought. You are more More what?" Newman asked. "More unforgiving." "Good God!" cried Newman. "Do you expect me to forgive?" "No, not that. I have forgiven, so of course you can't. But you might forget. You have a worse temper about it than I should have expected. You look wicked. You look dangerous." "I may be dangerous," he said, "but I am not wicked. No, I am not wicked." And he got up to go. Mrs. Tristram asked him to come back to dinner, but he answered that he did not feel like pledging himself to be present at an entertainment, even as a solitary guest. Later in the evening, if he should be able, he would come. He walked away through the city, beside the Seine and over it, and took the direction of the Rue d'Enfer. The day had the softness of early spring, but the weather was gray and humid. Newman found himself in a part of Paris which he little knew, a region of convents and prisons, of streets bordered by long dead walls and traversed by a few wayfarers. At the intersection of two of these streets stood the house of the Carmelites, a dull, plain edifice, with a high-shouldered blank wall all around it. From without Newman could see its upper windows, its steep roof and its chimneys. But these things revealed no symptoms of human life. The place looked dumb, deaf, inanimate. The pale, dead, discolored wall stretched beneath it, far down the empty side street, a vista without a human figure. Newman stood there a long time. There were no passers. He was free to gaze his fill. This seemed the goal of his journey. It was what he had come for. It was a strange satisfaction, and yet it was a satisfaction. The barren stillness of the place seemed to be his own release from ineffectual longing. It told him that the woman within was lost beyond recall, and that the days and years of the future would pile themselves above her like the huge immovable slab of a tomb. These days and years in this place would always be just so gray and silent. Suddenly, from the thought of their seeing him stand there, again the charm utterly departed. He would never stand there again. It was gratuitous dreariness. He turned away with a heavy heart, but with a heart lighter than the one he had brought. Everything was over, and he too at last could rest. He walked down through narrow winding streets to the edge of the Seine again, and there he saw, close above him, the soft, vast towers of Notre Dame. He crossed one of the bridges and stood a moment in the empty place before the great cathedral. Then he went in beneath the grossly imaged portals. He wandered some distance up the nave and sat down in the splendid dimness. He sat a long time. He heard far away bells chiming off, at long intervals, to the rest of the world. He was very tired. This was the best place he could be in. He said no prayers. He had no prayers to say. He had nothing to be thankful for, and he had nothing to ask. Nothing to ask, because now he must take care of himself. But a great cathedral offers a very various hospitality, and Newman sat in his place because while he was there he was out of the world. The most unpleasant thing that ever happened to him had reached its formal conclusion, as it were. He could close the book and put it away. He leaned his head for a long time on the chair in front of him. When he took it up he felt that he was himself again. Somewhere in his mind a tight knot seemed to have loosened. He thought of the Bellegardes. He had almost forgotten them. He remembered them as people he had meant to do something to. He gave a groan as he remembered what he had meant to do. He was annoyed at having meant to do it. The bottom, suddenly, had fallen out of his revenge. Whether it was Christian charity or unregenerate good nature, what it was, in the background of his soul, I don't pretend to say. But Newman's last thought was that of course he would let the Bellegardes go. If he had spoken it aloud, he would have said that he didn't want to hurt them. He was ashamed of having wanted to hurt them. They had hurt him, but such things were really not his game. At last he got up and came out of the darkening church, not with the elastic step of a man who had won a victory or taken a resolve, but strolling soberly like a good-natured man who was still a little ashamed. Going home, he said to Mrs. Bread that he must trouble her to put back his things into the portmanteau she had unpacked the evening before. His gentle stewardess looked at him through eyes a trifle bedimmed. "Dear me, sir," she exclaimed, "I thought you said you were going to stay forever." "I meant that I was going to stay away forever," said Newman kindly. And since his departure from Paris on the following day, he has certainly not returned. The gilded apartments I have so often spoken of stand ready to receive him, but they serve only as a spacious residence for Mrs. Bread, who wanders eternally from room to room, adjusting the tassels of the curtains, and keeps her wages, which are regularly brought her by a banker's clerk, in a great pink Sèvres vase on the drawing-room mantel-shelf. Late in the evening Newman went to Mrs. Tristram's and found Tom Tristram by the domestic fireside. "I'm glad to see you back in Paris," this gentleman declared. "You know it's really the only place for a white man to live." Mr. Tristram made his friend welcome, according to his own rosy light, and offered him a convenient résumé of the Franco-American gossip of the last 6 months. Then at last he got up and said he would go for half an hour to the club. "I suppose a man who has been for 6 months in California wants a little intellectual conversation. I'll let my wife have a go at you." Newman shook hands heartily with his host, but did not ask him to remain, and then he relapsed into his place on the sofa, opposite to Mrs. Tristram. She presently asked him what he had done after leaving her. "Nothing particular," said Newman. "You struck me," she rejoined, "as a man with a plot in his head. You looked as if you were bent on some sinister errand, and after you had left me I wondered whether I ought to have let you go." "I only went over to the other side of the river, to the Carmelites," said Newman. Mrs. Tristram looked at him a moment and smiled. "What did you do there? Try to scale the wall?" "I did nothing. I looked at the place for a few minutes and then came away." Mrs. Tristram gave him a sympathetic glance. "You didn't happen to meet Monsieur de Bellegardes?" she asked, "staring hopelessly at the convent wall as well? I am told he takes his sister's conduct very hard." "No, I didn't meet him, I am happy to say," Newman answered, after a pause. "They are in the country," Mrs. Tristram went on, "at—what is the name of the place? Fleurières. They returned there at the time you left Paris, and have been spending the year in extreme seclusion. The little marquise must enjoy it. I expect to hear that she has eloped with her daughter's music master." Newman was looking at the light wood fire, but he listened to this with extreme interest. At last he spoke. "I mean never to mention the name of those people again, and I don't want to hear anything more about them." And then he took out his pocket-book and drew forth a scrap of paper. He looked at it an instant, then got up and stood by the fire. "I am going to burn them up," he said. "I am glad to have you as a witness. There they go." And he tossed the paper into the flame. Mrs. Tristram sat with her embroidery needle suspended. "What is that paper?" she asked. Newman, leaning against the fireplace, stretched his arms and drew a longer breath than usual. Then, after a moment, "I can tell you now," he said. "It was a paper containing a secret of the Bellegardes, something which would damn them if it were known." Mrs. Tristram dropped her embroidery with a reproachful moan. "Ah, why didn't you show it to me?" "I thought of showing it to you. I thought of showing it to everyone. I thought of paying my debt to the Bellegardes that way. So I told them, and I frightened them. They have been staying in the country, as you tell me, to keep out of the explosion. But I have given it up." Mrs. Tristram began to take slow stitches again. "Have you quite given it up?" "Oh yes." Is it very bad, this secret?" "Yes, very bad." "For myself," said Mrs. Tristram, "I am sorry you have given it up. I should have liked immensely to see your paper. They have wronged me too, you know, as your sponsor and guarantee, and it would have served for my revenge as well. How did you come into possession of your secret?" "It's a long story, but honestly, at any rate." "And they knew you were master of it?" "Oh, I told them." "Dear me, how interesting!" cried Mrs. Tristram. "And you humbled them at your feet?" Newman was silent a moment. "No, not at all. They pretended not to care, not to be afraid. But I know they did care. They were afraid." "Are you very sure?" Newman stared a moment. "Yes, I'm sure." Mrs. Tristram resumed her slow stitches. "They defied you, eh?" "Yes," said Newman, "it was about that." "You tried by the threat of exposure to make them retract?" Mrs. Tristram pursued. "Yes, but they wouldn't. I gave them their choice, and they chose to take their chance of bluffing off the charge and convicting me of fraud. But they were frightened," Newman added, "and I have had all the vengeance I want." "It is most provoking," said Mrs. Tristram, "to hear you talk of the charge when the charge is burnt up. Is it quite consumed?" she asked, glancing at the fire. Newman assured her that there was nothing left of it. "Well, then," she said, "I suppose there is no harm in saying that you probably did not make them so very uncomfortable. My impression would be that since, as you say, they defied you, it was because they believed that, after all, you would never really come to the point. Their confidence, after counsel taken of each other, was not in their innocence, nor in their talent for bluffing things off. It was in your remarkable good nature. You see, they were right." Newman instinctively turned to see if the little paper was in fact consumed, but there was nothing left of it. End of Chapter 26. End of The American, by Henry James.